done my graduation and post-graduation in community medicine from Goa Medical College. And after that, I did my AFIs from Inspectorate of Factories and Boilers, Goa. And today I'm presenting my research paper, that is prevalence of ear disease in construction workers, a cross-sectional study in Goa. So as we know that construction workers are continuously and every day they are exposed to various hazards like noise, chemicals, cement, dust, and we have noticed that often during their general examination or general medical examination, the ear examination is often missed out or it is neglected. So we conducted a study to focus on basically on the findings of ear, that is to find out the prevalence of ear diseases and to promote early diagnosis and give recommendation based on our findings. Yes, next slide. So we had objectives of finding the prevalence of ear diseases in construction workers and finding the associated factors with the ear diseases in the construction workers. So these were our two objectives. So coming to methodology, this was a cross-sectional study and it was conducted in 100 construction workers. And these construction sites were from Bambolim, that is where the Goa Medical College is based, the Bambolim, Goa. Okay? And this data collection was over a period of 3 days, and this data was collected by an ENT surgeon. And that was a part of her AFI's course. It was collected by the ENT surgeon. The data collection was done by ENT surgeon. Next slide. So we found that the prevalence of ear diseases in construction workers was 34%. And out of which the most common ear finding that we got was dust in the ear. That is almost 25% of the findings was dust in the ear, followed by 20% of them were having heel otitis media, followed by 19% having tympanosclerotic patch, and 13% inactive otitis media. So these were our findings, 34% prevalence of ear disease, and the most common being the dust in the ear. Next slide. So coming to our findings, we found that the odds of having ear diseases was 1.14 times more common in male construction workers as compared to female construction workers. Also, we found out that the odds of having ear disease was 1.27 times more in the age group of 36 to 45 years of this age group. They were most at the risk of getting ear diseases. So based on our results, we come to the conclusion that the male construction workers were at more risk of getting ear diseases. And the most common finding, most common ear disease that we got was dust in the ear. So based on our conclusion, we advised recommendations. And the recommendations were that the male workers should undergo frequent medical examination or frequent general examination, which would include the ear examination. Also, these construction workers should be given a protective equipment so that they protect their ears, because the most common finding that we got was dust in the ear. So we gave these recommendations that they should be provided with protective equipment for their ear. Thank you so much.
have been good if you had put the table there.
Ma'am, actually, we were told to present within the 7 slides, so there was space constriction. We were limited to space, so I included whatever. We were given only 7 slides, ma'am.
Yeah, once again, good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
The thing is, did you find any relation between the kind of work the male employees did compared to females? Because you said the male employees had more
yes, sir.
risk and findings were higher among them.
So the odds ratio was 1.14. That suggests that the males were having more, the odds of having ear disease in males was more than females, sir.
Correct. Was it related to the work they were doing? Did you try to find out what's the kind of work done by males when compared to females and why are they at higher risk?
So is it the work, what they were doing?
Did you try to look at that? What work the males were doing when compared to females, putting them at higher risk of having ear infections? Finding it out in your presentation based on the work they do.
Okay, yes, sir.
All the best.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Guys, can we have a round of applause for Dr. Prajot? Thank you, sir. Next, do we have Dr. Dimple Patel with us? Dr. Dimple Patel? Okay, moving on to the next doctor, Dr. Naresh Patte. Dr. Naresh, sir, is with us. Peripheral blood smear findings and prevalence of anemia in construction workers in Goa, a cross-sectional study. Medical Inspector of Factories and Certifying Surgeon, Inspectorate of Factories and Boilers in Goa. So a huge round of applause for Dr. Naresh. He is with us, joining at Gujcon 2025.
I will just make one correction. Okay, the topic is evaluation of impact of educational intervention on ergonomics awareness through pre and post session assessment. Good morning, Gujarat. Yeah, first of all, thank you, Gujcon, for organizing committee for giving us the chance to present what we are doing in Goa in front of you. So, basically, in an industrial setup, we know that there are certain types of hazards. So basically like a physical hazard, chemical hazard, biological, ergonomics, and psychosocial. So the last two, basically the ergonomics and psychosocial hazard, okay, we are not going into a dead depth. And there are a lot of studies where it states that most of the occupational diseases, somewhere around 30 to 40% of the occupational diseases are related to or are musculoskeletal disorder or cumulative trauma disorder or repetitive strain disorders. And one of the major cause for it is with reference to the ergonomics, like how we are lifting, how we are pushing, what is our desktop, how we are managing our hand. And some basic principles of ergonomics that is lacking. So that was the intention of doing it, and we have targeted it to the mostly on the small scale and the medium scale industry, where the availability of the medical practitioner or the doctors is less, or they are infrequent, or they are not having that facilities over there. So in this one, what we have done is, next slide. So slide change. So our main objective was stating that to know what is the knowledge of the workers with reference to what work they are doing, more specifically with reference to the ergonomic studies or ergonomic design. And second one is, what will be the effectiveness of the training, what we will be giving to them. So what I have done, I have taken along with me 2 physiotherapists. We have designed a proper training module. So the training was imparted somewhere around 1 hour to 1.5 an hour, wherein the important, like something like 3-point fixation, means what? Your head, shoulder, and the back has to be in a straight line when you are performing any activities. Something like while lifting something from the ground level, okay? So you have to bend your knee, then catch the object, get it close to the body, and then move. So these were our few of the things which mostly the workers were not aware about it. So we have targeted all these things in a practical way, hardly 10 minutes of the awareness session and remaining almost 45 to 1 hour of basically a yoga type of session, wherein we have found out like there was a lot of improvement, okay, in the outcome. Next slide. So what we have designed is, it is a cross-sectional studies. There was basically the factory workers, as I mentioned earlier. Most of the workers from where the factory is having 100, 150 workers or 50 to 200 workers. And sample size is 302 participants. And data collected was over a 4-month of period from January to June in 2024. So this was the result, what we have got, okay? So across most of the parameters, so there was approximately around 25 questionnaires with reference to the ergonomic. And we have noticed that whatever the knowledge they were having, pre-session and post-session, there was a drastic increase in the knowledge, something like ergonomic significance. So this was divided into a 2-part. One is with reference to the basic awareness practice, and second one is with reference to their knowledge towards the lifting techniques. So in industry, if we talk about ergonomics, they are basically divided into a 2-part. One is the desktop ergonomics, and second one is what is happening at the shop floor. So desktop ergonomics means those who are working on the computer, those who are working in the office. So what should be their position when they are working on the computer? So something like rule of 20-20-20, what should be the position of their neck? So one of the small concepts I have mentioned about that, when we are having an erect position, the weight of our head on the shoulder is somewhere around 10 pounds. But when we decrease it, or when the angle of it increases to somewhere around 60%, so the weight almost increases to 6 times, somewhere around 60 pounds. And there are some recent studies, so this is not only applicable for the industrial worker, but it is applicable for our day-to-day life also. Like something, those who are using a mobile phone. Because that is commonly noticed that when we are using, our head position is like this. And there is a recent information which is provided by Ministry of Information Technology that on an average, the people are spending almost 180 to 190 minutes on the mobile phone. So it is not only applicable for the industrial worker, but also for the general populations. So giving them a technique that what should be the position of your mobile phone, what should be the position of your hand phone. So long-term consequences of the musculoskeletal disorder specifically related to the neck will quietly decrease. So that is what we have got over here, something like ergonomic significance, ergonomic strategy, proper standing posture, and something like a 3-point fixation. Specifically with reference to the office worker, those who are standing or those who are working. So what is something called as the standing position? What is the difference between leaning forward? What is something between leaning backward? How to relax your thigh muscle? All that thing was taught to them so that when they are working for a long period in their offices, they can use this technique and improve their life. One more thing, those who are working on a laptop. So this is one of the statements that we have designed, like laptop is ergonomically worst design instrument. If you look at, if you go into a fundamental of ergonomics, you will find out that if you are working on the laptop either, so basically the head position or the eye position with the top of the screen has to something around 10 to 20 degrees, and the hand position is something around 90 degree.
Time is over.
Yeah. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you for this presentation. What questionnaire did you use to assess these? Did you use any standard questionnaires?
Yeah, we have used the standard questionnaire
Which one?
that is issued by some 25 questionnaires were there, ma'am, issued by Iaoh. Okay, and in that I have added another 4 and 5 with specifically for the industrial workers.
Okay. You included 300 odd factory workers. What kind of work were these?
So mostly they were like a tire manufacturing industry where the manual material handling were more important, and along with the office worker. Okay, the segregation is not done, ma'am, with reference to office worker, because this was the, madam, initial step for me to go on next step, something like a Rula, Ruba, or the advanced ergonomic technique, so that we can. So this is basically a quantifying what is the problem in the industry. So the next part will be the assessing the quality of the. So I think I opposite it. So this was like a quantify it, and qualitatively I have to do it in the next part.
You included a 1 hour intervention.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you think 1 hour intervention on ergonomics would be sufficient, or?
Madam, they were basically workers. So target was like giving them what are the important practices. So like how to lift, or when they are working at the lower height, or specifically the, like take an example of maintenance people, those who are working at the above height, what the technique they have to use, or those who are working at the below the normal height. So how to use a bending knee, so using the pads for the support. If they are using it above the eye height, so they have to use a ladder which is having a 4-point fixation. All that things were told to them. So normally they were not aware about all these strategies.
Did you use any statistical tests to see the difference pre-test and post?
So, ma'am, the pre-test, I only used the percentage of awareness among them, nothing else.
You didn't use.
Doctor, you found that there was an increase in the knowledge among the participants, but that should be converted into behavior if you really want to make the change. Do you think that will be done by this time, or do you think going forward you'll reassess these groups, or what's your plan?
So, sir, as a department, what we are doing is we are creating this awareness. This was basically the shop floor workers. So the next time when we will be doing it, we will, what we can say is we can get the above that, or the officers, okay, to sensitize them about the issues, because they are the people who are in day-to-day life, they are looking after the workers' health, or they are going on a shop floor and creating that awareness. So awareness among the supervisor, shift supervisor, their HRs, so to create a whole year plan about how to go ahead with the different aspects, not only about the ergonomics, but other aspects which are relevant to the industrial health of the workers, depending on the what type of hazards they are exposed.
Yes.
So it will be, industry-wise, it will be the different.
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for Sir, please? Next, joining us on stage for the presentation is Dr. Dimple Patel. Dr. Dimple Patel is with us. Evaluation of work-related fatigue and its effect on functional capacity among industrial workers in Dadra and Nagar Haveli, DNH, that's Western India. She is the principal and professor in Namo College of Allied Health Science, Silvassa, DNH, India. Dr. Dimple Patel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Dimple from Namo Allied College. My topic is evaluation of work-related fatigue and its effects on functional capacity among industrial workers in Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Western India. Introduction. Dadra and Nagar Haveli, a hub of rapid industrialization due to tax incentive and proximity to Mumbai and Surat. Over 70% of the population engaged in industrial worker, key sector, textile, plastic, pharmaceutical, packaging, electronics, and food processing. Benefit, employment generation and economic growth. Challenge, rise in occupational health risk, especially among low and middle income workers with limited health care access. Industrial workers perform repetitive tasks, awkward posture, long irregular shift, often in non-ergonomic conditions. This factor leads to occupational fatigue, a chronic state of reduced capacity for exertion and recovery. Fatigue is multidimensional: physical exhaustion, cognitive, emotional disengagement, impaired recovery between shifts. Unlike traditional hazard, fatigue is subjective and harder to detect. Fatigue impairs functional capacity, ability to perform tasks involving endurance, coordination, flexibility, leads to reduced productivity, higher risk of injury, and long-term health issues like inflammation, hypertension, psychological distress. Economic consequences include increased absenteeism, accidents, and healthcare costs, especially critical for semi-skilled, unskilled workers dependent on physical output. Poor sleep, especially with shift workers, exacerbate fatigue and delay recovery. PSQI scale was used to see that quality of the sleep. Poor score linked to the musculoskeletal pain and reduced efficiency. Research gap and need of the study. Limited Indian research on fatigue, sleep, and physical performance among, especially in DNH. No structured occupational surveillance or routine fatigue assessment. This study addressed a critical gap by examining prevalence and correlates of fatigue, relationship with sleep quality, and physical performance. Basics for ergonomics and physiotherapy-led workplace intervention. Objectives of the studies. Primary objective to evaluate the association between work-related fatigue and functional capacity among industrial workers in DNH. Second objectives to assess the relationship between sleep quality and level of occupational fatigue. To evaluate the relationship between fatigue and self-reported work limitation, to describe the distribution of fatigue, functional capacity, and sleep quality based on workers' characteristics. Methodology. A cross-sectional study was designed. The study was carried out in a selected industrial zone of DNH, which has given a high concentration of medium to large-scale industrial manufacturing sectors such as plastic, textile, and food processing. Study duration was 6 months. Study population: industrial workers employed in registered manufacturing unit. Sampling frame: worker aged 20 to 60 years, employed full-time for at least 6 months. Sampling technique: a stratified random sampling was used where workers were selected from different industries and departments: packaging, machine operation, logistics. Sample size with G-Power software with 94 sample was taken. Inclusion criteria: male and female worker aged 20 to 60 years, employed full-time factory, ability to provide informed consent, no diagnosed neurological or cardiopulmonary conditions. Exclusion: worker, long-term leave or restricted duty, history of recent surgery for acute illness, diagnosed psychiatric or sleep disorders, current substance abuse, alcohol or drug that may affect fatigue level. Tools and outcome: work-related fatigue, Occupational fatigue exhaustion recovery, work limitation questionnaire, and Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index was used and that are validated tools used in the study. Data collection. Ethical clearance was obtained from the Institutional Review Board. Permission was obtained from the factory manager. Participants were briefed out about the study and informed consent was obtained. Data collection include demographic and occupational information, administration of occupational fatigue, recovery and exhaustion scale, PSQI and WLQ was face-to-face interview, performance of 6-minute walk test and 30-minute step test was 30-second step test supervision was designated. Average time per participants were 40 to 60 minutes taken. Demographic data. Moderate to high fatigue score was seen. Demographic.
Last 1 minute, please.
Sorry. No, demographic data. Yes. Okay. Age was average, mean 36 years, gender male 78 and female 16.
Check.
Score was taken moderate to high fatigue score level was seen. Suboptimal sleep quality was hampered. Moderate impact on working function. Chronic fatigue was seen more than acute fatigue. Both acute and chronic fatigue were negatively associated. Score of fatigue, sleep functional capacity and work limitation. Moderate to high fatigue was seen. Suboptimal sleep quality was seen. Moderate impact on work functioning. Chronic fatigue was higher than an acute fatigue. Next. Both table 3, yes. Both acute and chronic fatigue were negatively associated with functional performance and positively associated with poor sleep and work limitation. Chronic fatigue demonstrated the strongest association, showing a significant negative correlation. Worker on rotational shift had significantly higher chronic fatigue compared to day shift worker. Chronic fatigue and PSQI score were strongly negative predictor of working performance, while age also contributed negatively. Inter-shift recovery was a significant positive predictor, indicating its protective effect on physical capacity.
Time is up, ma'am.
Go to your conclusion, ma'am, please.
Yes, sir.
Conclusion slide.
Conclusion.
Yes.
Last slide. Chronic fatigue and poor sleep quality are prevalent among industrial worker in DNH. Functional capacity as measured by 6-minute walk test and step test is significantly reduced in worker with high fatigue level. Night and rotating shift are major contributor to both fatigue and poor sleep quality. Fatigue and sleep disturbance are associated with real-world work limitation, notably in physical and time management tasks. Fatigue and sleep quality independently predict reduction in functional performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice presentation. What are your recommendations going forward? You found an association between fatigue and functional ability. So what is your recommendation for policymakers? What are your recommendations with your research findings? What is your suggestion to policymakers?
Policymakers, ma'am, they shift workers, matlab, there should be a time gap between the shift. Workers should get a time for rest also, but continue duties they should not perform.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Dr. Pradeep Serathia. The topic, Cancer Awareness and Screening Program in the Rural Community around Reliance Industries Limited, Jamnagar. Reliance Industries Limited, Jamnagar. Dr. Pradeep Serathia is with us. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Pradeep?
Thank you, sir. Good morning, respected judges, seniors, and dear delegates. I am Dr. Pradeep Serathia, working at Reliance Industries Limited, Jamnagar, and I will be presenting my paper on Cancer Awareness and Screening Program in a rural community around Reliance Industries Limited, Jamnagar. As we all know, breast, cervical, oral cavity, lung, and colorectal cancers are common cancers in India, which accounts for a significant number of cases and death due to it. Breast cancer is most prevalent among female, and oral and lung cancer are common amongst male. The country also faces high burden of cervical cancers, and which leads to more women dying from it compared to other country. We have introduced this program. We are facing some challenges like very low awareness, lack of availability of healthcare facility, which leads to delayed diagnosis, high prevalence of tobacco addictions in nearby community, poor socioeconomic condition, which leads to make them difficult to do chronic expenditure on treatment. So we have introduced this program to bring awareness as well as make screening tool available to them and encourage for screening. Next slide, please. Aim and objective of this program is to educate rural community for common cancers, to encourage them for de-addiction, and to encourage and provide screening tool to the rural community at their doorstep, at their village only. Next slide, please. This is the methodology we have adopted at Reliance Jamnagar. Reliance Community Medical Center is providing comprehensive healthcare to the nearby community since 1995. Recently, we have introduced this cancer screening and awareness program in phase-wise manner. In first phase, we have implemented various awareness drive. In second phase, we have implemented screening drives as well as vaccination drive. Next slide, please. This is the various methodology we have adopted to spread awareness, like awareness sessions, group counseling of school students, quiz for school students, and pamphlet distribution in local languages. So we have tried to implement this de-addiction drive since their childhood, from school student itself, so they can be healthy adult in their future. Then banner displayed, exhibition on health hazard of tobacco and alcohol, and de-addiction drive were conducted throughout a year. Next slide, please. These are the pamphlets we are using in local languages along with pictures, so the rural community can understand signs and symptoms, various available screening method as well as preventive method from these pamphlets. In second phase, we have started providing them various screening tools like cancer screening questionnaires, oral cancer screening camp, breast self-examination, and breast cancer screening at their doorstep with this innovative, handy and radiation-free tool. This tool is like a probe where this screening can be done in rural villages, and the data from this probe goes into the application and it can detect abnormal breast density. The person who is diagnosed with abnormal breast density needs further investigation with mammography. Next slide, please. Free of cost cervical vaccination to the female were given, and they were encouraged 2 doses to 9 to 14 year of female and 3 doses to female over 15 years of age. And patient diagnosed with various precancerous conditions were encouraged for de-addiction, to quit the causative factor, and for regular follow-up. These are the questionnaires which were prepared based on the symptoms and signs of the common cancers. Next slide. And this is the result. 15 awareness drives were conducted. Some of the drives were spread over weeks and months also. 1,230 villagers, 38 villagers were benefited from these drives. 354 participants out of 419, that is 84% consented for oral cancer screening, and out of 354, 70 were diagnosed with precancerous conditions like oral submucous fibrosis and leukopenia, and they were advised regular follow-up and biopsy. 156 women were screened with this iBreast device, and out of them, 6 were diagnosed with abnormal breast density. They were sent for mammography. Fortunately, nobody was found with cancer. During vaccination drive, which was spread over months, 2,426 girls were vaccinated for cervical cancer vaccination. Next slide. These are the challenges like convincing community people for undergoing screening tests, convincing patients regarding their disease status and treatment, and convincing patients for regular follow-up. So I conclude my study with that. This study recommends that structure community cancer awareness and screening program among rural population is key factor to prevent cancers and prevent deaths. Next. These are the references, National Health Mission, then prospective 3-arm triple-blinded study, and iBreast sensitivity is 84 to 87%, specificity is 80 to 94%, and negative predictive value is 94 to 98%. I am thankful to team of Community Medical Center, CSR team, Dr. Balmukund, Dr. Disha, and Dr. Ravi. I am thankful to CMO, Dr. Bhavesh sir, and Group Medical Advisor, Dr. Rajesh sir. I am thankful to Gujcon 2025 Scientific Committee and Organizing Committee. Thank you very much.
Dr. Pradeep, good presentation. A couple of questions from my side.
Yes.
Awareness was created, and then you also found people with precancerous lesions, biopsies were done. Did you do a pap smear for the women with regard to screening for cervical cancers?
Sir, at present we are running this program since last 2 years, and next phase we are planning to do the cervical cancer pap smear. But recently we have started this breast cancer screening. So next phase we will do this cervical cancer pap smear. Yes.
Good, because you did mention about cervical cancer in your presentation. So, but there was nothing in the results. That's the reason I asked that question. And yeah, good that you mentioned about the sensitivity and specificity, because all of them who were diagnosed with the iBreast instrument, none of them were found to have cancers. So that's one thing which you'll always have to look at, because once you tell people that you might be having cancer, their anxiety and other things will start going up.
Yes.
So that's another thing you'll have to be careful about. And HPV vaccine, did you give 1 dose or how many doses?
No, 2 doses, sir, from 9 to 14 year of girl, and 3 doses for more than 15 year of age.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next is Dr. Subhash Yadav, sir, present over here. Yeah, okay. So, pattern and trends of traumatic occupational injury among employees, state insurance corporation beneficiaries, an observational study by Dr. Subhash Yadav, Senior Professor, Department of Community Medicine, SMS Medical College and Hospital, Jaipur. All the way from Jaipur, can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Subhash Yadav.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Subhash Yadav, not a senior professor, just a just a junior resident in SMS Medical College, not a senior professor. My topic is pattern and trends of traumatic occupational injury among ESIC beneficiaries. This is an observational study. Occupational injuries was defined as any physical harm occurring in the course of employment during injuries sustained on the employer's premises or during the work travel. Iaoh says there are about 374 million non-fatal work-related injuries occurs globally each year, in which about 17 million non-fatal injuries are occurring in India. Out of them, 45,000 are fatal injuries. A recent review of 48 studies in India found that around 34.6% of male workers experience non-fatal occupational injuries, highlighting the scale of and impact of working age population. Evidence from South India links shift work, long hours, inadequate machines, guarding to high rates of emergency visits for upper limb crush and laceration injuries are there in occupational injuries. And one of the few multi-year audits from Central India found that trauma admission accounted for nearly a quarter of all surgical hospitalization, disproportionately affecting laborers. However, it did not connect injuries to compensation or rehabilitation because it lay outside any social insurance programs. ESIC is the India's largest organization health insurance program for workers, covering more than 30 million insured individuals and their families. As Jaipur is an industrial hub with heavy engineering and textile processing units, has yet to provide comparable longitudinal data on the injuries on the occupational injuries. Previously, many Indian studies are cross-sectional or confined to single factors. Very few analysis data on ESIC beneficiaries and even fewer examine trends or multiple years. To address these gaps, retrospective study analyzes 3 years of routinely collected data from accident and emergency department of ESIC hospital. These insights gained will be crucial for prioritizing engineering controls, adjusting safety training of initiative, and directing rehabilitation sources within the India's organized workforce. The present observational study is a descriptive study based upon the hospital records of ESIC Model Hospital Jaipur, which is the largest ESIC tertiary care facility providing OPD services to approx 4 lakh and IPD service to approx 13 to 14,000 annually, catering exclusively to ESIC insured workers and their dependents. Data was collected from 1st August of 2022 to 30th April 2025. And data sources were secondary data was extracted from the registers and inpatient case sheets. Variables which were captured were socio-demographic, injury characteristics, and temporal factors. A total of 200 patients' traumatic occupational injury cases were recorded between 1st of August to 30th of April 2025. The mean age of patients was 35.1 plus minus 12.3 years, ranging between 18 to 59 years. Age group distribution and sex distribution will be further provided in tables. Young adults, the age group which was most affected was 20 to 29 year, contributed to longest share, that is 35.5%, and in which male formed 96% of all injured workers. Year-wise counts rose sharply from 26 cases in partial year of 2022 to 91 cases in 2024. Before 26 cases in the first 4 months of 2025, monthly distribution showed a clear monsoon peak. Here we can see the most affected age group is 20 to 29, which contributed to 35.5%, and males are the males mostly having occupational injury at workplace, that is 96%. Mostly upper extremity injuries were there, that is 57.5%, followed by lower extremity injuries and eye trauma. And there is also a multiplicity of injury, that about 9 out of 10 beneficiaries has just one injured region, 8 workers has double injuries, and 4 workers has triple site injuries. And during the shifts, most workers has mostly injured in the general shifts. Here we can see the tables for that, like multiplicity of injury and distribution of which anatomical site was involved. Here we can see rise in traumatic occupational injuries over the year and monthly trend of traumatic occupational injuries, which also signifies there is a clear peak in the monsoon time. Out of total patients who visited ESIC emergency department, 55% were treated on OPD basis, 42% were inpatient, and 3% referrals were there. None of the patients died during this window at the ESIC premises. And these all figures reinforce that young male ESIC beneficiaries, particularly those working in general shift, are the most vulnerable, with upper limb injuries and monsoon season spikes a clear priorities for preventive action. In these discussions, I compared my studies with other. There is a, in the second paragraph, the clear monsoon spike corroborates evidence that the wet surfaces and reduced visibility elevate injury risk in industrial yards. Importantly, a statistically significant year-on-year rise was noted, aligning the national data forecasting increasing industrial trauma as manufacturing output grows. Findings need for a targeted countermeasures are
last 10 seconds.
Engineering controls, administrative controls, and personal protective equipments for the workers, and behavior intervention can be done. Workplace traumatic injuries among ESIC beneficiaries at Jaipur predominantly affected young male workers with upper limbs and most frequent site. Injuries rose annually and peaked during the monsoon month. Tailored engineering and administrative and behavioral intervention, particularly before monsoon onset, are warranted to curb the escalating of this burden. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. You found finding that shift workers had lower injuries while those with the general shift had
mostly
more.
general shift
but
workers.
But this is contrary to popular belief that. So how do you explain that finding?
Ma'am, it may be due to the recording bias. Because I took the data which was already recorded. I did not interview any person. Maybe the person who recorded the data biasedly wrote the general shift as more.
Where could you find any association between duration of work and injuries? Duration of work, number of years of working. Did you find that the injuries came down, or do you have any data regarding that?
And I just used the particular questions which were asked in the ESIC emergency hospital, which is already recorded by the staff of ESIC.
Okay. Since both your answers were, it's based on the records, so going forward, what would you like to do as a young physician interested in occupational health?
So, not as an attending physician, I just want to highlight that I observed there is a clear peak in monsoon. There should be more awareness among workers during the monsoon season, and protective PPE should be provided to the workers, and awareness should be created about there can be slippery instruments or any like slippery surface, protect from the slippery surface.
Would you like to be involved in doing it, or are you going to ask someone else to do it for you?
Didn't hear.
Now, do you want yourself to be involved in doing this health education and creating awareness, or do you deploy someone else to do it?
To the workers who are working.
Will you be doing it, or you'll ask someone else?
No, sir.
Why not?
Sir, I'm not directly connected to the workers. I can publish this paper, and if any policymaker find that.
Doc, you're working in a medical college, right?
Yes, sir, I'm working.
So they don't give you permission to reach out to people?
Sir.
Will they not give you permission to reach out to the workers and do that by yourself?
No, we go, but as a community medicine resident, we go to the community, not on the occupational centers.
I think then you have to visit my institution to look at what we do with regard to occupational health. Best wishes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, he has rightly told, as a community medicine, each colleges, medical colleges have to change.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can change your medical college community students to go to industrial medical centers and visit there, please.
Okay, sir, I will try. As my family,
at least try it, no?
Yes, sir, surely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the next segment. Guys, can we have a huge round of applause for all the 5 speakers over here? All the young students from Namo Medical College who are here. I think thoda aur josh for all the senior dignitaries present over here. Can we have thoda sa a beautiful morning over here at Gujcon 2025? With that, it's a great privilege and an honor to invite Dr. R. Rajesh sir, a former National IAOH President. He is with us. Sir, I would request you to please join us on stage. Ek bar zordar taaliyan ho jaye for Rajesh sir. And I would also request all the 5 speakers, Dr. Prajot, Dr. Dimple Patel, Dr. Naresh Fatte, Dr. Pradeep Serathia, Dr. Subhash Yadav, to join us on stage. We have a token of love, a memento. I would request Rajesh sir to please share that with our speakers. Also, we would really like to thank Dr. Naveen sir and Dr. Merlin Joseph ma'am for this wonderful judging which they have presented. So a huge round of applause for all our judges and a token of love, a memento. Doston, we can appreciate, come on, the whole family is over here. It's a lovely IAOH Gujcon 2025. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so moving on to the next segment. Before that, can we have a huge round of applause for both the judges who did excellent work and shared their knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, next presentation, Dr. Naveen Ramesh sir is with us. Occupational Health for Unorganized Sector, BOHS, Basic Occupational Health Services, Organization, St. John's College, Bangalore. So, Dr. Naveen Ramesh sir is with us. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for Dr. Naveen sir.
Before starting the session, I request Dr. Vishwaraj Malishkar sir as a moderator and chairperson of this session. Dr. Vishwaraj, please. He is here? Okay, please.
Good morning to all. My session is on basic occupational health services. Probably over the last 10 years, this was one of the vision and mission of Indian Association of Occupational Health. Dr. Ramnik Parekh, sir, was probably the senior most person in IOH, did a lot of background work with Dr. Suvarna Murthy, and then they came up with a book called as Basic Occupational Health Services. This book is available online free of cost. There are various chapters and sections, which is very interesting for people, or especially the younger people, to know about the basics of occupational health. That mantle, he handed it over to Dr. R. Rajesh, who is here with us, who is also passionate about BOHS, and then he's taking it forward. So I'm in debt to the Indian Association of Occupational Health for choosing me to deliver this BOHS at Gujcon 2025. And the topic I've chosen for my session is on occupational health for the unorganized sectors. I thought this is one of the simplest and probably one of the basic topics which is troubling our country, especially the workers for whom we work towards. And I'm Dr. Naveen, a professor at the Department of Community Health at St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. So my presentation will go under this following headings, starting off with introduction, with definitions, what's adopted globally and in India, various classifications, what are the reasons for this growth, what are some of the advantages and disadvantages, and probably I'll end with conclusions and a way forward. So, British anthropologist Keith Hart, during his walk around at Accra in Ghana in early 1970s, he saw a lot of people who were migrants to this capital of Ghana and involved in work like selling fruits, vegetables, cooked food or the traditional food, the bushmeat, some people involved in carpentry and working in repair work. Then he thought to himself, what are these people doing? Where do I put them into the classification of the classical classification of occupation? He was not able to do that. So after an year, when he came up with this, he concluded, or in his report, he said that despite external constraints and capitalistic domination, most migrants were engaged in informal activities that were autonomous, or they had the autonomous capacity for generating incomes. I think the last sentence, autonomous capacity and generate incomes, are very important. Even today, they play an important role in driving the unorganized sector in most of the countries. So that gave a wake-up call to the ILO, before which they did not know what this sector was. So in 1972, the ILO in its conference made sure that they wanted to look at unorganized sector and then come up with what they called it at that time as World Employment Program Mission. So it took them nearly 15 years to come out with a report on unorganized sector. So you can know the depth and the variety of the work done in unorganized sector. So in 1987, at the conference, the ILO conference, then their director called this report as a dilemma in informal sector, because they also had difficulties in understanding the nature of the work and what to put as unorganized. And they stressed on the application of international labor standards because informal sector provided employment but did not provide protection to the workers. And many of us thought that, okay, now ILO has recognized this informal sector, then it might lead to reduction in informal sector and then it goes towards formalization. But that never happened. Even today, if you look at it, out of 10 people who are working, at least 6 of them are working in informal sector. And if you look at enterprises, out of 5 enterprises, 4 of them are still in informal sector. So that's the huge capacity of the work which is being given to them. If you look at the most recent ILO document, which looks at the informal sector, we all know that agriculture is one of the biggest informal sector in most of the countries. So this report looked at non-agricultural informal sector. And if you still look at that, more than 70% of the workers in Africa and in Asia are still involved in unorganized sector. So leaving out agriculture, that's the important point I would like to stress. So they're still huge. And more than 50% of the people in the Latin and other countries are involved in informal sectors. So let's look at what's happening after the global situation. Let's look at what's the situation in India. So since we are signatory to the ILO, the government of India looked at it, and then they gave this responsibility to the National Commission on Labor to come out with kind of a law or a bracket act which could look at the welfare of these people and what should be the minimal protection these people working in this area should get into. When this task was given to NCL, they realized that it's not going to be easy because they'll have to look at the breadth of India, look at what are the various unorganized sector work in our country. Basically, first to identify, look at the richness of that. And in India, you know that it's quite a huge geographic country. So, and then there are specific unorganized sector work which goes on in different states. So that's a huge burden they had. They were also given a mandate that the definition should include the nature of the work or the occasion, what they were doing, what was the condition of the work, what is the number of people who are there, what is the variety or what are the sectors which people are working in, and also the geographic location. So this made the task of NCL much more difficult. So then their initial report, they suggested that it was impossible to provide protection and welfare to all unorganized sector workers under one uniform law. So they realized that it is not possible as one uniform law throughout the country. So what did they come up with? The first part was a definition. What is the definition of unorganized sector according to NCL? Workforce who are not able to organize in pursuit of a common objective because of the following constraint. Either the workers are ignorant about what is the kind of work they do and what are the laws which can protect them, basically because of their illiteracy. It's a casual nature of employment. The workers are involved in few days in a week or few days in a month. It's not that they're going to work there continuously for a longer duration of time for them to come together. The establishments or the factories themselves could be very small. So the number of people employed is a few, and they are spread out throughout the country. And the investment into this establishments were also low. And this nature of the work was scattered throughout India. It was not specific to any one place. The strength of the employees operating, whether it was owned by a single owner or it was owned by a family. So that also protected workers to come into a combination. But the current definition which we follow is based on the Social Security Act of 2008. So what did they come up with? An unorganized worker can be an home-based worker, can be self-employed worker, or a wage worker, both in an organized and an unorganized establishment. Please note this, there are unorganized workers even in an organized sector, where they're employed for a specific task for a specific duration of time, and who is not covered under any of the acts mentioned in Schedule 2. That is the Employees Compensation Act, Industrial Dispute Act, Employee ESI, Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provision, Maternity Benefit, and Payment of Gratuity. If the workers are not covered under any of these acts, then they are called as the unorganized sector, or people working in unorganized workforce. Coming into the various classification, there are various classification if you look at ILO, India, but I put up two classification which is probably more interesting to us. One is by the Ministry of Labor. This slide also gives you the number of probably the occupations which are unorganized. Based on the terms of occupation, they could be farmers who own their land, or it could be the agricultural laborers who are working for someone else who is giving them opportunity to work on their land. They could be weavers, artisans, animal husbandry, fishing, beady rolling, construction workers, bricklaying, salt plant workers. The second one is based on their nature of employment. It could be an attached worker, that is the owner is somewhere else, the land has been given to somebody to use it, and then they have to give the profits. It could be the bonded laborers, even though it is less, but once we really go into the field out there, there are people who are working it. It might not be called bonded laborers, but they are indirectly they working onto this. It could be the migrant workers, or it could be contract or casual laborers. The third one is based on the terms of specifically distressed category, that is whose work involves hazardous work. Well, most of their work is into hazardous thing. Toddy tappers, scavengers, head load carriers, people who are driving animal-driven vehicles, those are the category. And based on the terms of service category, they could be the midwives, domestic workers, fishermen, women, barbers, or vegetable vendors. There's another classification which is also once again interesting in our country. The other one is based on the kind of work they do. It is the street vendors. It could also be small-scale manufacturing units. It could be the domestic work, which most of us we have at home, either the domestic workers used as cooks or for cleaning purposes. Agricultural workers and even self-employed workers come into this category. So I did mention that the informal sector is increasing, it's not decreasing. So what are the reasons for this? Some of the reasons, the numbers are huge, which I've looked into. Some of the important reasons are most of these people who are employed in unorganized sector are less educated. So either they had not had formal schooling, or even if they had, it is much less on the lower level. Their skill levels with regard to the job requirement and the skill they have, there's a huge gap leading into this. They don't have other means of livelihood. They are in that place, born and brought up over there, their family members are there, but they're not able to leave that place for various reasons. So whatever work they're getting, they're willing to do that. Labor and market rigidity. Here the rigidity means if you really go employ a person, there are laws and regulations which come into place. Then it becomes difficult for the employer to give them work every day. So that it's called as the market rigidities. Lack of opportunity in the formal sectors. As I told you, 4 out of 5 enterprises today coming up are informal sector. So where can you give work in the formal sector when 4 of them are informal? Legal regulation, once again, if the person is employed, you have to give work every day, do payments every month, and cover them under the act. But for example, an electrician or a plumber in a small company, the owner might not be able to give them work every day. He might need them for only 2 or 3 days in a month, but not every day. So how will he or she employ them? So that's the reason. Increasing competency from globalization. Let's not forget even the domestic market. There are a lot of competitors within a country and the global, where the cost of the product is the main theme. So when you employ more people, the cost of your product goes up, whereas the market is looking at how is a person going to give me the least priced a good product. So because of this competency, people are not willing to employ workers on a full-time scale. There's also added to this is the automation and mechanization, including in farm, even in agriculture, where mechanization is taking over the human load, and also poor financial inclusion into these establishments. So this I found were some of the important reasons for the increase in the informal sector. Not all informal work is dangerous or is it hazardous. So there are definitely some advantages. The first one is the flexibility. That is, you can look at the day you want to go to work and the timings you would like to work. Associated with that is a lot of independence. I own a company, I have few people to work, we would like to work on certain products. So it gives me the next two things, that is my entrepreneurship and innovation. I'm not afraid of failing because that is an innovative thing which I have. I want to work on it. I would like to have a small team working on it. If it fails, it fails. I'm not worried about it. So the entrepreneurship is, there are a lot of people who want to be young entrepreneurs, come out with different things into the market. If you want to really work in industry, they might not give you space to come out with those products. So entrepreneurship and innovation is also driving this, and then those are the people who are also happy doing this kind of informal work. Added to that, let's not forget employment. More than 90% of the people in our country today are employed in informal sectors. So that's the major employment opportunity it gives. It is also more accessible to the people in rural areas, tribal population, hilly areas who are not able to come down to a formal sector, bear the cost of staying in a city or in a town. They can still be happy working over there. So it's accessible. They can stay with their family, take care of their parents. There are no barriers to entry. They don't ask for, you should have passed your 10th standard, 12th standard. The skills are necessary to come in. Anybody can walk in, they'll give you those skills and a training, and then they will employ you. And it also helps in community development. When you take the work to the worker's doorstep, involve them in the work, it also helps in income generating activity, especially for the women who are not able to come out of their house or their villages and work. When you take it to the doorstep, it also gives them an opportunity to be engaged in an economic work and have production for their families. Yes, it does come with a lot of disadvantages. There is no guarantee that tomorrow my company will still have me on their rolls. There is no secure or sustainable income. If I get a job today as a plumber, I get my income. If I do not find a job today, I'm out of income. Same thing with a painter or anybody who's working into this. I'm not guaranteed of the minimum wages, even though the laws are there saying that minimum wages have to be paid. But in informal sector, I do not have the minimum wages which need to be put in. And if I fall sick, there's nobody to take care of me, nobody to pay my hospital bills. Also, with regard to the workforce, if you look at them, most of this work can be hazardous. They are not aware about the hazardous work which they are doing, so it will have an implication on their health. And as you all know, most of the implication, especially in the workplace, is after a longer duration of time. We don't see it immediately the next day or the next week. So it's going to have a long-term implication. And by that time, we do not have any social security to take care of you. There is no formal training on occupational health and safety. There's nobody to take care of you or tell you what is the way it has to be done, or if you have any sickness, how to handle it. Most of this, the working hours are extended, and the payment for that overtime is not as per the requirement. Definitely, there are exploitations, and there's no formation of a tripartite or an union which can come and help you. There's also a lack of safety standards. The employer might know that this work is hazardous, these are the safeties which has to be adopted, but they do not want to do it because it's an extra burden on them in terms of economy. There's limited access to training. The workers are not trained on the hazardous work which they are involved in so that they can take care of themselves. And especially if it is a woman, then they're more at risk because of the difference in payment, working hours, maternity benefits. The working environment could also be poor, so which can definitely have an impact on their health. And some of these organizations can also employ child labor. because there's not bound by any rules or regulations. We'll not know what is the age group people whom they are employing. And you can't use this to take on any credit from the organizations, including banks, if you want to do something on your own. And also the company may be involved in some illegal work or illicit activities, or they might not be paying tax, or your PF, ESI might not be paid, so that once again, you don't have any benefits at the end of your tenure. This slide looks at, if you look at from a gender sense, I've included this slide to look at the gender sense and the payment. It looks at two things. On the right-hand side, you have the payment given for an informal sector. On the left-hand side, you have the gender. I would like you to concentrate on the pyramid, the base and the top. The high-paying job, once again, in informal sector, is predominantly men. If you look at the base, which is very huge, there are more predominantly women who have been employed, and the wages are low. Low here means might not be even the legal minimum wages. So from a gender's perspective, it is very important if we have to go forward as a country to be gender sensitive with regards to payment and the workplace. So in conclusion, the unorganized sector is here to be here for a long time. Definitely they are an income generating activity for a large group of an Indian population who are dependent on it for their income. And as stakeholders and as government, it's important for us to realize that we can't take out unorganized sector in the next few years. We have to accept it. We have to work with the existing system and taking it forward. That's where I look at what's the way forward for these people. Yes, the foremost thing is formalization of the policies or this unorganized work. As I told you, it's going to be a long driven process, but it has to start somewhere. We can't just keep saying that I'm not going to do about it, or let's keep on pushing it. So there has to be a starting point. Probably it's time now for the government, when they have a lot of laws and regulations which have been implicated, but it's important for them to put it into action. That's where we lack many times. So it's important for them to look at it, what are the interventions and regulations they would like to bring, and then slowly start including this informal work and how we can make it more formalized, so at least the health and welfare of the workers are taken care of. Those are two important things. From a workforce point of view, reduction the decent work deficit. As I told you, the skilling. The most important deficiency for anybody, any worker, as an employee you want to employ, you look at the skills. And we find that there's a lot of deficiency between what the necessity of that establishment is and what's the kind of worker we are getting. The employer is saying, why should I employ somebody, train them and skill them to give a job, and after a few months they leave me and go because some other company is giving them more. So looking at skilling, we do have a lot of regulations now which is looking at skilling the people in our country, but that's really, really important, and then we have to really step it up. Also, the gaps with regard to the information, the percolation of the laws into the people, looking at making sure that people are aware and implementing it so that it's accessible to all, making sure that the various schemes which are there in the government, that it is available to all the workers. This is how Iaoh puts it up once again in the report in 2005, how an unorganized sector can be made organized going forward. I'll not go into steps or depth of it, which I've mentioned in my previous slide. And yeah, so that's my presentation. Before I conclude, I think the reason why we're having this is to sensitize the younger generation here that even small things in your workplace can have a huge impact on the people who are supporting us or working along with us. There are also members from other states here. Also, BOHS is a core or a passion among IOH members. So we know that some of the states are doing definitely really good work. I can talk about Pune, Mumbai, Jamnagar are really doing a lot of work with BOHS. The state of Karnataka, where I come from, yes, we are in between, but there is a lot of opportunity for everyone here to take up that work. please work with your state. Even the younger doctors here, younger generation here, IOH is, if it's present in your state, please do contact the IOH state branch. They have funds for you to work with this unorganized worker. It could be a small thing as creating an awareness, or it could be something like what my previous presenter did about screening for cancers. So each and every state, there is a budget for BOHS annually. So please do make utilize of that to do something small from the place where you work. That's why my last question to the presenter was, being a community medicine person, you can't say that I am not able to do it. I am from the Department of Community Medicine. We have occupational health for 51 years now. My institution is 50 years old. From the day my institution started, we have been having occupational health. And yeah, you saw my colleague, Dr. Merlin here, myself. It's a team of nearly 10 people, mentored by Dr. Bobby Joseph. We do small things, but we make sure that the things what we do is done with passion. So definitely it is possible for all of you to do something with passion, even for one unorganized sector. You don't have to do it in 10 to say that I'm working with 10. Even with one small group, if you want to work, please take it up. Definitely we can make a change in the life of the people who are with us. Thanks all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen. That was a very lucid presentation on BOHS occupational health for the unorganized sector. I just want you to add up on one thing. What do you think are the most urgent policy changes to improve conditions in the unorganized sector?
Thanks, Vishwaraj. As I mentioned, there are, if you look at from simple things as Ayushman Bharat to the registration of the unorganized worker, there are a lot of laws and acts in place. But the most deficient is one, either the people are not aware about what are this, am I a beneficiary under this, and it's a small sector, small groups of people working, and the percolation of the laws is probably a difficult thing, and implementation of those laws is what is preventing this unorganized workers going towards formalization.
Can technology in any way help in increasing the lives, meaning improving the lives of the people who are working in the unorganized sector, do you feel?
GIS is people are trying out to look at the construction sites, especially what the large constructions which are happening, the kind of work they're doing. Government is also working with many people to look at, can we use AI and GIS to look at the informal work which is being done, trying to dot it up. For example, people working in construction, trying to dot and look at in this state or in this town where a lot of construction is happening. Or if there is something which is an unique product which is being made, either of a metal or something which is being used, they're looking at, can we put those dots on the map together, the pins, can we get that together? So at least we'll come to know where are this kind of workers working and what's the kind of work they do, and looking at formalizing them or bringing them together.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Naveen Ramesh, sir? I think a lot of young students over here, एक बार जोरदार तालियां तो बनती है after every session. Dr. Naveen, sir, I would request you to please join us on the center stage, and I would request our chairperson, Dr. Vishwaraj, sir, to felicitate a token of love on behalf of this wonderful Gujcon 25 to Dr. Naveen sir for the lovely presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Next is an online presentation by Dr. Mohammad Arif, sir, Muthadet, Proton Health, UK. I would request Vishwaraj, sir, you would be the chairperson for the next session as well, and a request to join, as it's an online session, we would request you to please have a seat at the podium near the DJ console. Scope of occupational health physician abroad. Dr. Muhammad Arif, Muthadat, Organization Proton Health UK. So the next doctor would be joining us from United Kingdom. Also, I would like to share there are some wonderful stalls kept besides the food area, which is in the Mirasol Resort in Daman. So a humble request to everybody present over here to please visit the stalls as well, which are kept over here. Next, as you can see, Dr. Muhammad Arif joining us online.
After club.
Yeah, I can.
After club.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Good morning, all. Today we have with us Dr. M. Arif Mothadet. He's going to speak on occupational health in the UK, scope of practice and career prospects. Dr. Arif is a force medical advisor and clinical lead at Lancaster Constabulary OH Services. He's a consultant in occupational medicine, Liverpool, John Moores University and Murphy's Group PLC. He's a fellow of the Faculty of Occupational Medicine UK, member of the Faculty of Occupational Medicine Ireland. He's the examiner for D-OCMED exams and MFOM UK, PLEB Part 2, and he's also a visiting lecturer and examiner at Chester Medical School. He's a GMC Specialist Registration Appeals Panel member. He is a regional mentor of the Northwest England Society of Occupational Medicine Mentorship Scheme. Today we have with us Dr. Arif online, all the way from UK. Over to you, Dr. Arif.
Thank you, and thank you to the IOH Gujarat for inviting me to give this talk. There's a few bits to go through, so I'll try and cover as much as possible. So, occupational health in the UK, what I'm going to do is I'm going to split it into the whys, hows, and whats. So why is occupational health in the UK required? And it came about from the Health and Safety at Work Act of 1974. So there's a legal duty to protect the physical and mental health and well-being of workers. And then the legal basis for risk assessments and health surveillance comes from the Management of Health and Safety at Work regs and individual legislation, which I'll talk about in the next slide. Then you've got the Equality Act 2010, which has come about from the old Disability Discrimination Act and looking at recommending reasonable adjustments in the workplace. Then there's the RIDOR, which is the reporting of injuries, diseases, and dangerous occurrences regulations, and the diagnosis of occupational diseases under the RIDOR must be done by an occupational health physician. So sometimes cases are referred to you for formal diagnosis and reporting to the health and safety executive. Health promotional activities within occupational health, it's not a legal requirement, but it falls within the kind of remit of health and well-being strategy for employers. It's usually a nurse-led activity rather than it being a physician-led activity. So occupational health legislation governing specific hazards in the workplace. So you've got specific legislation for noise, which is the control of noise at work regs. Then you've got hand-arm vibration, which is the control of vibration at work regs. Then chemical and biological hazards, except lead and asbestos. All the others are covered under COSH. Then you've got ionizing radiation. And then, as I said earlier, the control of lead and the control of asbestos at work regs, which are separate. Then you've got diving regs and compressed air regs. So these are the legislation that governs specific hazards in the workplace, and your risk assessment, risk management, health surveillance, all of that is enshrined in these individual legislations. So what does occupational health involve? So I'll talk about case management first. And you usually get referrals from either line manager or human resources, depending on policy and process for individual companies. This is in line with sickness absence and capability management policies, and also for assessment of disabilities. So somebody might be well when they come into work, then they develop a health problem, usually a chronic health problem, and then you have to assess their disability and advise on functional capacity and work capability. So classic example is somebody who's a nurse, who's in work, is fit and well, and then develops rheumatoid arthritis, for instance. They have issues with their dexterity, and you have to give advice in terms of whether they can do their job and assess them against their job description, and then advise on workplace adjustments, modifications, support measures. If, for instance, they have a long-term medical condition, which means they can't do their job, then you may have to look at medical redeployment. And then the final stage of that process is ill health retirement. So again, under the what of occupational health, we talk about health surveillance, and there are various activities within health surveillance. And the most common is usually noise surveillance, especially within industry, which involves use of a questionnaire, and then audiometric surveillance is done within a soundproof booth. And there's been recent change in the guidance with regards to how cases of audiometric screening and surveillance are escalated to occupational health physicians. It's too detailed to go into it today, but there is a case escalation process now in place. And that has come from the HSE because there's been a big surge in the number of noise-induced hearing loss cases, especially from a compensation perspective. Respiratory surveillance, again, this differs between different hazards. So silica has got its own strategy with health surveillance. Isocyanates or respiratory sensitizers, slightly different. not too much, but just slightly different. So respiratory surveillance involves use of a questionnaire and spirometry. Again, this is usually nurse-led, and any cases are escalated to the occupational health physician, who will then make the final decision in terms of fitness for work. You've got hand-arm vibration syndrome, which have 5 tiers, tier 1 to 5. Tier 1 is baseline screening at pre-employment. Tier 2 is annual questionnaire. Tier 3 is a clinical assessment by an approved professional, either a nurse or a doctor. Tier 4 is formal diagnosis of HAVs by an occupational physician only. And tier 5 is specialist tests. So there are only about 1 or 2 tier 5 centers in the UK now. So, and very, very, very few cases are escalated to a tier 5. So most of the time at tier 4, once the diagnosis is done, then you recommend reporting to the HSE or REDOR. Skin surveillance, again, usually it's nurse-led, and the cases are escalated to the occupational physician once the nurse has seen the case. So again, it's mainly about irritant and allergic contact dermatitis, and trying to find the difference between the two, because the fitness work implications tend to be different between irritant and allergic contact dermatitis because of the risk of further more serious issues with allergic contact dermatitis. Lead, asbestos, ionizing, radiation, diving, there are separate procedures and processes which needs what we call an appointed doctor status. So you have a separate PIN number for each of these issued by the health and safety executive, and annual returns must be filed to the HSE. So depending on what you lead, you have to log off all your medicals, and then every year you have to submit your returns to the HSE, same with asbestos, diving, and radiation. So in the clinical sector within hospitals, specifically, you've got bloodborne virus surveillance, so hepatitis B, Hep C, HIV, and looking at fitness for exposure-prone procedures. There's been some recent guidance and change in the definition of what constitutes an exposure-prone procedure now within the healthcare sector. Again, one of the other core aspects of occupational health is ill health retirement, and there are various pension schemes. I'm talking mainly about the UK now. The most common ones that the occupational health physicians are involved are the NHS pension scheme, which is again completely outsourced. So a company runs the whole pension assessment service for the NHS. Then the civil service pension scheme, again, that's outsourced. Local government isn't outsourced, so individual councils, local authorities still keep hold of that. Then you've got the police pension scheme, fire service, and teachers. But there are numerous other pension schemes, but the bulk of the work involves these 6 pension schemes. I'm not going to go into too much detail about how and what the assessment for the pension is. It's just a general idea about the scope of work. So how do you get into occupational medicine? So what is the career pathway to get into occupational medicine? So most of the doctors who come into occupational medicine are from a general practice background or family medicine background. So they're usually working as fully qualified GPs and then take up occupational medicine as a portfolio career. For those interested in pursuing a career in occupational medicine in the UK, you can either do it as a portfolio career, so you do it as GP and you do some days as a general practitioner and then some days dedicated to occupational health. Some GPs, they have their own polyclinic, so what they do is they bid for or subcontract for services, and then they provide the occupational service locally for small and medium-sized enterprises as well. So you can then be an independent occupational physician, but without consultant status. So you usually have what is known as the associateship of the Faculty of Occupational Medicine A Form, which is the same as the M Form Part 2, but without the CCT, which is the board certification. With consultant status, you must have the full M Form, and I'll come to that, what constitutes full M Form, and the CCT, which in the UK, you get both of it on the same day, because you have to complete your training to get your CCT and your M-Form. So what is a typical working day for an occupational health physician? This involves case management. So for occupational physicians, these are usually complex cases. Again, it depends on the contract. So with some contracts, It's usually a physician-led service, so all the cases, whether it's simple or complex, will come to the occupational physician. Usually between 6 to 8 referrals per clinic. New appointment can be between 45 to 60 minutes. This may or may not include your report preparation time. Review appointments are usually between 30 to 45 minutes, and some companies, especially private coach providers, do have KPIs for reviews to be kept as minimal as possible. So usually about 30% of your daily clinic is reviews, and they would try to keep it to that level. So probably about 2 or 3 cases per clinic. In addition to your case management referrals, then you'd probably get queries from nurses. So they've seen cases and they want to discuss cases with you in terms of whether they want to escalate it or solve the issue. You might get case management queries from a report you've done from human resources or the line manager, and you may get queries from health and safety as well, especially if it comes to RIDOR reporting or making recommendations in terms of specific risk assessments that health and safety would get involved in. Health surveillance escalation queries from nurses and occupational health technicians, again, that is quite a lot, and especially now with the escalation guidance for noise having been changed, we're seeing a lot more queries in terms of noise-induced hearing loss, and even a notch of, if there's a notch at any frequency now, it has to be escalated to the occupational physician. So usually here, most of the time, occupational technicians would do the health surveillance. In some places, nurses do it. The technician would either directly escalate it to the physician or to the nurse, and then the nurse would escalate it to the OH physician. That depends on each contract. It depends on the structure of the service. So various other factors do come into play. Sometimes, in very rare cases, not rare cases, but the health surveillance medicals are done by the OHPs, especially with the appointed doctor ones. So the asbestos, lead, tier 3 halves, diving medicals, seafarer medicals. Seafarer medicals, you not call it as health surveillance as such, but it's more a statutory medical that you need to issue your fitness certificate to go to sea. And the same with diving as well, but sometimes there's a lot of interchangeability in terms of the term use, so they use it as broad health surveillance medical care. So with asbestos, usually the OH physician would do the spirometry and the clinical examination, then issue the certificate. Ionizing radiation, I don't get involved in it directly. I'm not an appointed doctor for radiation, but from what I understand, it's usually an initial face-to-face medical, and then in a 6-yearly cycle, then you do it once every 6 years, or when you change your job role, and most of the other health surveillance related to radiation is usually paper-based, but there are various regs and recommendations relating to how you do the medicals. Lead is usually face-to-face. You have to see them, examine them, and then the bloods are sent to a specific laboratory. Tier 3 has a clinical examination, and it's too much, it's outside the scope of what I'm going to talk today, because it is a specific topic on its own, and it's a very, very detailed topic. But on an average, a tier 3 halves medical would take you about an hour, taking the history, the occupational history, clinical history, and doing the whole vascular and neurological examination. So the DOCMED in the UK, the first port of call in the UK in terms of getting into occupational medicine is the Diploma in Occupational Medicine qualification. And that has 2 parts, which is the MCQ and then the portfolio and the Viva, both are now held remotely. In my days, they were both face-to-face, but now everything's online. So the MCQ is, I think it's a 3-hour question paper, I think 120 questions. And the portfolio and Viva is held separately. So I examine on the portfolio and the Viva section. So the portfolio is 1 clinical case and 1 workplace assessment, total of about 2,000 words, both together. And your Viva is a defense of the portfolio. So we ask questions purely on the portfolio and not outside of the portfolio. Candidates must complete an improved DOCMED training course and complete both the MCQ and the oral portfolio assessment within a 5-year period. So once you pass one, you can bank it, and then you can do the next stage. but you have to complete both within a 5-year period. And I've just put a link for anyone interested who can look at it, because now with it being online, we are getting candidates externally doing the DOCMED UK exam as well. What is important is that the course and the questions are primarily designed to test your basic knowledge of OH in the UK. So a lot of the questions are related to legislation in the UK, workplace exposure limits in the UK, risk assessment strategies in the UK, etc. And also in terms of clinical management, it's assuming you understand the UK healthcare system and how do you escalate the case, refer back to the GP. And then because everything here, you have to refer back to the GP, and the GP would then refer the case to the specialist. LFORM Ireland, I'm not currently involved in the examining side of LFORM Ireland, although I know they've called for examiners and I've applied, so I'm still waiting to hear whether they'll call us or not. But I know that if anybody who's passed the LFORM Ireland who's interested in doing examining, they are looking for examiners at the moment. There's two parts from what I understand. There's the theory single best answer, again, which is held online via remote invigilation. And the portfolio is different from the diploma in that you've got 4 clinical cases and 1 workplace-based assessment. So it is a bit more in-depth compared to the UK diploma exam. So from what I understand, you have 3 relating to occupational disease and 1 relating to workplace injury, which you should show that you've personally managed the case and then do the presentation based on that. I understand that from September 2024, the time limit to obtain the licentiate or the LFORM will be 6 years, and candidates will have a total of 6 years, which will allow a total of 6 attempts per component written portfolio. So I've put some links with regards to the LFORM for anyone interested. And again, the key thing to understand is that the exam tests your knowledge of occupational health practice in Ireland. And because Ireland is part of the European Union, indirectly it also tests your knowledge of OH practice in the EU. Although EU does have some standard legislation, each individual country then has its own individual legislation, but the LFORM Ireland probably or predominantly tests the Irish side of things. So the MFORM UK, in the UK, the MFORM qualification is awarded to doctors who have completed the requirements to enter the GMC Specialist Registration, Register for Occupational Medicine, which in the UK it's called boards. In the US, sorry, it's called board certification. In Australia, I think. And so what we call here is the CCT, or the Certificate of Completion of Training, which allows you to go on the specialist register. So each specialty has got its own specialist register. So occupational medicine also has a specialist register. And this is held by the GMC. So once you get your MFORM and you get your CCT, then you go onto the specialist register and you become a consultant in occupational medicine or an accredited specialist in occupational medicine. They're both interchangeable terms. So this is either through CCT, which is the formal training route, and it's 4 years and starts from ST3. So you have to have done either core medical training or core psychiatry or core public health training for 2 years. And then you start ST3 all the way to ST6. CSER, which is the equivalent of CCT, is for people who are not in training but who want to get the board certification status. And it is then down to the individual to maintain a portfolio collating evidence over the last 5 years from the date that you submit the application. So if you submit the application today, 12 July 2025, then you have to start from 12 July 2020 onwards and show all that portfolio. So this will include case-based discussions, workplace visits, clinical evaluation exercises, some of the observing procedures and stuff. So to apply for CCT CSER, you must pass the Part 2 MFORM and fulfill the research competencies. You can do that either via dissertation or by first author publication.
Dr. Arif, we have 1 minute left.
Sorry?
We have a minute left to go.
Yeah, that's fine. So part 2 MFORM, single best answer question, and the OSCE components and the SPAs are marked separately. And again, all this information is there on the MFORM or the UK website. So again, if you pass the SPA paper, you'll be banked and you don't need to resit it again. And that's been a new change in the last few years. So entry criteria, again, you have to be registered to practice medicine. So all that information is there. I've put the link in. and the exam format for the Inform written paper, 100 best single SBA questions, and then the Inform portfolio is again 5 clinical cases, 5 projects, and again all of this is there in the website of the Inform Ireland. And portfolio projects, again, key thing is you should have demonstrated personal involvement in the projects that you've done, and that's very, very important related to policy development, audits, and occupational health. OSPEs, again, same thing, 8 structured stations demonstrating history taking, clinical examination, and practical skills. And put some of the information about the entry requirements for occupational medicine training in the UK. Training where, how, what in the industry, military, NHS, and that's pretty much it really. So I've put a general outline of what it involves in terms of training. This main thing, health surveillance, case management, and some things about first aid measures, health promotion, health surveillance, environmental impact assessment, 1 clinical audit at least, and ideally 2 in training, research. As I said, either dissertation, usually MSc through Manchester, or it was Aberdeen, I think it was, I can't remember that now. But mainly Manchester is the one that most people would do. And then draft at least 1 policy or standard operating procedure from scratch, and leadership competencies, which all doctors have to now demonstrate. So doctors coming from abroad, please refer to GMC eligibility criteria. So you have to pass your PLAB or IELTS. And without significant work experience, it can be quite challenging. So I'll always advise, come and do your core medical psychiatry training before you get into OPMED training, unless you've got substantial experience of doing occupational medicine abroad, and you've got the Irish Inform at least. And that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Arif. I just have one question for you. In short, what would be your advice to a young occupational health physician from India, a professional from India who's moving in UK, and what are the challenges that a particular person would anticipate while he's transitioning from India to UK?
Yeah, see, I think if you're coming from India to the UK, it depends on what your background qualifications are and whether you've got any of the MRCP or MRCS or what it is. So if you don't have any of that, then you have to pass the PLAB exam and then try and get into training. So what I usually say is at least 2 years of core medical or core psychiatry training. If you want to get into, if you're really that interested in getting top med, at least do your core medical, core surgical, or core psychiatry training for 2 years, and then apply for, do your diploma in occupational medicine, and then get in and then apply for training. There are some of the companies do mentorship schemes now as well. So even if you have your diploma partly passed to diploma, if you've got at least 2 years of experience in the UK, they will then take you on their mentorship program.
Okay, and what would be the financials that would be involved in all this? Because it's a big thing when we are moving from a developing country to...
Oh, yeah. I think it's a huge thing. See, salary-wise, I think the salaries for junior doctors, I think that's different. So that's NHS controlled. But once you get into training, then I think for about, it depends. Industry pays slightly more higher, but the number of posts are less. Whereas in the NHS, there are more training posts, but the pay is slightly less. But once you finish your training, then you can see a massive jump in pay.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Dr. Arif. It was really nice to have you online.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Arif. It was really nice to have you with us. We have always been on touch on WhatsApp.
WhatsApp, yes.
So finally we see each other.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Arif sir, for joining. It was a pleasure. A huge round of applause for the lovely presentation all the way from UK, especially for Gujcon 25.
Thank you.
So friends, we have our chairperson Vishwarat sir with us, who did a wonderful 2 sessions with us. I would request him to please join us on stage and to felicitate a token of love on behalf of the committee. I would request Dr. Jain sir to to please join us on stage and share the lovely appreciation and love from the committee. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए दोस्तों. Gujcon 25 IAOH hosted by IAOH Surat. A big thank you to everybody present over here. A big thank you to Vishwaraj sir. Thank you sir. Thank you Jayan sir. So friends, now we are heading towards a 10 minutes tea break, which is exactly besides this banquet. ये banquet on my right, आप बाहर निकलते ही there is a facility for tea for everyone over here. Sharp 11:30. Sharp 11:30, we all meet up for the OH Day celebration by Central IAOH team. Inaugural address, that's Dr. Hitesh Shingla sir, National President IAOH, would be starting the session, the inaugural address. So we would request everybody to please join sharp 11:30 for the inaugural address. Also, wonderful event है 2 दिन का आपके families के लिए, बच्चों के लिए, wives के लिए, spouses के लिए 11:30 से games and activity, engagement, bonding activities plan की गई है in the Trafalgar Banquet Hall. So we would request everybody कि आपके बच्चों को, आपके spouses को आप बता सकते हैं कि games and activities are planned at Trafalgar, which is a banquet right opposite this building. So let us meet 11:30 for the inaugural address. Thank you.
That is Occupational Health Day celebration by Central IOH team. For that, I request Dr. Nikunj Desai to come over here and take the charge.
Good morning all. We will start the Occupational Health Day celebration session from Central IOH. For this whole session, I will invite Dr. Vishwaraj Mahaleskar as a moderator. Dr. Vishwaraj is a senior manager at Medical and SHE Department of Goa CPR. And he is also Finance Secretary of the IOH Central. He has more than 15 years of experience in occupational medicine and also various accolades in his name. So I invite Dr. Vishwaraj for this session moderation and all. Dr. Vishwaraj.
Thank you, Dr. Nikunj. A very good morning to all. The tea was not strong or the coffee was not strong. A very good morning to all. Coming to the theme for the National OH Day celebration, connected, compassionate and inclusive. A new era of resilient and healthy workplaces. A connected, compassionate and inclusive workplace fosters resilience and well-being by prioritizing employee needs, promoting empathy, and activating a sense of belongingness in the workforce. This approach leads to increased engagement, improvement in performance, and more positive work environment. So today, to begin the session first, I would call upon our National President, Dr. Hitesh Shingla, sir, to please come over and give us a brief about the National OH Day 2025. Over to you, sir.
Good morning all. Respected dignitaries, Iaoh National Office Bearers, Iaoh Surat branch members, Central Council members, eminent speakers and guests from all over the country. It is a moment of extreme pleasure to stand before you as the National President of Iaoh India on the auspicious occasion of the Gujcon 2025. I would like to congratulate Surat branch for organizing Gujcon 2025 at Daman. I am happy to see all you together. Occupational Health Day celebrated on the 9th July every year, honoring the founding of Indian Association of Occupational Health. The day is observed to promote physical, mental, and social well-being of workers in all occupations. The Iaoh was originally established the Society for the Study of Industrial Medicine in Jamshedpur, Bihar, 1948. The 9th July is designated as National Occupational Health Day to honor the organization and its ongoing efforts to improve the occupational health. The purpose of the day serves as a reminder of the importance of the occupational health and safety and encourage initiatives to prevent workplace accident and disease. The theme of the Occupational Health Day is Connected, Compassionate and Inclusive, a new era of resilient and healthy workplace. We have 3 eminent speakers for the same. We are doing scientific meetings, lectures, seminar and research study to promote occupational health. As you know, the theme of this Gujcon conference, healthier workplace, safer workplace will take line of the transferring health care through digital, innovative, Viksit Bharat. We have had an incredible line of the speakers and session planned for the same. Updating ourselves every day is good and never-ending habit. We say always this. The conference, the Occupational Health Day will update our knowledge and serve our society in a better way. As you know, whenever I am going as a keynote speaker or as a national president speech, I always tell the 2 things. One about the ICO 2027 and second about the Occupation 2026 in the Jamnagar. All of you know that ICO 2027 just knocking our door under the leadership of Dr. S.M. Sandbag, the conference chairman, Dr. R. Rajesh, Vice President, Dr. Nikunj Desai, and Dr. Dharmesh Parekh, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Rajgopal, and Dr. Sudha Madam. I appeal to young leaders to come forward, actively participate, and get involved in future endeavors. This will be an invaluable opportunity to meet, share wisdom, and collaborate on improving the health and safety of the workplace globally. I will be happy to guide you and help you. Every month we are organizing virtual meeting and working very hard for the future of the IOH. I am lucky enough to be part of the ICO 2027 conference and meeting every month and gain a lot of knowledge about the ICO protocol. Every month there is a meeting of ICO National Committee also. All of you know that Jamnagar branch is organizing Occupation 2026 in the Jamnagar with the theme of redefining occupational health, safety and well-being, navigating present challenge, sparing future solutions with the tagline of innovation today for healthier tomorrow. Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. Let's work together and make ICO 2027 and Occupation 2026 conference a huge success. Enjoyed meeting you. Looking forward to our next interaction. Pleasure to meet you all. Let's catch up and explore mutual interest. Last, I'm audible? Michael? Last week on the 9th July, Goa branch called me for the keynote speaker on the... Hello. Last week on the 9th July, Goa branch called me for the keynote speaker on the occupational theme. It is a very beautiful and very good theme. It is given by our scientific committee chairman. Our theme is connected, compassionate and inclusive, a new era of the resilient and healthy workplace. So after the inaugural function, the Vishwaraj, the branch president of the Goa branch, called me, you have to speak for 1 hour. At that time, I surprised because I prepared for the 40 minutes also. But once I started to speak on the occupational theme, I speak for the 1 hour and 15 minutes. Then Vishwaraj called me, Vishwaraj saw me, okay, now the time is over, everybody is waiting for the dinner, so you have to complete your speak is within the 10-15 minutes. Then I can speak for the 15 minutes. So today there are 3 eminent speakers there, Dr. Sujata Rana, Dr. Vanda Sinde, and Monica. And I hope they will speak all very good. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Iaoh.
Thank you, Dr. Hitesh. Our first speaker would be Dr. Sujata Rane. She would be speaking on connectedness in industry. Dr. Sujata, who is currently heading health management function of Siemens Energy India Limited, has 21 years of industrial experience. Prior to Siemens, she worked with petrochemical, fertilizer, and chemical industries in Vadodara. She is an OSHA's lead auditor and successfully implemented digital health initiatives and project site health management initiatives in Siemens. She is an avid reader and passionate Garba enthusiastic person. Over to you, Dr. Sujata. You have around 15 minutes for your session. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Kem છો બધા? Kem છો બધા? Majama. Okay, that's the way of connecting with each other. Okay, so we are here to network, we are here to connect with each other today. And I thank the Central Scientific Committee of IOH to give me the opportunity to speak on this topic today. I have tried to explore this topic based on my experiences, reading, some references and some reflections. Okay, so a very famous quote here, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. You can see a symphony of music happening there at the base of this picture. And in organization also we need that synergy. It's not like 1 to 1 should always be 2. It can be 11, it can be 12, or it can be 100 also. So the sum is always greater than its part. So based on this theme, there was a project in Google. So Google did a project because Google, as we know, they hire the brightest minds in fact, the whole world. Okay? And the leaders, the businesses are looking forward for hiring brightest minds, cutting edge technologies, and the best for its business. So Google launched this project in 2012 with 2 people doing this project. There were 180 teams and 37,000 employees. Why this project was launched? Because they saw that though there is the same composition of team members, though there is the same environment, though there are same facilities, why some teams are performing better than others? Okay, so this project, for 2 years they did not get to some conclusion, but after 2 years, they found out some very strange thing which they did not expect. So it was not who is on the team, but what is the interpersonal relationships of the team with each other, the connectedness of these people with each other, that really mattered. So the focus shifted from who to what and how they are dealing with each other, how they are connected with each other. Of course, this project was pre-COVID, okay, and it was named as Project Aristotle based on this quote from this Aristotle. So connectedness came as one of the very important fact out of this study, and psychological safety that everyone is talking about today. Psychological safety is kind of a bubble which protects the employees, which protects the organization from lot of other negativities around and optimize the performance in the organization. Not changing. Okay. So our need of social connectedness is ingrained in us from day one. From the time we are born, we are connected with our mother. Okay, and it's just natural to us. We don't need to learn that skill. Okay, from the child to the adult to the aged people, everybody has that natural skill of connecting with each other since the time of birth. And it has been observed that the people who are well connected with each other, they are 7 times more productive and engaged at the workplace. Okay, so we all are familiar with this Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow is an American psychologist, and we have seen this pyramid n number of times. So where this connectedness stands here, so at the base of this pyramid are needs, and above that is growth factors, growth. So unless and until the basic needs are fulfilled, we cannot achieve the fullest potential in the organization or even the business. It will not be possible to give the 100% for the employees unless and until the basic needs are being satisfied. So where do we place connectedness here? It's at the belonging and love needs and esteem needs. So those two things, which are the basic and primary needs, are connected with the theme of today's conference, OHD. Okay, and one more thing here, as we are talking about science. So whenever some person is psychologically connected with each other or the people around him or her, there is an area in the subconscious mind which is activated, the seat of subconscious. And subconscious, as we all know, it's a seat of hope and creativity. So connectedness is a gross boon to improve the creativity and hope in the organization. And if we lack the social connectedness, the same areas in the brain are stimulated, which can also feel like a physical pain. Very interesting study from Harvard Institute. 85% of the problems in the workplace are due to interpersonal problems rather than lack of technical skills. So for the success of the organization, this is a very important thing for the doctors also, because we know that technically we are very sound, almost, everybody is same when it comes to the technical skills or the knowledge skills. But what is more important here, there is a tremendous research in this field that the soft skills and the people skills are equally important for the success of the team members. Now we grossly underestimate those skills, and these skills, the soft skills, can be learned, they can be transferred, and they are related to the goals that we are setting. It's being said that the soft skills are not taught, they are caught. Okay? So as you learn as you grow in the organization, as you experience different conditions in the organization, then these skills are automatically learned. But apart from that, you need to tap into the resources in the organizations. I guess a lot of us have organization wherein a lot of learning portals are available, wherein the soft skills are being taught by webinars, by video tutorials, by various material which is available on the portals. So we should also tap into these resources. Okay, what is the current state of employee connection in the workplace? So prior to 2019, just 6% of the full-time employees in the US workforce work from home. But post-COVID, what we are seeing it now is 25% work remotely exclusively, and 45% work remotely to some extent, hybrid. In India also, we are seeing this trend in some multinational, even being in Siemens, even we have hybrid work conditions. But as I told you, the study which has happened in the Google proved that it does not matter as long as you are connected with your team members with the trust and transparency. Again, the second analysis, which says that 58% of the employees report that they would consider leaving the current job if they did not feel connected at work. This number jumps to 65% for the employees 25 to 30 years old. Even I was surprised, but then yes, I'm seeing it practically, that the younger generation they are giving a lot of weightage to all these subtle things which did not matter to us. For us, it was survival, right? But the young generation, they are very much concerned that they get connectedness at work, they get work-life balance at work, and if they are not getting it, they just leave the organization, which is very important fact. Now, what do we mean by connected in the industry? We should be connected with company's purpose, vision, and mission. So what is the purpose of the organization? Why we are here? Why we are working in the particular organization? My vision and my goals should be aligned with the company's purpose and the company's vision. And unless and until that resonance is not there, we will not be able to succeed in the organization. Okay, but it's not that we are in the organization only to serve and only to do some social work. We are there also for our own personal growth and professional growth. So that all things should be looked at when you are working in the industry. When I was preparing on this topic, I felt that this is my perspective because I'm connecting the dots with my organization's purpose, mission, and vision. So for everybody, maybe Dr. Bishwadeep, it will be different. For Dr. Rajesh, it will be different. So everybody has different concepts about the connectedness. Maybe we can have a little discussion later. So how a connected workplace looks like. My co-speakers will be covering a lot of topics here. So I will not be coming to each and every derivables here. But what I would like to focus on is point number 4. An industrial physician or occupational doctor plays a very big role in the industry to get the workplace engaged. And how we can do that is focusing on the employee well-being. So employee well-being, we can work on the 3 aspects. We can prevent, we can promote, and we can reactively support the employees when it comes to the psychosocial risk. So how we can prevent is through psychosocial risk analysis. Every organization has these surveys which are rolled out quarterly or 6 monthly or yearly, wherein they assess all the workplace factors like where the employees are working, with whom they are working, how they are working, and the work environment. So all these factors are assessed and the results are floated to all the leaders in the industry, including the health physician or the doctor working in the industry. So doctor plays a very pivotal role here because a doctor can form certain programs as related to the mental health. So whatever analytical things are coming out of this service, a doctor can help the organization to frame certain programs and get those programs implemented. Of course, other measures, promotion through webinars, learning portals, every organization has that. And the reactive aspects, yes, of course, we are handling that in the organization. So why do we need to connect at workplace? Of course, healthier, safer, and more engaged and happier employees. Because, of course, I don't need to delve into here, but then coming to the safety, how the connectedness can help the safety. So if my team is working on certain critical tasks, for example, say height work or some work with the explosive or confined space, whatever it may be, and if the communication or the connection between the team members is not good, definitely some bad things will happen. Definitely we may land into some accidents and other consequences. So connected comes very handy here. Of course, there are many other add-on benefits of connecting at the workplace, but on this side, you know, it's our perspective. So this is the picture which I really loved, that we look at the world from our own perspective. And we feel that that's it, you know. It's the glasses that we carry. And we feel that this is how the world looks. But in the organization, I need to see it from the commercial angle. I need to see it from the safety angle. I need to see it from the piano angle. So there are a lot of things which we need to look at and then support the organization by taking into the consideration all the perspectives. And for that, we need to connect, of course. maybe, you know, in the gatherings, or maybe you go to the desk, go to the piano, have a cup of tea or coffee, and have a chit chat on the topic which you are stuck at.
Dr. Sujata, we have 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes left.
Okay, okay. So what is the value of human connections? It drives performance, retention, and perception. Organizations thrive better when they are well connected, 10 times more better. Retention, I know it's the aspect which hampers the organization a lot. So it drives retention and perception as well. Okay, I'll not go into the statistics. Few important things. Okay, sorry. Oh, it's not working. It's going back. Okay. So in the organization, there are different kinds of people and you need to connect with all of them. It's not that you need to only connect with the people who are, you know, you get along very well. So there are different kinds of people at the workplace and you need to connect all of these people very well. And unless and until you do that, you will not be expecting to get the task fulfilled. It's not moving. It's getting stuck in between. Okay. Okay. So this is the spectrum of working relationship continue. So nothing should be, I mean, we have experienced that in the organization, not everything is goody-goody and not everything will be the way you expected. There are good people, there are bad people, there are neutral people, there are opponents, there are opportunity providers, mentors, role models. So you need to be very mindful when you are working as a doctor in the industry and you have to deal with. Okay, one more thing. There are different generations at the workplace. We see Gen Zs, we see Gen X, millennials and baby boomers. Now I can see that a very young people coming in as interns, but that intern can be my role model because those interns are full of energy and they are tremendously tech savvy. So the work I am doing it in a day, they can do it in half an hour. Okay? So that means that you need to connect with everybody. And there are baby boomers in the industry who are full of wisdom, who are full of experience. So we need to connect with all these people with maybe, you know, right time, and then one more strategy which we can have is, you know, we can go to them and we can request and we can be vulnerable with them. That, sir, I'm stuck here, can you help me out? So showing vulnerability is also a very important aspect when it comes to connecting with each other. Okay, so connection isn't a luxury, it is a necessity. It transforms a group of workers into a team and a workplace into a community. Let's build a stronger human bonds for healthier workplace. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Thank you, stay connected and stay happy.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata. That was a very nice presentation. Next up, we have with us Dr. Vandana Shinde. Dr. Vandana Shinde would be talking about compassionate workplaces. Dr. Vandana is an alumnus of State GS Medical College, where she has completed her MD in Preventive and Social Medicine. She has done AFIs from CLI Mumbai and Diploma in Hospital Administration from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. She is a trained yoga teacher and completed MA in Yoga Shastra from Somaya College, Mumbai, and is pursuing MA Clinical Psychology currently. Dr. Vandana is having a vast experience of over 24 years of working in pesticide, oil and gas, petrochemical, technology industries. Presently, she is working as a senior public health specialist at Reliance Industries Limited since March 2020. Prior to joining Reliance, she has worked with Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, and Hindustan Insecticide Limited as an occupational health physician. She is the past president of IOH Mumbai branch and a web secretary of IOH India. She is currently elected ICO National Secretary of India and General Secretary of IOH India. Dr. Vandana is also a chairperson of Occupational Health Wing of Indian Medical Association of Maharashtra. She was invited as a guest speaker on many occasions and has presented several papers in conferences. She has received IOH Best Resource Person Award in the year 2020. She is a recipient of Work Safe India Oration 2024. She is passionate about occupational health, women's health, and mental health. Over to you, Dr. Vandana.
So thank you, Dr. Vishwaraj, for that introduction, and I thank IOH scientific central team for giving me the opportunity to speak on the theme of Occupational Health Day, and which is very, very important theme in today's world. We are talking about connectedness, what Dr. Sujata has already spoken about. I will be speaking on being compassionate, and my co-speaker Monica will be talking about inclusivity. So these are, in current world, current situation, these are very, very important things which everyone should have in their life, in their organization, and not only in organization, in your personal life, in your families. And these are very important so that it helps us in living life healthy and connecting with each other, growing, and when everybody grows together, it is always fun also growing. So today I will be speaking on the second aspect, that is compassionate, new era of resilient and healthy workplace. We all may remember that when we were small, our mother or our parents always used to tell us that be compassionate with your fellow friends and help them whenever it is required. And we used to do that when we were in school and we were in college, but when we land up in our career, most of the time, because of the rat race of our career, we forget that being compassionate, and everybody wants to grow for themselves, everybody wants to do good for themselves, and somewhere there is a problem and we forget about compassion, and then there will be few problems. So it is always very, very important to be compassionate with your fellow colleagues, your people who are working above you, people who are working below you. And that is how it is important. And again, as being a doctor, it is very important virtue or very important quality for doctors to be compassionate, because we need to understand what our patient or what our client is going through, and to understand and to help them timely is important. So with this, okay, sorry. So when we talk about compassion, so what is compassion means? By definition, compassion is an empathetic understanding of person's feeling and accompanied by altruism and desire to act on that person's behalf, helping them. There is, most of the time we use this word compassion synonymously with the sympathy and empathy also. So compassion, when you relate to someone's situation and you want to help them, you see someone in a trouble and you feel like pitching in. If someone is like, say, like a common example, some old person is trying to cross the road, which is very lot of traffic on the road. So we stop by that person and help that person to cross the road is also a compassion. And the compassion is different from the basic kindness. Like we feel kind for the person. We show the kindness towards the person. But compassion is not only showing the kindness, but helping that person in their distress or in their problem. So when we talk about empathy and compassion, there is again a slight difference. So empathy is our feeling of awareness towards other person's emotion and attempt to understand how that person is feeling. We always see that for an empathetic person, you need to put yourself into that person's shoes and understand how that person is feeling. But going ahead, compassion is an emotional response to the empathy or sympathy that creates a desire to help. So here we are not only understanding and feeling that person's pain or distress, but we are helping that person to achieve what he wants to achieve. When we look at the common mental health problem statistics, we all know that it is growing very fast. And post-COVID also, there are a lot of increase in the mental health illnesses. So global prevalence of mental health disorders is around 12 to 13%. That is 1 in every 8 people is having some kind of a mental health disorders. And with that also there is a massive treatment gap. Not everyone who is having a problem is coming for the treatment or getting the treatment what they need to. So around 76 to 85% of people in low and middle income countries are facing this treatment gap, and around 35 to 50% in the high income countries also having this treatment gap. In India, urban white-collar workers, around 29% are suffering from moderate to severe depression, around 55% with anxiety, and 78% with moderate to high stress. So that shows how big this problem is, and it is like we are not able to deal it the way it should be. According to McKinsey's 2023 survey, it reveals that 59% of Indian workers report a burnout symptoms, which is highest in the 30 countries. The global average is 22%, and we are with 59%. Mental health issues, naturally, it costs too much, around 14 billion US dollars per year. But then whichever organizations are having corporate wellness programs, they have seen that it can yield 22% of increase in the productivity and about 14% of reduction in the medical cost per employee. So again, I don't want to go into, again, what is compassion, but then the compassionate workplace has seen that around 40% of less turnover, 20 to 30% of higher engagement, and less workplace conflict. Even nowadays, employees are more, they value connectivity or compassion more as compared to the salary and perks. Naturally, salary and perks are important, but at the same time, having a mentally healthy workplace or psychologically safe workplace is also very, very important for employees. Going ahead, if we want to have a compassionate workplace, what we need to do, we need to understand and have an empathy towards the workers' personal and professional challenges. Not only professional, but personal challenges also we need to take into consideration. Recognize whenever there is a distress and motivate to help them. The support, most of the employees, they require support, to supportive responses to someone who is suffering, who is distressed, and who is facing difficulty. Create a safe and inclusive space. Dr. Monica is going to talk about inclusivity, and we need to create the safe and inclusive space where people will feel valued, respected, and cared for. And kindness in communication. Again, communication is very, very important. We need to communicate in a better way so that the person should feel valued and respected. Whenever we are giving feedbacks also, we need to look at the words which we are using for communication. As an occupational health physician, why communication is important? Because if we, compassion is important, so compassion builds the trust between the employees and health professional. We get a lot of employees who come to us for their physical and mental and emotional problems. So if we are compassionate enough, the person will feel trusted, and that person will open up and tell us what is their problem and how we can help them. And the support, whenever people come for after their sickness to work, there also, if we have a compassionate gesture, that will help the employee to return back to work. When we talk about having complete workplace as a compassionate workplace, what is required is to lead by example. The managers and the leaders should become a model compassionate behavior. They should listen actively. There should not be judgmental, and the patience is required. Practice empathetic communication, as we have talked earlier. Listening without interruption is very important. Then being respectful, using inclusive language, and promoting the psychologically safe workplace, supporting during their difficult times, whether it is a personal difficulty or workplace difficulty, we need to support them. We should conduct workshops on emotional intelligence, mental health, and empathy and encourage the feedback and continuous improvement in interpersonal skills. Recognize and appreciate. So appreciate your colleagues, appreciate your co-workers whenever they do a good job. And most of the time, like again, it has always been said, so whenever you are appreciating someone, appreciate in public. And when you need to criticize someone for maybe for some mistake, so you should always criticize in person, tell them whatever there is a problem. And create
Dr.
an
Vandana, last 5
inclusive
minutes.
policies, sorry. So benefits to the organization, as we know, it will improve the employee engagement retention, it will improve the team cohesion and collaboration, better conflict resolution, enhance organizational reputation, and also greater resilience and adaptability. We at Reliance, we are working on this continuously, and we have many initiatives for holistic well-being. Few of them which I want to present over here, we have HR policies of non-tolerance policy for bullying, harassment and violence, diversity and inclusivity, equal opportunity policy, and also POSHA. We have accessible lifts and infrastructure for physically challenged people. Medical benefit along with our employees and dependent is also extended to LGBT. We have refers online helpline, which is very, very important for any kind of maybe personal, medical, familial problem. Any employee or dependent can call to this helpline any point of time, and they will receive a support. For women well-being, we have various initiatives like breastfeeding rooms, creche, which are, then we have dedicated parking for pregnant and lactating women so that they don't have to search for the parking space. We have women helpline, self-defense workshops, and many more things. For mental health, we have multiple sensitization programs for managers, for early identification and referral. Mental health first aiders and mental health missionaries. We have trained our doctors in early identification signs for mental health and how to do them the primary counseling when they need to be referred. Then we have self-assessment, and regular monitoring and evaluation is done. Again, maybe Monica will speak more about this. So to end my speech over here, compassion is not a luxury. It is a necessity for human survival. And the smallest act of compassion can ripple further than we imagine. So with this, I stop here. Thank you very much for listening to me patiently and being a part of this conversation. Let us stay connected, compassionate, and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana. Next speaker in line we have with us Ms. Monica Dhar. A learning and development expert, Monica Dhar comes with 30+ years of rich work experience. She is a postgraduate in human resources from XLRI Jamshedpur and has worked in organizations like Genpact and Hewlett Packard, where she has led and managed the learning and development and talent management functions. She pioneered and led the diversity and inclusion initiatives for Reliance Industries and put a robust governance framework for POSH in place. She has a diploma in human rights from National Law School, Bangalore. Currently, she is a leading R Swasthya wellness initiative for Reliance and is a subject matter expert for POSH. She is a certified SHRM's facilitator and an emotional intelligence EQI coach, and training is close to her heart. Over to you, Ms. Monica Dhar.
Thank you, Doctor. There cannot be a better example of inclusion that I, as an HR professional, am speaking to a room full of doctors, mostly, and at a conference which is largely, it is meant for occupational health. So I think that itself is a great start to the conversation about inclusion. And my esteemed doctors have already spoken enough about connectedness. So I'll try and position, I hope this is working now. Or you please move the slide, go to the next one, okay? So I'll start with the foundation as a HR person. What drives us into driving initiatives around inclusion? So the fundamental thing that all of us, irrespective of the profession that we are in, is the Constitution. For our country, it's the base for inclusion, which gives the fundamental rights: equality, dignity, the right to choose our profession, the right to work, and no discrimination irrespective of what career we have opted for. Then right to freedom, about expression, about movement, about association, and so on. So that itself is, is the fundamental blueprint for inclusion. The last is right against exploitation. I really loved the presentation by Dr. Naveen earlier, which was fantastic, and the best example of non-inclusion for the informal sector, where we spoke about child labor, where people not knowing their rights, that they don't even know that occupational risks are there are hazards, and they're not even aware of that. Then we come to the recent some of the recent judgments, which is the most important one in the last 10 years, is rights of people with disabilities. Earlier, one could, relieve them and fire them from their jobs if they lost a limb or they lost the mental capacity to work. No longer. Now mental health, and the 24 identified disabilities, we cannot touch them because they are protected by the law. Decriminalization of Section 377 is by far the most important thing that has happened in the last few years. We all speak about LGBTQ. How did that come around? It still is work in progress. We still cannot have a policy around, acknowledging the same, acknowledging the marriage, because it's still work in progress. So these are some of the fundamental things that policies, particularly when it comes to HR, are very important to remember. And of course, please go back to the previous slide. The transgenders. First of all, I am quite old, the younger ones. I've been hearing that there's a lot of younger population in the room. When we used to book tickets earlier, we would never have the drop column that said other, it was male and female. We never acknowledged. And there was a whole battle for years that got that other gender or the third gender into that drop box, which we now take for granted. So that's where inclusion is, and that's where we have to keep our eye on. Then important things which, again, the Constitution mandates as rights is the directive principles. So that is nothing but social and economic reform. Like things like equal wages, gratuity, ESI, all those are the commitment that the state makes to people who are underrepresented or, they are the marginalized lot. That itself is the fundamental of inclusion. Please move to the next slide. Okay, so just talking about Reliance and our vision and vision to D&I, it's not only diversity and inclusion, as you would have guessed by now, because Dr. Vandana's presentation spoke about it, Dr. Sujata spoke about connectedness. But just to give you a perspective, we are so big, and to have the same kind of policy across our group companies is not possible. For example, it will be difficult to have a differently able person, maybe, or with a little weak eyesight, managing a panel where you need someone with sharp eyesight. On the other hand, having someone in a Reliance Fresh store who may not be very active but can be at the billing counter. So I'm just trying to give you the perspective of the diversity of workforce that we have in our organization. So you can see the focus there is on Reliance Retail is easily more on LGBTQ, differently abled, and the traditional manufacturing, O2C, and the exploration is where we are trying to, promote women to higher levels, like, ideally have a site president who's a woman. The day is not far off. Then Geo is the new age technology where you can do a lot of things like, hybrid, working from home. So I'm just trying to give you a landscape of the diversity of the industries where Reliance works in. That itself is so beautiful. We have about 21% of the total workforce who are women at different levels, and about 1723 differently abled employees. This is according to the last annual report. Please move to the next slide. So while I spoke about, if you were to ask me what is the vision of D&I, now the second most important factor when it comes to inclusion is the employee well-being. Dr. Sujata referred to it. It really encompasses everything. One is the 5 pillars, the petals that we have chosen, and under Dr. Rajesh's leadership, is the physical, which is your clinical part, your lifestyle issues, annual health checkups. We don't stop there. It's about the chair that I'm sitting on, is that comfortable? So physical doesn't end that, get your HbA1c around 5. It doesn't end there. We go beyond. Annual health checkups. Psychological resilience, very, very important when it comes to mental health. How are our managers treating, are our managers sensitive enough to take care of the mental well-being of their teams? The employee assistance program, counseling, manager awareness, and the whole lot. Then social, if you remember Dr. Sujata's pitch, social for the newer generation is merely not having, socializing on a birthday or having team bonding exercises. It is beyond my 9 to 6 kind of a job. If I have a passion, if I want to pursue something which has meaning, which has purpose, because we also have to remember that this new generation is more, pardon the word, privileged, in the sense like when we started, it was very important to get a job and hold on to it. Okay? But now people are ready to experiment. That's why we see more of startups. So you are educated, you are evolved, you don't have to worry about the AMI because it's being taken care of. So you say that I want to do work that gives me purpose, and I want to give back to the society, and I don't have to wait till I retire to give back to society. I want to do it right and now. So volunteering, platforms for volunteering for people who want to do that. We have so many opportunities like serving meals in the hospital, cleaning the beaches, and so much work that all our manufacturing sites provide for is wonderful. Then, employee resource groups like reading books, clubs, so on and so forth. Financial is, again, very critical. It's not only about how much am I getting paid. The organization is also taking care of, do you know what to do with the money? What does money mean? When you are just starting your career and you want to blow up on an iPhone, which is perfectly fine. We all are entitled to luxuries in life. But as you move towards retirement and there are critical milestones in your journey, children's education, sending them abroad, how do I manage it? So we just hold your hand. We tell the employees, these are the things that you can possibly do. The last but not the least is the spiritual, which is the inner reflection. Again, at the cost of being a little judgmental, resilience is coming down overall, whether it's the youth or other people. How do we make ourselves resilient? We do not have any control over what others do, but we can have total control of our reaction to the world around us. And that's resilience. That resilience cannot come by any lecture, by attending any training. It can only come through reflection and inward looking. So being spiritual is a step, a journey towards getting more resilient, and we do focus on it. I have to admit, we haven't spent, besides yoga, heartfulness, meditation, there's lots to be done, but we are on the journey. Okay, so around it, no, go back, I'm sorry.
It's 5 minutes.
5 minutes more? Fine. Okay, so around it is, since we are talking inclusion, if we do not have the support of the environment that we are working in, this will not work. So that's really where inclusion comes into play. Go to the next one, please. Okay, next. So psychological safety has been spoken about briefly. It has a deep connect with inclusion. But one thing that I would really like you to take away is that psychological safety and inclusion is not to be used interchangeably. Inclusion is an outcome of psychological safety. Inclusion is that I should not be discriminated against. Psychological safety is I may have difference of opinion. My idea may be small, big, or not great, but I have a voice and it will be heard. I will not be told, please don't speak because your ideas are always stupid. So psychological safety is an agreement within the organization that we will agree to disagree, but it is not disrespectful. Please move on. So this is, for this group, asking comfortable questions, and that gives rise to trust amongst colleagues. That has a huge impact on the mental and the emotional well-being. Reporting mistakes. Please move on. Okay. So a truly inclusive environment requires psychological safety. Like I said, inclusion is an outcome of a psychologically safe workplace. Please move. So the business impact is absolutely tremendous from a health perspective. Increased stress and burnout if we are working in a psychologically, unsafe place. No decision making. People will not say anything. There'll be no innovation. There have been companies, I think Nokia is the best example, which really fell from being number 1 to number 3 because they did not hear their people, and Samsung took them over within 5 to 6 years. Next slide. Okay, so at Reliance, these are the questions that we ask our employees every November, December, which gives us a sense of how psychologically safe are our employees feeling. I can express myself freely. My manager promotes trust and collaboration among team members so that we get a score by team, by manager, which is shared with them that this is how your team feels about the environment around you. And it gives us an opportunity to course correct. Move on. Okay, just next. Right, okay. So in terms of we care, we also have, she has spoken about policies, etc. We not only support the people who are with us, but also the ones who succumbed to COVID-19. We continue supporting them through financial, salary for 5 years, children education, fund festivals, medical, we send them sweets, etc., birthdays, medical support, and family connect. Yeah, just move on. This we have covered. Right. We also, when it comes to education, our families also are included for the first time through Coursera. It is available for free for family members. The biggest and the largest Coursera for families, which is free of cost. So we make sure that not only employees, but their families benefit as well. Please go to the next one. We help employees in managing the career of their children, in helping them choose the right career through a partnership with Mentoria. We have sessions along different topics, whether it's the human-animal bond, or just call it financial inclusion, elderly caregiving. Move on. Yeah, so this is Financial Fridays about, tax, whatever matters. We make sure that it is provided. Yeah, so psychological safety is something that we are percolating at our managers' level, and ensuring that everyone has the standard understanding of what psychological safety is. Okay, good. Can you move to the next one? That's it. So, just in time?
Yes, thank you,
Thank you.
Monica. Next up, we will take up the panel discussion with... okay, let me hit the first question to Dr. Sujata. What is the difference between networking and connecting with others? I think we usually listen to this term, networking. We attend any conference, we talk about networking, and we also spoke about connectedness. So what is the difference between these two terms?
Yeah, okay. So for me also, I explored what is networking, because previously I was under impression that I need to speak on networking, which everybody is doing. But networking is a very superficial aspect of connectedness, I can say. And networking, for example, if you have 1200 connections on LinkedIn, you are networked with those people. You are not actually connected with these people. Okay, to get connected with people, you need to constantly have the interaction with that person, and gradually that trust builds up between both of you. And you can rely for the support on certain occasions, you can reach to that person. So networking, according to me, it's quite transactional kind of a relationship, and connectedness is a very deeper aspect of this relationship. And it really adds a value in the organization and in the business and in your personal and professional life.
If I would just like to add to this, and how would you connect with different types of people?
Okay.
I mean, what is your...
Okay, so a lot of aspects, because three of us are really connected, I must say, on the topic that there were a lot of overlapping topics. So most of the things are covered by both of them. But what I feel as a doctor, that there are certain programs which we can implement. So two aspects, one from the organization aspect and other is your personal aspect. So in the organization, what we can do as a doctor is peer support programs are very important according to me. Because taking a case of somebody underwent a renal transplant, so how do you use that resource for connecting with people? That person who had undergone a transplant can be informational support, can be emotional support, and can be a social support to the people in the organization. Similar way, now we have leaders who are openly coming out and accepting that they have had some depression attacks or some depressive episodes, and we can let people connect with that leader or that person who has come up openly and accepted that. So I think peer support programs are very important. Apart from that, one more thing in the organizational aspect is the interested parties in the organization. For example, people working in the project sites also need to be connected, contractual workers also need to be involved, and families also need to be involved. And when it comes to personal thing, we can categorize people in the organization. If it comes to 100%, 10% are negative, 80% are neutral, and 10% of positive people. So we need to deal with all these people, and doing that, especially for the negative people, we need to respect the boundaries, have professional relationship with these people, and we should be taking care of our own emotional well-being in those aspects.
We hear a lot about workplace psychological safety. Okay, this seems to gain a lot of momentum. Okay, the question is divided in two parts. I will take a management opinion from the HR and then what the doctor would do. So first, I would like to ask Ms. Monica, what would you attribute this psychological safety to?
Thanks. That's a very nice question. See, I would say pre-COVID, mental well-being and emotional well-being and things like empathy were not heard in the corridors of the corporate world. It's only after COVID that we said, are we being kind? Are we being empathetic? And the whole conversation about mental well-being and the fact that a person, when he or she comes to work, comes as a whole. We don't leave our emotions behind, right? So the thought of speaking up, do I have the permission to speak? Because that is going to impact my emotional well-being is something that has got this to the forefront. Before that, the term psychological was just connected only to the medical profession or psychiatrists. It's only that HR took it over post-COVID. I have no hesitation in admitting.
Question would be to Dr. Vandana. When we talk about psychological safe workplace, you as a doctor, how would you feel we can achieve a psychologically safe workplace?
Okay, so thank you for this question. Again, psychological safe workplace is very, very broad idea. Till now, as a occupational health physicians, we used to talk about workplace safety. Means when we used to talk about safety, we always used to feel that safety from the industrial point of view, from the accident point of view, from the different exposures to which our employees get exposed to. But slowly now being psychological safe workplace is also becoming very, very important, wherein it is, if the workplace is psychologically safe, all the stakeholders, maybe employees or maybe the contract workers also, they will feel safe to talk about if there are any problems, if they are facing any issues. Or otherwise, if they feel that I am not being heard, or if I say something, it is being taken in a negative way, there will be some consequences I may have to face. So having a psychological workspace is very, very important, wherein people can speak openly, people can give their opinions openly. If they are making some mistakes, they will admit their mistakes also. Herein, when I feel that my workspace is not psychologically safe, if I do some mistake, I try to hide it. And it may lead into further more bigger consequences. So having a psychologically safe workplace is very important. And also, if we look from the mental health point of view, like mental health is still a stigma. Not many people would like to talk about it. Even if we are having some mental health issues, we don't come ahead and talk about it. So, but if we have a psychological safe workplace wherein I have a guarantee that if I talk about mental health, it will not be taken in a negative way, and I will be provided support which is required to be. People will openly talk about it, and more people will use the services which are provided, because almost all industries are providing EAP services. But then we all see that the utilization of EAP services is very, very low. And why it is so? Because people, they don't want to come ahead, they don't want to talk about I am having any issues. So if we provide psychologically safe workplace, I think the utilization of EAP services will be better. And if people are feeling safe and healthy, naturally the productivity will improve, the attrition rate will reduce, and like business also will have a benefit out of it.
Okay. Any questions from the audience for the panelists?
Yes, please. The follow-up question of psychological safety. Of course, because we severely lack in mental health awareness. That is why we talk that, in forums like this. So we are severely lacking in compassion, resilience. That is why we are having these conversations. So to begin with, where are we hitting? So based on your experience, mainly this is for Ms. Dhar, that based on your experience, what are the top 3 things in any organization because of which we are lacking on all these 3 areas, because these are interconnected, right? And how HR and OHPs can collaborate to make it possible. Whether we don't have time, that is why we are lacking, or we are focused on more on the processes or production, not on people, that is why we are lacking. So just wanted your views on that. Thanks.
Thanks. That's a very long question. It would need another session, but I'll try and articulate it. See, first of all, we got our thoughts around inclusion and diversity a little westernized, and it's not, there's nothing wrong in that. We have fallen into the trap of, let's have celebration, are we celebrating Diwali, Christmas, Eid, which is perfectly fine, but that's the symbolic part of it. So once we understand that, that's extremely important. But what is equally important is that our managers and is the ecosystem of the organization equipped to have those bold conversations. That's where psychological safety plays a very important part. And for example, the annual performance, conversations. The biggest red flag around psychological safety is that people say, our team never disagrees. We are psychologically safe. That's fundamentally going wrong. We have to have intellectual friction, but not social friction. Till we have that, we have a long way to go. And yes, in terms of HR, with the newer generation, I'm more hopeful. With dissolved hierarchies, perhaps that can happen. With more job security, sometimes, pardon me for being very undiplomatic, we say a lot of things because we want to keep the boss happy. We don't speak up in front of our HOD because what will my boss say after that? How did you say this in front of the HOD? So till that gets corrected, I really don't see a policy towards it, but yeah, policy towards driving inclusion in the right spirit is important. That's why I gave the earlier example that perhaps even now, HR is more looking at the symptom, but not the problem. I hope that.
Yes. Thank you.
Helps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last question, because then, yeah.
Hello, wonderful presentation by all three of you. Now, when I was thinking about the compassion, so in most of the industries, there will be only one doctor, only one occupational physician, and there will be like numerous employees. Now, Dr. Vanna rightly said the difference between empathy versus sympathy. Sympathy is very superficial, I just say, but when I empathize with the employee, it is going to affect my mental health also. Like putting yourself in somebody's shoe is very tough, but coming out of that shoe again when I am with my family members is very, very tough. Because to be compassionate with one or two people is easy, but for many people, it is not easy task to be done. So how an occupational health physician will save himself? Because it feels like a hazard. Compassion feels like a hazard when I practice it for the other people. So are we mature enough to, like for me, I'm a very young guy, so am I mature enough to play with the compassion?
Thank you. May I know your name, doctor?
My name is Abhyuday.
Abhyuday, very well said and very important question that we, as a doctor, we always looked at that we should be empathetic, we should be compassionate, and we should treat each and everyone equally. But then listening to, say for example, if I have 100 patients, 100 clients coming to me and listening to all 100 complaints, there is a possibility that a person may get affected and his or her own mental health will come into a problem. But then, yes, it is very important for us to have that balance, which is very, very important. As you rightly said, it comes with an experience, one thing, but then one should not wait to gray your hair till the time you safeguard yourself. So there are some skills which, as a doctor or for everyone, it is important to learn is like how to be resilient. Like we need to be empathetic. We need to understand what person is going through and feel. But at the same time, that feeling, like it has to be kind of, it should not affect you. And it comes with the experience. You have to, there is a very thin line between being empathetic and completely engrossed into the situation. And like resilience is very important. The soft skills which we always talking about, it is like we need to keep learning ourselves also. To keep yourself also to the pace, because we get lot of young generation now and they come for the counseling, and when they speak to us, I myself get very like puzzled ki how this kind of a problem a person can have, and we have never thought in our young age we can have this kind of problem. So it happens, but then the thing is that you need to go to that person's age or that person's thinking, and from where this person is thinking like that. So it is very difficult, but then somewhere we have to have our own strong resilience is very, very important. And keeping your mental health is very important. Maybe you can take a help of, again, yoga, meditation, and pranayam will help you to keep yourself into a control. Mindfulness is again another very important technique which one can use to be completely out of this kind of consequences. But yes, it is important part to look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we shall end the panel discussion because there are other speakers in line. We have tried to get the schedule back on track, though we had started a bit late. Anyways, thank you very much. Thank you, team. Yeah.
So, can we have a huge round of applause for all the dignitaries and ma'ams over here? On behalf of Gujcon 25, I would also request Nikun sir and Vishwarat sir to felicitate and share a token of love. On behalf, we have a memento for our speakers. Starting, I would request Dr. Hitesh sir also to join us on stage. Dr. Sujata ma'am, Dr. Monika ma'am, and Dr. Vandana ma'am to please join us on the center stage. दोस्तों एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए for all the dignitaries, all the speakers over here, especially. First, I would request Dr. Hitesh sir, National President, IAOH. I would request Nikun sir and Vishwarat sir to hand over a token of memento to all our 4 speakers. Can we have a huge round of applause, guys? So IOH Gujcon 25, hosted by IOH Surat at Mirasol Daman over here. Thank you ma'am, thank you sir for your valuable contribution. So friends, moving ahead, the next session I would request Dr. Tejas I would request Nikun sir to please join us on stage as we have a token of love for you. I would request Gupta sir to please join us on stage to share that lovely memento to Nikun sir. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. So friends, we have Bhavesh sir with us, and he is going to share some exciting news for Occucon 2026. इसी न्यूज़ पे एक बार ज़ोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Some exciting sharing by sir.
Hello. Yeah, very good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, okay. So we are taking only 5 minutes, and this exciting news what doctor said about Occucon 2026. I am Dr. Bhavesh Kodaria. I am President AOH Jamnagar branch and organizing secretary Occucon 2026. And definitely, friends, it's a Josh again. You can see the Josh again. And there is a history behind that. In 2009, the Josh team, with the full enthusiasm and with the full Josh, the first conference, national conference, was successfully held at Jamnagar, and still people are remembering that. After that, the history again recreated in 2019 in Rajkot, again national conference, that is with the full success. And now, our AOH Jamnagar branch with our senior members and our conference chairperson, Dr. Kirti Chudasma, all the senior members and all my AOH team members, we are here to welcome you for the Occucon 2026. And again, with the full Josh and with full enthusiasm, Jill, we are ready for Occucon 2026. And we definitely give you a best scientific fest, and the theme of that is redefining occupational health, safety and well-being, navigating present challenges and shaping future solutions. So Occucon 2026, Josh again, please remember the dates. It's on January 7th to 10th, and the venue is at Jamnagar. This is a conference venue at Jamnagar. This is a Padam banquet lawn, so we have a very good the hall for scientific sessions, as well as it is a very nice place to visit. So this is our conference venue. This is our very hardworking and team of organizing committee in which Dr. Kirti Chudasama is organizing chairperson. I am organizing secretary. Along with that, all the members, and we have a senior members, conference director like Dr. Hitesh Shingala, Dr. Neeraj Vora, Dr. Mili Dodia, along with the senior advisor, Dr. R. Rajesh, Dr. A.D. Ruparelia, Dr. K.S. Maheshwari. So we are ready for this Occucon 2026. This is already we have circulated in our brochures, and we have extended the date of early bird registration to 15th July this 2025, and you can see this is our registration fees. And we have a stall in Gujcon 2025 at stall number 18. You can visit the stall and get registered, and you will have an exciting gift for the registration in Gujcon 2025 for Occucon 2026. And for the PG students, we have a 50% reimbursement on registration fees if they present the scientific paper also. So first 25 entries we will consider for that. We have many hotel options. We have already circulated in our brochure. Yeah, so definitely you will have a very good scientific sessions. We assure that to all the delegates, because we have a very good knowledge partners like Public Health Foundation of India, Lifeline Foundation, National Safety Council, India, Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, and National Institute for Occupational Health and IOH. So, and also the ICO scientific committees on OH in chemical industry, education and training in OH, musculoskeletal disorders, OH and development, and OH in small scale enterprise and informal sector. So all we have a knowledge partners, so we will have a great sessions during the conference. So this is history, what I said. The JOS team, more than 340 delegates, 340 delegates in JOS 2009. In 2019 at Rajkot, we have more than 450 delegates. So this is the glimpses of this conference. So there are a lot of nearby places, just I want to say, the pre or post conference, you can plan your visit accordingly, like Somnath Temple, Dwarkadhish Temple, Gir Forest, you can have a Diu, Ranotsav, and Sivrajpur Beach. So lots of places are there, so pre or post conference, you can plan for that. These are some more nearby places for visit. Jamnagar, you know, famous for Bandhani as well as dry kachori and brass part. So, and this is the dry kachori, very exciting gift we have. There's a remembrance of Jamnagar to you for registration in this. This is early bird, date extended to 15th July. And also we have a lucky draw during conference for first 150 delegates. So 1 to 50, 5 winners, 51 to 100, 5 winners, and 101 to 150. So it may go up based on the committee decision, but right now there is a lucky draw. So we have already crossed 125 registration till date. So please, get registered, and you maybe have one of the lucky winners. So this is our stall number 18. Remember the number. This is our stall, and Occupational 2026, our representatives are there. You can get registered over there, take the benefit of early bird. This is a gift. You can have this gift. So, kuch to din gujaro Jamnagar mein. Okay, so thank you so much, and we are looking forward to welcome you. So I now request our conference chairperson and senior ophthalmologist, Dr. Kirti Chudasama, to share her thoughts.
Dear friends, very good afternoon to you all. It gives me immense pleasure and pride to stand before you as the chairperson of Occupational 2026 and extend a warm invitation on behalf of AOH Jamnagar. As many of you will fondly recall, Jamnagar has had opportunity to organize Occupational twice before, in 2009 and 2019. Both conferences were remembered for their scientific richness, flawless organization, and the unmatched warmth of our hospitality. Now, after a gap of 7 years, Occupational 2026 is returning to Jamnagar. Our entire AOH Jamnagar team is fully committed to making this conference an unforgettable experience for each one of you. We promise to raise the bar even higher this time with world-class scientific deliberation, engaging workshops, and a wonderful opportunity to explore the unique cultural beauty of Jamnagar. So, I invite you all with open arm and open heart to join with us for Occupational 2026 in Jamnagar. Let's come together to create lasting memories, share valuable knowledge, and take our association to new heights. We look forward to welcoming you with warmth, enthusiasm, and joy more than ever before. Thank you. Now I call my Joshili team to come forward. And from AOH Jamnagar team to all lovely delegates. Josh again. Jamnagar awaits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are thankful to Gujcon 2025 committee for giving us this time for our speech for Occupation 26. Thank you. Thank you, committee.
Thank you so much, sir. What a lovely Joshili team of Jamnagar. So big congratulations. Moving ahead to the next segment, next session, we have Dr. Tejas Prajapati, consultant medical toxicologist. The subject, occupational chemical exposure, case studies and learning, and organization Atharva Tox Screen. So before that, let me welcome Dr. Manohar sir and Dr. Divyang Shah sir to join us as a chairperson for the next segment. A huge round of applause for both our esteemed chairpersons over here. Let me also take this opportunity in welcoming Dr. Bijal Kapadia sir. He is with us, Gujarat Medical Observer 2025, Vice President IMA Gujarat South Zone and Daman Medical Association as well. So a warm welcome Bijal sir on behalf of IOH, Surat and this wonderful Gujcon. Next we have Dr. Tejas Prajapati sir. I would request to please join on stage for the next presentation. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Tejas Prajapati?
Dr. Vijay, before you start, please, sorry, Dr. Tejas, please, okay. I'll introduce you first, then you can have. So Dr. Tejas Prajapati is an MD and diploma in clinical toxicology from Australia. He's an associate professor of medical toxicologist at Narendra Modi Medical College, Ahmedabad, and he also serves as onboard toxicologist with various pharma companies. He's a resource person for Gujarat State Disaster Management, Gujarat Maritime Board, Gujarat Police Academy, and Forensic Science Laboratory. He also is a life member of APAMT, that is Asia Pacific Association of Medical Toxicology, and life member of Indian Association of Forensic Medicine. So over to you, Dr. Vijay. Sorry, Dr. Tejas.
So thank you so much. Good afternoon, and thank you so much, organization committee, for giving this opportunity. So without wasting much time, we'll just toxicokinetics. So we are dealing with many of the chemical exposures. It's not rocket science, because many times we deal with many of the chemical exposures and we don't know what to do. Most of the time, what you will do, if any one of you have got any chemical exposures patients in your industry, what you will do? First, that will be, I have 15 minutes, but I'll try to have some interaction so that you can remember this session for a long period of time. Yes, what you will do? You will search out MSDS, you will search out antidotes, and importantly, what antidotes and whom you are going to call. In emergency, whom you are going to call. So that is again a very important thing, absorption and many things that we have to do and we have to understand. Various accidents happens in the past, and that gives us prominent cautions for this on-site and off-site management plan. So some of the worst disasters that keep us in our mind, like Bhopal, where many people died, many things happens, we all know that. But importantly, that also happened how the methyl isocyanides and complete destructions of the sites. I thought I got 20 minutes, so that I made the slides accordingly, but I'll just keep it a little bit so that we come to the most important slides for the case discussions. So there are major chemical disasters that happens. There are major toxic releases that happens throughout the world, whether it is of phosgene or toluene or dioxin or ammonia or many things. So there are also major fires that happens, industrial explosions happens. Important thing that is, are we prepared at our occupational health center if anything happens to our industry? So what will be the types of chemical accidents, whether it is of chemical categories or asphyxiants, cholinesterase, respiratory tract irritants, corrosives, what kind of chemicals that has been exposed? We have to prepare for the on-site and off-site plans with the first responders requirements and first responders capacities. That you should understand what are the signs, symptoms, how to take care of that. And I'll just touch upon this case so that you can have. One case came to the OHC with a history of breathlessness, blue gums, blue lips, blue nails, SpO2, and arrived at the OHC on the SpO2 probe is 82%. What should be the next step? What should be the next step? It's a case of methemoglobinemia. So what should be the next step? Methylene blue. How will you give methylene blue? IV. State. How much, if that methylene blue, yesterday I got this patients only, that he was admitted in one of the hospitals in Ahmedabad, and he was after 3 days, the physician comes to know that it's a case of methemoglobinemia. Previously, they were suspecting of congenital heart disease. And after that, he was telling that he was working in aniline dyes. So now, how will you consider that after 3 days, you would like to give the methylene blue or not? Still, his oxygen saturation is 82. Still, you want to give? Okay, once he will have a G6PD deficiency, then you will like to give? No? How many of you can give the G6PD deficient patient methylene blue? Can raise your hands? One? Only one in the hall? Why, Pradyuman, you want to give methylene blue in G6PD? You want to save the life of the individual. So, see, that is what we have to understand, that if you really want to save the life of the individual, methemoglobin level is high, methylene blue want to give, you can give. What about this saturation level, SpO2 monitoring? Whether it is correct on the monitor or not? After giving 2 ampoules of methylene blue to this patient, still the physician was calling me and asking me, Tejas, that saturation is still 82 on monitor. What will be the next step? Would you like to give more methylene blue? How many methylene blue ampoules that you would like to give? 1, 2, 3, 4? You want to go for? Renal functions. So methylene blue, you are worried about methylene blue toxicity? So see, there are lots of questions in our mind that how much methylene blue, how much to give, when not to give, so many things in our mind. See, in this monitor, whatever that oxygen saturation is shown is not correct. You have to go for the ABG. You have to go for the arterial blood gas analysis. When I asked that physician whether you have gone for the ABG, he said no. When the ABG was done, it was showing 99.6 SaO2, the oxygen saturation. So it is correct. The monitor oxygen saturation is not correct in methemoglobinemia. Simple things we are forgetting many a times. So that is a case of one methemoglobin. Many a time that we've seen this kind of patients with the cyanosis, peripheral cyanosis, central cyanosis, we have to go methylene blue. G6PD, ideally we should do. If it is not done in emergency, you want to give, you can give to save the life of the individual. Another thing that you can give in this kind of methemoglobinemia patients, ABG is standard that you should go for the ABG arterial blood gas analysis, and then after you can confirm actual oxygen concentrations, what is the patient is having. So that is what, there are so many chemicals which can cause methemoglobinemia. Many industries have got different kinds of chemicals, whether it is of immediate may cause methemoglobinemia. In that patient also, the very important thing is that after 3-4 days, why it is still showing low oxygen saturation? Because in hospital, he was wearing the same clothes he was in the industry. The decontamination. How many hospitals have got decontamination rooms? Have you ever seen any hospital have a decontamination rooms in India? Then what? So still we are talking about the decontaminations, and patient is, one of my patients in Raichur a few weeks back, he was also having this aniline dye exposure, and he was there in the hospital after 4 or 5 days, and the company was calling me and he said that still the oxygen level is not improving, and I just told them that remove the clothes first. You are still in the same clothes. The proper decontamination not done. So many times we forget minor things which is very, very important for the patients to treat. So that's why this methemoglobinemia is very important. We all know the methylene blue. If you have facilities for methemoglobin levels, you can go for this. Another thing that you can give in this methemoglobinemia is vitamin C. Vitamin C is very important. In IV form, 1.5 gram IV BD, you can start. That is very important. Another important case that recently we come across, a younger 23-year-old worker having a history of some chemical inhalation at site, but no complaints. He returned to home, collapsed on admissions. He was having hypotension, metabolic acidosis, tachycardia, altered sensorium. He was working in API pharma business. What it could be? Anyone can have any idea? Severe hypotension, metabolic acidosis. Yes, any clues? I cannot give much time because otherwise the time will... Yes? Anyone knows about acetonitrile? Acrylonitrile, acetonitrile. What is this? Anyone have heard about these chemicals previously? Cyanide. It is going to be converted into the cyanide in your body. So if any person comes with the background of a pharma, API, or any business that is working with this kind of solvents, because of acetonitrile, quite common solvents being used, which is, if it is going to be inhaled, they have got a delayed toxicity. So they may return back to the home, and after that he was taken to the hospitals, and the young boy presented with this similar kind of exposures. I think, sir, maybe knowing this case because we have treated together. So he may have got this kind of presentations, and after that, what should be the treatment for this acetonitrile? Amyl nitrate. So amyl nitrate is available in anti-cyanide kits. How many hospitals store the anti-cyanide kits? So obviously, sir, you have big hospitals. So otherwise, what are the private sectors that will be stored in the anti-cyanide kits? We will be challenging for getting this kind of kits. Recently, we have got a few cases in Hyderabad. In entire Hyderabad, we didn't get an anti-cyanide kit. So how to use it? So we have to understand this kind of an acetonitrile, acrylonitrile. Other culprits for where you can use anti-cyanide kit is hydrogen sulfide, H2S. It's a decomposition gas. That is also very effective that you can use this kind of kit, and also the anti-cyanide products where you can use these kits. So asphyxiants, the chemical asphyxiants, like as I told you, the carbon monoxides and the cyanides are the most important culprits. Carbon monoxides, we are getting on a daily patients from many other industries where the carbon monoxide is also going to be exposed. That's a very dangerous chemical asphyxiants point of view, which is also quite damaged. Recently, we have got one patient, she was in the washroom and having a gas geyser outlet inside the bathroom. She was taking shower, and after that she became unconscious. She was a victim of gas geyser carbon monoxide exposures. When she was taken to the hospital, she was totally in coma. We have started the oxygen, and all carboxyhemoglobin level was very high. We have also put her on hyperbaric oxygen chambers in Ahmedabad, and after that she recovered the consciousness. Her husband was very much worried that how that she is going to be survive or not. When she became a consciousness, she was not knowing her husband. So that was maybe a case of sometimes a carbon monoxide induced amnesia, retrograde amnesia. So the husband was more worried that why she is not recognizing me. And after that, he was standing outside the ICU, and we just make him understand that. And he was asking me the one question, she's out of danger? We said, yes, she is out of danger. Then it's okay if it is not recognizing. So we told that it is a temporary. It is not a permanent loss of memory. So he was then again. So cyanide, this is anti-cyanide kits.
Doctor, you have 3 minutes left.
Yeah. So anti-cyanide kits, that is what is available in Troika from the pharma company. You can give these anti-cyanide kits in the emergency, the amyl nitrate. Importantly, this amyl nitrate, how to give, you can just break down, put it in the this cotton will come out then, and you have to just put in front of the nose of the individual. So while shifting these patients to the emergency, they will have this. And after that, the sodium nitrate, sodium thiosulfate, that should be given. Another case, last case, with the only 1 minute, patient working near the storage tank when an accident leak of phosgene gas. It is on phosgene. Because many times the doctors are not recognizing whether it is phosgene or phosphine. So it is a very important thing that what we have to understand. It's a phosgene gas exposure. He reported the pungent smell initially that experienced only the mild throat irritations and coughing. Went to the OHC, but the doctor told him that nothing happened, then you can go back to the home. So we have to also understand that whether that approximately 2 hours later he developed the shortness of breath, chest tightness, dry cough, and again presented to the OHC with the distress. With this kind of presentations, the blood pressure was normal, but SpO2 was 89, and he was very anxious, moderately respiratory distress. After 1 day, he was admitted to the hospitals with almost like a features of ARDS, acute respiratory distress syndrome. So we also have to understand which are the chemicals which may have got delayed toxicity. So you cannot allow them to go back to the home like this, like in a phosgene where he was very critical. Many times we have cases with the phosgene exposure where we have to keep these patients on ECMO. So we have to be very careful that this kind of chemicals where the respiratory tract irritants, where you just have to understand the solubilities of the chemicals, water solubilities. If your chemical are less water soluble or highly water soluble, the highly water soluble like ammonia, formaldehyde, hydrogen chloride, sulfur dioxide, which will be only affecting your upper respiratory tract. But if it is a highly or very strangely soluble like phosgene or nitrogen dioxide, directly go into the lung bites, and that will be affecting very badly. So they may have got this kind of a delayed toxicity. So we have to also understand this respiratory tract irritants. I will not go into the corrosives and all because times are not. And hydrofluoric acid again are very important. Another very important, this is the first time I have seen toluene-induced burns. Never have been then this kind of cases where the toluene can cause this kind of burns. So we have to be a little bit careful, the toluene-induced burns. And the last case I will just touch upon with this. This is a case where the one very young boy which presented with the swelling on the hands, and after that we just put an X-ray where we find it out this kind of substances. Anyone can recognize when we just have this opened up this. If you can see the brightest color, the smaller granules. Can anyone recognize it? Mercury. How that mercury goes inside then? How that mercury goes inside. He was a young boy, a 24-year-old boy, where he was not having any industrial working exposure, but he was working in the industrial belt. Not in industries, but industrial belt. So when we just remove, it is also this kind of this is an X-ray full of mercury. He was like a mercury man. So he was a very young boy, and he was an history of two history watch when we are just receiving this patient, very young boy, 24-year-old, mercury level was more than 10,000 in both the urine and blood, and entirely in the CT scan and all the lungs and all that been filled up of mercury. And he was a 2 positive history what we can connect it up. He was working in the industrial belts. He was very famous and for the industrial effluents breakup in Indore. And he was very fond of non-veg foods. He was eating fish morning, breakfast, lunch. The fish which was collected from this area where the water was contaminated, and by that way, industrial effluents been affected the mercury. You know the Minamata mercury disease. The similar way he was affected. But another exposure was also, he was very much having this electric cigarette smoker. So he was a vape smoking. We all know that is 1,000 puffs in a day. He was taking 1,000 puffs in a day for the electric cigarettes. So that is maybe the one of the, but his name was Sanskar. So maybe the possibility. So this is a very important. We give the succimer to these patients, DMSA. we could lower down the mercury very much, and he is surviving with a little bit of mercury right now in his body. So I think that we should use the antidotes proactively and effectively whenever that is indicated. I'll not give the most things now. So hopefully thank you so much. And this is one of the sessions that we have started in Ahmedabad, the Tox screen, where we are doing all the analysis, blood, urine. The first time we have started this exclusive services for the industries and also for the day-to-day poisoning patients where the doctors are having some doubts. So hopefully that I am on time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
There's excellent case studies in the industrial hygiene and occupational health medicine. Though we are running short of time, we can allow only 2 questions, if not the comments, only questions, please. If anyone, yes, Dr. Jain.
Yes, definitely, sir. That is actually the mechanism of action of anti-cyanide kit. Why we want to give anti-cyanide kits in this kind of chemical exposures? Because we want to create methemoglobinemia. Okay? Because cyanohemoglobin or sulfhemoglobin, that should be converted methemoglobin first by giving nitrites, and after that, that has been converted to the oxyhemoglobin. But if some doctors are not sure for the risk assessment perspective point of view, and the severe methemoglobinemia is developed, then you must have to give methylene blue. We must have to give. We have to give. Yeah. We must have to give, sir. We have to give. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Jhala. I work in Namo Hospital, Silvassa. A couple of months ago, I met with a case where there was this 17, 18-year-old boy. He went to some remote factory and he was exposed to some kind of chemical. He didn't know which chemical was there. When he came, he was having hypoxia, obviously. In his ABGA, his PO2 was really less, but his CO2 was also less. And like my seniors, my consultants, we asked them whether to give methylene blue or not. But our consultant, he was having cyanosis, peripheral cyanosis, and hypoxia, so we gave him BiPAP. And our consultants denied, didn't want us to give methylene blue. And that guy actually survived. And when he came, his saturation was 65, 70 room air, on room air. And then after we gave BiPAP, even after giving BiPAP, his saturation was 80, 85. It didn't go up to 100. And the repeat ABG at night also was having hypoxia, but it was getting corrected. And in the morning, he was actually normal. Eventually, he gave history of ganja smoking, but then he was exposed to some kind of chemical. So in that,
you are presenting a case.
I'm asking.
Is there any question to
Yes,
him?
yes.
Yeah. So please put the question.
Sure. I'm asking whether what is the indication of giving methylene blue? Because in that case, we didn't give methylene blue, and still his saturation was corrected in what, like 18 hours. He was good.
Yeah. So doctor, I think your question is that whether we should give methylene blue to this kind of a methemoglobinemia, or that has been going to be corrected with the time. So see, that's why the risk assessment of each and every chemical exposure that we have to learn. As I told, that some of the chemicals which is worsening, if that you are not going to give the methylene blue, that may be hypoxia, which may be worsening, causing problems to the brain in the later on. But if you have some antidotes, use antidotes wisely. If you have antidotes which can correct this kind of a pathology, we must to give. If you don't, that this patient is maybe having a very mild exposure, maybe corrected with the oxygen on time. But if maybe a moderate to severe exposure, still we are waiting for the oxygen to wash it out, this methemoglobin, that is very rarely possible. So use all the antidotes wisely whenever that is indicated, and usual in the very importantly the dose and directions that you should correct it before you just give it to any patients. So I think that is what you are going to do in each and every cases.
Thank you, Dr. Tejas. We'll call upon again after second speaker is there. And there's over to you, Dr. Manohar.
Thank you, Divyang Bhai. Our next speaker, Dr. Anil K. Ducruz. He is a director, Oncology, Apollo Hospital, consultant head and neck surgeon, AHNM, ex-director of Tata Memorial Hospital, past president of Union International for Cancer Control, headquartered in Geneva, past president of FHNO. So I welcome Dr. Anil Ducruz. Please, dais is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers for giving me this chance to be here. I'm mindful of the fact that we have lunch very quickly and I'll stick to my time. But I'm also speaking on a very, very important topic that I think is important for doctors, whatever your speciality is. And I've entitled it Cancer, Strike It Before It Strikes You, and something that every physician should know. How does this move forward? Can you help me to move it forward, please? Oh, it's this one? Yeah. So I bring you all greetings from the Apollo Hospital, Navi Mumbai, where I work. It's in your occupational health, you all have industrial norms, standards, exactly like this. The Apollo group of hospitals are JCI accredited, so we ensure quality care for our patients. I think about. Now, why am I speaking on this topic to a group of occupational physicians? Because the incidence of cancer is increasing. It was 12 million in 2012, 18 million in 2018, 19.3 million in 2020, and it's now 20 million. 1 in 5 women worldwide will have cancer. 1 in 9 and 1 in 12 women will have death because of cancer. But what's so distressing, at present, this is a disease of the Western world, the developed world. But if you see WHO projections, at present, 2/3 of cancers are in the developed world, 1/3 in the developing world. But in the next decade, we are going to have 2/3 of cancers in the developing world. And we, with our 1.4 billion population, are really going to see a tsunami of cancer. And that's why every doctor should know about this disease. Here is data from our Indian cancer registries. And you can see that the estimated increase was 12.8% from 2020 to 2025. And the incidence is going up from 14 lakh cases up to more than 20 lakh with an increase of 57.5%. So it's important to our country as well. And this is primarily because we are improving our lifestyle and our population is getting older. So it's something that all of us as doctors are going to face, maybe not in your practice, but within your family, your friend circle, the places that you live in. It's distressing because it's also going to outstrip all other causes for death. So cancer will be the #1 mortality cause worldwide. It will pass ischemic heart disease, strokes, and various other infective countries. So I'm going to break my talk into 3 small capsules, 2-3 minutes each, which will give you all some take-home message. First, how can we prevent cancer? Is it preventable? So if you look, 40% of cancers in our country and worldwide are tobacco related. And that's just because tobacco is a socially accepted custom in our country. In addition to tobacco, we have the betel nut or the areca nut, which many people think is not harmful, but it's a class 1 carcinogen by the International Agency for Research in Cancer. We live tobacco. It's advertised on our buses. It's advertised on our trains. This little kiosk of pan that I've shown you, this shop, is between two chemist shops opposite the Tata Memorial Hospital where I work, which is India's apex cancer institution. If you look at figures, 266.8 million people, 42% of our population consume tobacco, and this is global adult tobacco survey. So tobacco is something that we need to control to prevent cancers. Alcohol. Many people believe, and I know we are in Daman and not in Gujarat where there's no official alcohol, that they believe a little bit of alcohol is safe. But new and new research now coming out showing that any quantity of alcohol could be harmful if you're a regular drinker. The third important cause of cancer that we can prevent is obesity. We always believed when we learnt in MBBS that if you had a malnourished diet, you were prone to illness. But if you're obese more than 10% of your weight, for your height and your age, you're prone to cancers, more common in females. Uterine cancer, breast cancer, various other types of cancer. So the habits, tobacco, alcohol, obesity, and lastly, infections. 20% of cancers are caused because of infections. Hepatitis, HIV, Helicobacter pylori. So if you're infected, if you're immunized against these things and you lead a clean lifestyle, you will be able to prevent against all these cancers. So if you look at cancers in India, 40% of cancers are tobacco or alcohol related. We can prevent them by stopping our habits. 10% of cancers are because of obesity, both in urban and semi-urban areas. We can eat smart and exercise and prevent these cancers. And 20% of our cancers are because of infection. And we can just lead a clean life and vaccinate ourselves, and we'll prevent more than 50% of cancers. So if you change your lifestyle, and this is again for all doctors, and I put this slide up very often, 4 modifiable risk factors cause 4 non-communicable diseases that cause 80% of all deaths worldwide. And the 4 factors are tobacco, an unhealthy diet, lack of physical activity, and the harmful use of alcohol. And you can prevent against 4 diseases which is responsible for 80% of all mortality worldwide. So health is in our hands. How do we detect this cancer early? 60 to 80% of cancers that we see in our practice come like this. However good a doctor you are, however good your hospital is, you'll never be able to get good cure rates. Now I did a study at 2 time points in my career, one when I was junior in 1989 and one again at 2014. The average time that a patient takes to reach a healthcare facility is 7 months. Now, socio-economic factors are important in our country, but please look at the line that I've highlighted in red and underlined. In people who come late, apart from socio-economic factors, 50% come late because of delayed diagnosis by the primary care physician. So I want to give you all a message as to how we can diagnose these cancers earlier. Patients don't have to go for regular tests or screening. It's not of use. We do what is known as opportunistic screening or high-risk screening. People who have habits, tobacco and alcohol, people who have a family history of cancer, for example, breast cancer, people who have signs and symptoms that go by an acronym called caution, which I'll show you what it is. These people must be screened regularly for cancer. So in your practice, in your family, if anybody has these three things, tobacco, alcohol, family history, or signs and symptoms which go by an acronym called caution, CAUTION. Now this is a free download. It's not mine. It's done by the American Cancer Society. I'm not going to waste time reading through all of this, but C stands for a change in bladder or bowel habit. A sore that does not heal. It could be other causes, but the chances of cancer are very high. A thickening or lump in the breast in a lady must be seen by a doctor. So I'd urge you all to just go on to Google, put the acronym caution, take a printout. Even though you all do occupational health, you can have it displayed in your clinics so that patients could know when they need to see a specialist and have a screening test. And to screen cancer, we don't need costly tests. Look at the lists I have put highlighting the commonest cancer. Oral cancer, just an examination of the oral cavity. Lung cancer, a chest X-ray. GI cancers, a plain stool examination for occult blood. You don't have to spend big amounts of money. If you do these simple tests, cervical cancer, a pap smear, prostate cancer, maybe just a digital examination, PSA, you'll be able to diagnose cancers in stage 1 and 2 with a near 100% cure rate. Lastly, how do we ensure that our patients who unfortunately get cancer get the best forms of cure? If you look at India and compare it to the rest of the world, abroad for every 3 people diagnosed, 2 survive. It's called the mortality to incidence ratio. In our country, it's the other way around. Out of every 3 diagnosed, 2 succumb. So I think again, as healthcare professionals, we have an important job. Developing primary healthcare, vaccination, our government, they are part of policy makers. But for y'all as doctors, how can y'all ensure one of your employees gets the right treatment? Now, 40 to 50% of work that I do is redo surgery. They've been treated outside, then referred to me. The first chance at curing cancer is the best chance. If you make the patient undergo a second surgery, it adds to psychological, emotional, financial stress and also decreases the chance of cure. So always the referral practice should be to a specialist in the field, and it's not only in cancer, it applies to cardiology, to gastroenterology, to whatever you have. So your patients need to be referred to a right center. Here is data from insurance records in the USA looking at outcomes in cancer care across different hospitals. Nearly 5 lakh patients' insurance records they have seen. And this is published in one of the best journals, New England Journal of Medicine. A surgeon's volume and the hospital volume relate to outcomes. So if your patient is treated at a little nursing home, may get well, but when you look at all comers, outcomes are better in high volume specialized cancer centers. And that is the message that I give you when you write your prescription. Other factors may be, but you must send your patients to the right centers. You should send your patients to centers that have all facilities. It's not about just operating a patient. It's about giving a patient cure with a good quality of life. So the center should be equipped to have laser, robotic surgery, microvascular, good radiotherapy. the latest in chemotherapy and high-end imaging. I'll just draw an analogy for a patient that we've operated, nearly half the face gone. If you have this kind of facility, what we call microvascular free flap, we've taken out the fibula bone, made 4 struts to line the palate, the nose, the orbit, and the zygoma, and you can see the final result, and that's immediate post-op, which is very, very good. These are 2 US presidents. Some of you all might recognize, some may not recognize. One is Richard Nixon to the left, and this is Joe Biden, who Donald Trump just took over from. Richard Nixon, he lost the elections because of Watergate in 1971, said that he is declaring a war on cancer and he will cure cancer. He was a very dynamic US president. In 2016, Biden's son died of a brain tumor, and he had to recreate what's known as the cancer moonshot to help control cancer. So 50 years later, we are still battling against cancer. We are doing more and more research, we are spending more and more money, but the incidence is increasing and mortality also is the same. So my message to you, this is something that's going to happen, but we cannot ignore prevention, early detection, and appropriate treatment. Those are the cornerstones of our war against cancer. So we must strike cancer before it strikes us, because the incidence is increasing. And today in metropolitan India, 1 in 20, 1 in 30 get cancer. And the numbers are increasing, and it's going to affect all of us in our workplace, in our personal lives, in our social lives. So thank you once again for the attention, and I hope I've made the point to Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Anil De Cruz. Very nicely elaborated about the prevention part of the cancer. 2 questions only, please. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Rajesh has 1 question.
Sir, in the Northeast, especially Northeast region, because the government is doing many things in Northeast and they are really establishing a good cancer institute. But why there is a reason, some regions in Northeast cancers are increasing?
Why this?
Northeast area, the cancers or high growth is there. Basically,
Yeah, so that's a very interesting question. When we did cancer registries, only 10% of our population is covered by cancer registries. And we believe the incidence of cancer in India is 1 in 100 or 1 in 100,000. So it was not very 10 per 100,000, I'm sorry, 10 per 100,000. And we thought it was not very high, the number. But when they did the registries in the Northeast, they found the incidence double, 200 per 100,000. It's here 100 per 100,000, there it was 200 per 100,000. In the West, it's 300 to 500 per 100,000. Now, in the Northeast, it's smaller, the registries are more accurate, so one reason is accurate data. Here in the rest of the country, it's only 10% coverage. There it is 60% coverage. But also the Northeast have different habits. Tobacco and alcohol are very high. They also eat a lot of smoked food. Their food processing is a little different. They have pickled meats, other kind of rice stored in barns, so maybe those are the etiology. So it's basically diet and environmental in addition to other things, but accurate data is another cause for that.
Hello, sir, it was an excellent presentation. And we as a OH physician, occupational health physician, usually interested and willing to know about the chemical carcinoma. Have you come across any cases in your career regarding the chemical carcinoma?
Many. I could have put some of them up. I even have a publication looking at people who come from the Bengal region who have arsenic in the water, and they come with multiple cutaneous cancers. Of course, asbestos and mesothelioma is very, very, very common. So it's not something that we see very common in our practice, but there's certain environmental factors, chemical exposures in your factories that do keep people prone. But the class 1 carcinogens like asbestos, certain paints that they use, radium and other things, now I think legislation has become very, very strong, and we see less of them because workforces are also taking protection against their people. So I would say the amount of occupational induced carcinogens that we see is very, very minimal. It's not very much, but well described.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable contribution. So friends, I would also like to request Dr. Tejas Prajapati sir to please join us on stage along with Dr. Anil D'Cruz sir on the center stage, and our chairperson Dr. Manohar sir and Dr. Divyang Shah sir to please share and give a token of love and appreciation on behalf of Gujcon 25. Can we have a huge round of applause, guys? A memento, a token of love. Can we have a group photo, sir? Photo with memento. A wonderful presentation by Dr. Tejas Prajapati sir and Dr. Anil D'Cruz sir at IAOH Gujcon 25. Thank you, Shubham sir. Thank you, Divyang sir, and thank you to Dr. Manohar sir. I would request Divyang sir and Manohar sir to please be on stage, and on behalf of committee, I would request Vashi sir and Solanki sir, Dr. Solanki sir, Dr. Kirit Solanki and Dr. Tejas Vashi sir to felicitate our chairpersons for the session. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for the chairpersons over here for their valuable contribution to Gujcon 25. Dr. Manohar sir and Dr. Divyang Shah sir. Your immense contribution is appreciated, Manohar sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, friends, we are heading towards the delicious lunch, but before that, I'll just take 1 minute only. As you can see on screen, inaugural ceremony of Gujcon 25 is at 7:30 p.m. Same this Mirasol Resort. This banquet, we all meet up at 7:30 for the wonderful inaugural ceremony and some lovely entertainment lined up for all of you. Sharp 7:30 and right 2:30, again, we meet up post lunch over here at Gujcon 25. Thank you. Guys, can we have a huge round of applause before we go to the lunch for the exciting session? What a wonderful, valuable session we had at Gujcon 25 by all our esteemed dignitaries, our senior members from the committee. A big, big, big thank you to all the...
For this session, as a chairperson and moderator, I request Dr. More and Dr. Samir Vora, please come on dais. Dr. Samir Vora is here. Dr. More, please. Sir, please, you can start now.
Good afternoon, everybody. As rightly said by Dr. Gemawat and the team here, I think the lunch was so sumptuous that people are not ready to leave the dining hall. They're still waiting there. But we can't delay the proceedings. So for the benefit of those who are punctual and on time here in the hall, to listen to the next feast of knowledge, and I'm lucky to introduce as a first speaker, Dr. Sudhir Adalati. He's a senior consultant cardiothoracic and vascular surgeon. Basically, he has done his MS, MCH, CVTS, and fellow in, from Auckland City Hospital, New Zealand, and the Prince Charles Hospital, Brisbane, Australia. At present, he is working at Apollo Hospitals International Limited, Gandhinagar, and he's going to talk on the topic, insights on minimal invasive cardiac surgery. So, over to you, Dr. Sudhir Adalati.
So, good afternoon. First of all, thank you, Association of Occupational Health and Apollo Hospitals for presenting me this opportunity to present here in front of this august audience. And I think this is the best place where I can talk about technology. How technology has been interlinked and we are using as cardiac surgeons. तो ये लाइटें हो सकती है क्या जबरदस्त using technology, especially robots, to ease the journey of cardiac surgery that our patients embark on when they meet us. So without wasting much time, I am Sudhir Adalati and this is Dr. Ishan. He is my colleague. We both are cardiac surgeons and work at Apollo Hospitals, Gujarat. So this is AHIL or Apollo Hospitals International Limited. We have another specially cardiac hospital, only cardiac hospital, that's called Apollo CVHF. So these are the two units in Ahmedabad. So I'll be talking about how we have integrated technology in the cardiac surgery, vis-a-vis bypass and valve surgeries. And we will talk about certain patients if time permits. So when we talk about coronary artery disease, we all know it's a lifestyle disease. And lifestyle modification is a must, whatever we do, but this is the cornerstone of therapy. As Dr. De Cruz earlier mentioned, exercise, diet, they are the crux of the disease. I think same we can talk about coronary artery as well. Medical management, PCI and surgical. So I'll be talking about surgical or bypass. That's what commonly it is called as. So when we talk about bypass, so this is what we perceive it as. So if we have a pointer, so is this a pointer? Yeah. So this, udhar nahi ho raha, but anyway. So if you see, this is the main. So this thick red artery, which comes from the subclavian, you know, from the upper part, it is the left internal mammary artery. Yeah. Now, so this is the left internal mammary artery. So this is the cornerstone. So this we anastomose here to the front of the heart, which is called the left anterior descending artery. So this is the artery because of which CABG or bypass is still alive, because of which this cardiac surgery branch is still going on. So we call it $1 million conduit, because even if you give $1 million, you are not going to get this conduit. So last couple of years were very turbulent for cardiology because some of the trials came up which showed that the medical management and stents both have equivalent results, except that the stents improve the quality of life. They don't improve the survival. They don't improve the myocardium. They can climb mountains. In fact, some of my patients are doing that. Nil wound complications and cosmesis is obviously. So a big surgeon, big incision used to be the thing of the past. Surgical incision provides no therapeutic benefit. And this therapy is recommended for all the patients, and for such kind of patients, it is highly recommended. I won't go through all this, but it is highly recommended for patients who are otherwise very high risk. These are the instruments set up. Again, instruments set up. So this is another patient which we did, valvular patient. So I will just go through. We approached through the same small hole from the right side of the chest and did a minimally invasive bypass. So I don't know whether we can. So you can see something right on the top is the left atrium and lower is the left ventricle, and the mitral valve was insufficient. So I had a severe MR. So this lot of color going up, that is representing blood going back into the left atrium, or we call it mitral insufficiency. So we have repaired the valve through the same incision, small incision, and you can see no more, nothing is flapping back into the left atrium. So a good repair. So my point is basically you can do valvular surgeries, mitral repair, complex heart surgeries doing this approach. So I won't go through, I don't have much time. So first robotic surgery done in 1998 in US, in Paris. So timeline. So robots, obviously stereoscopic vision, robotic wrist, movements are scaled, filtered and translated. So disadvantage is obviously expensive, steep surgical learning curve, requires new skill set, training opportunities are limited. So technology is neutral, neither good or bad. It's up to us to breathe moral and ethical life into these technologies and apply them with a lot of compassion and a lot of empathy for each and every patient so that their journey through this is smooth, without pain. So we have moved from skepticism to standard of care. So initially, so it's been 10 years we are doing this minimally invasive cardiac surgery. And scope obviously is bypass, mitral valve, aortic valve, ASD closure, thymectomies, atrial tumor resections. So at more than 1,600 cases at Apollo Ahmedabad now, monthly around 20 to 25 minimally invasive or robotic cases. And we have moved for simpler to complex cases, and we have introduced last year's robotic cardiac surgery. So this is one of the examples. He was a brother of an intensivist from another prominent hospital, uncontrolled diabetic, morbidly obese, 120 kg. We have tied him to the operating table so that he doesn't fall. So came for MICS CABG. Probably 3-4 years back, I would have not operated on him. But now, as we moved from simpler to complex cases, so that is the benefit of minimally invasive or robotic cardiac surgery. So I think in view of time, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir Adalati, for a very enlightening talk on minimally invasive cardiac surgery, especially enlightening us about the latest advances in robotic cardiac surgery. So due to paucity of time, we'll just take 2 questions from the audience, if there are any. I think there are no questions, then we move on to the next speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'll hand on to Samir Vora for introducing the next speaker.
Good evening, one and all. It's my privilege to welcome Dr. Shubh Prakash Sanyalji. He is our speaker today. He has done his MD Pathology and then DM in Clinical Hematology. He has also been awarded fellowship in Peripheral Blood Stem Cell Transplants and Lymphoma from Canada. He is Director Hematology, Oncology and Bone Marrow Transplant Fortis Institute of Blood Disorders, Mumbai. His special interest is in hematology, hemato-oncology, acute and chronic leukemias, multiple myelomas, lymphomas, and bone marrow failure syndromes. He is also special interest in thalassemia and sickle cell anemia. Sir, the floor is yours. His topic for today is Hematology 2025.
Good afternoon. So I will play very simple, not T20, T15, you told 15 minutes, hematology, hemato-oncology and bone marrow transplantation in 2025 in my almost 16 years of journey of hematology world in Fortis Institute of Blood Disorder. So what hematology means? So when I started searching job in Mumbai city in 2010, one of the very prominent hospital medical director asked me, what hematologists do? What medical oncologist does not do. So there is a very crystal clear line in hematology and hemato-oncology and the medical oncology. In Gujarat, I know this is very blurred, but in Bombay it is very clear. And believe me, we at the Fortis Institute of Blood Disorder, we never use the word cancer in our institute name. We remove that barrier as much as possible. So hematology is four types. One is the benign hematology, that is now people say classical hematology. Then comes hemato-oncology. Hemato-oncology, we manage only 3 cancers, leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma. Medical oncologists have thousands of cancers. But हमारा पास 3 ही cancer है, लेकिन एक माँ है, और माँ है bone marrow transplantation, that we do. And the fourth, all the bleeding and the thrombotic disorders that we manage. That is the way things happens. So update, there are a lot of prognostication improvement, field of diagnosis and treatment, and believe me, when I passed in 2010 in DM hematology and trained in Canada after that, most of our practices actually now become abundant. I don't do. And when I see my old papers, sometimes I feel myself, oh, I should have been that way, not this way. So these are the overall, so I just give you a quick example. So many times we do the bone marrow test and then we have to do the bone marrow examination just to understand that what type of leukemia it is. But now the leukemia is moved beyond the wall. We try to be astrologer nowadays and tell you that which leukemia will do good, this leukemia will not do good. So if you see here, the 2 patients I mentioned, both are 27-year-old men, both are acute myeloid leukemia. One patient having NPM1 positive mutation and one is FLT3 mutations. Are they same? Not at all. NPM1 mutation, the right one, patient A, 90% cure with a standard chemotherapy, nothing to be done, no transplantation required. And the type B, patient B, needs bone marrow transplantation, need FLT3 inhibitor up front, and then you can cure at least 70 to 80% still. So patients management now become more patient-oriented, patient disease-oriented. What mutation is causing the problem? That is where things are changing. Now come to the another concept, chemo-free treatment. In multiple myeloma, which is actually our bread and butter in hemato-oncology, in 2025, we don't use any more standard conventional chemotherapy. That era has totally gone. Then comes acute promyelocytic leukemia. If you remember your old days, AML M3, what you used to call in pathology. That AML M3 is basically now we call acute promyelocytic leukemia, which is 95 to 100% curable with a non-chemotherapy management, with a simple arsenic and Atra tablets, all transretinoic acid. So you all know about that. So, and now if we get any patients of APML, I always tell the patient, you are very lucky that God has given you APML, because this is a disease, you have to suffer, you are getting the disease, but ultimately end of the day, you are 95 to 100% curable. Very few malignancies in the world where you can give this sort of guarantee by seeing the reports. Next comes chronic myeloid leukemia. Any people, even me, when I was an MBBS student, all the time in the medical ward, there are 4 or 5 patients are there waiting for death. with a 7-8 centimeter spleen, 4-5 centimeter liver, and just they are counting days, and all the medical students are coming and palpating their hepatosplenomegaly, and they are meant for the MBBS cases in the final exam. Right? That is the chronic myeloid leukemia before 200, if you see. So now the chronic myeloid leukemia is totally curable, and not the only one drug now. We have now imatinib, dasatinib, ponatinib, asciminib. There's a problem of plenty. We have now 6 drugs available for chronic myeloid leukemia. For particular patient, which drug to be used, that is the game. That is the magic, you can say, and that is actually the science. Now come to the acute myeloid leukemia. So 73-year-old acute myeloid leukemia, what you used to do? Now, previously, we tell them, now you go back to your village, do some bhajan sangeeta or something, and wait for the death. That was the story, right? Even 5-7 years back. Now we have a totally different sort of treatment, which is again a non-chemotherapy approach, using azacitidine, which is a hypomethylating agent, and with the venetoclax, which is a BCL2 inhibitor, you can control the disease 60 to 65% cases. Believe me, now we have in our institute 4 patients who are more than 80 years with this therapy, just a home therapy, they are doing fantastically well. So this is possible nowadays with total shift of approach from the general conventional chemotherapy to precision oncology. That is the way medicine to be practiced. Now come to acute lymphocytic leukemia. Previously, the standard chemotherapy used to give. Now, if you have a disease and it's a relapse, you have a single agent monoclonal antibody, what is called ionituzumab, which you can complete the remission, and then you can go for transplantation. I'm not going into the details now. Another thing, myelodysplastic syndrome. Difficult disease to diagnose, but now with the help of the next gene sequencing, we are and this azacitidine, this drug helps to actually the disease control much better way. So this boy I will show you, the 24-year-old got MDS, bad high-risk MDS, received azacitidine, brought to complete remission, and then we now the art of mastery doing the haploidentical bone marrow transplantation where the patient has no full match. Now we believe that everyone has a match. So his father was a half match, and we did that, and now he's back to job. Now the multiple myeloma, the other thing I want to talk about. So now there are so many type of drugs are coming in multiple myeloma, and the multiple myeloma treatment is totally revolutionized in last 3-4 years. Now there are a lot of ways we can increase the lifespan to 10 to 12 years. And just 2 days back, the PETHEMA group leader, the Spanish group leader, Dr. Maria Matos, came to our institute. We have a beautiful discussion, and she is the one lady who believes that myeloma is a curable disease. She had given a fantastic path that how the myeloma can be totally curable in coming 3 to 5 years, and how she is working on that, how the entire PETHEMA group is working on that. Now come to the aplastic anemia. So aplastic anemia, ask me, I sometimes feel it's a more deadly disease than leukemia, where your white cell count is just 100, your platelet count is 2000, bleeding everywhere, you have a GNV sepsis setting. That is a real challenge. Leukemia, you have some path, you know that this is the way to have done, this is the day you have to give your treatment, and this is the way you can expect the response. Aplastic anemia is totally clueless. So aplastic anemia, we used to be transplant is the only way. Now there is a significant amount of treatment. We move to the ACE therapy. What is ACE therapy? ACE therapy is ATG, and ATG is a fantastic type of injection, what is called HOTS ATG. And you should be very proud of your country that HOTS ATG at present is manufactured by only one Indian company throughout the globe, and that is Bharat Serum. So ATG is a drug which combined with cyclosporine, which combined with L-trombopag, and have a fantastic result you can get. At least 70% patients are completely curable with aplastic anemia. Just 3 months back, I presented our data, our institute data, our Photo Institute of Data of the aplastic anemia data in the CMC Vellore in our international bone marrow failure syndrome, where I am very happy that Neil Young actually was there in my moderator. So that is the way things are changing in the aplastic anemia. We are now able to understand that what type of aplastic anemia it is. It is a classical idiopathic aplastic anemia or autoimmune aplastic anemia, and accordingly we tailor the treatment. ITP, steroid, Cushingoid phases, everywhere. Patient is totally fed up with the 5,000, 8,000 platelet count with a lot of infection complications. Now this entire set of drug called L-trombopag, ramiprostine, totally changed our ITP management. And now ITP, we don't use any more immunosuppressive therapy. And honestly speaking, the general surgeon who used to do the splenectomy for the ITP, once upon a time is a huge boom, they have become simply jobless. Don't feel bad. It is the credit goes to these two drugs, not us. So now the monoclonal antibodies, you all know rituximab, how the rituximab works. Then there comes the daratumumab, and daratumumab is a fantastic drug for multiple myeloma. Now all patients, we want to start with the daratumumab up front, and the daratumumab, the beauty, it is a subcutaneous injection is also available. Just you come to the daycare, just get 5 to 8 minutes subcutaneous injections, and you go away from the daycare and go to office. That is the way multiple myeloma is. Rituximab, I already told you. Brentuximab in the Hodgkin's lymphoma, another new usher of life, you can get it. Non-chemotherapy approach, I already told you, there are a lot of things that are happening. I am not going to the case study, and this is the novel therapies, and this is the, another novel therapy is in the lymphoma world now. And the most exciting thing is happening in the CAR T-cell, cellular therapy and the bites. I am not going to the details because it needs a lot of technical things. With this sort of treatment, now you can very easily, you can conquer the hemato-oncology world. So I came to this place, which is Daman, very close to my in-laws' place, Valsad. And if I don't talk about sickle cell anemia, I'll be a big culprit. And all the investigations and everything is fantastically made. You all know the Valsad Raktadan Kendra. This gentleman is Dr. Yazdi Italia, got Padma Shri Award for the sickle cell anemia control for last year. And fortunately or unfortunately, he's my father-in-law. This is my stem cell apheresis unit. This is my Fortis Institute of Blood Disorder, where I work every day. This is our BMT unit, 6-bedded BMT unit, full HEPA filter. We completed already 150 plus bone marrow transplantation for coming 4 years. And this is my team. That is why I'm just nicely chatting Saturday afternoon with you. They are all working hard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful lecture. You covered everything from leukemias to multiple myeloma, aplastic anemia, ITP, and lastly, lymphomas. You educated us on the newnesses of the advances in the treatment. Also, the chemo-free treatments now available in multiple myeloma, and how there is increased lifespan, decreased mortality, morbidity, and almost now 100% cures in some of the oncological cancers. And lastly, you covered up upon monoclonal antibodies. Any questions from the audience? Check.
Thank you, sir, for your talk. I'm Dr. Vinay Dar from Aarti Industries Limited. I'm asking you this question because in my company, we manufacture a lot of chemicals that, are prone to hematogenic cancers. Benzene, right? So as an industrial physician, as a doctor in the industry, could you share some insights on how I can identify, early markers if there's any, progression towards cancer in my routine examinations, which you mentioned the HPLC and, genetic markers. But beyond that, the simpler tests, which can give us some signs on, this progression into cancers. Could you please throw some light on that?
So these questions I always get from the different forum, honestly. And whenever I counsel any cancer patient, hemato-oncology patient, the first question comes, ये मुझे क्यों हुआ है? मैं तो कभी दारू नहीं पिया, मैं कभी नॉनवेज नहीं खाया, तब मेरा प्लस क्यों ये हुआ है? It's a very common question I get. Unfortunately, there is no particular causation is very well defined with hemato-oncological malignancy. But what you told about the benzene, yes, the benzene is one of the very few chemicals which is noted to be associated with myeloid malignancy, and multiple myeloma. So now your question is very debatable thing here, that whether people stop working in benzene factory, should earth industry will be stopped? You can't do that, right? It is also necessary. So my suggestions will be, when you monitor them, please do simple CBC. Very, very easy and very, very elaborative investigation. But when you do CBC, just remember only two things: hemoglobin, WBC, platelet, but you should be very thorough. What is the normal level of hemoglobin? Remember one thing: what is the definition of anemia? Definition of anemia is, by WHO, is very clear. For male, it is less than 13. For female, it is less than 12. It is anemia. So if you are seeing any male of 11.8 come to you, perfectly okay. Bottom line is anemic, and you should attempt to understand why is anemic. So CBC everyone does. Mostly done investigation, most misused investigation. So remember one thing. So one general practitioner came to me a few years back with her mother. How come my mother got chronic myeloid leukemia? मैं बोला नाम ही तो chronic है तो बहुत दिन से चल रहा होगा. So I have checked my mother's CBC every time. I never feel anything wrong. And bring your all the CBCs. I shown at least 8 CBC. The indication was very clear. She is getting chronic myeloid leukemia. So that is very important thing. So do CBC, properly manage CBC report, interpret properly. Don't just 11.8, okay, you are fine, go home. Yesterday I have seen one patient, her platelet count was 5,15,000 all the time, 5,15,000, 5,20,000 like that. Physician told, "Arey अच्छा है तुम्हारा platelet तो बहुत बढ़िया है." He is suffering from CALR positive essential thrombocythemia. So that is very important. You just do only CBC. I don't recommend any fancy NGS or whatever test for identifying this group of patients.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We are running short of time, so we will wind up over here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shubprakash Sanyal sir? And I would like to request Dr. Sudhir Adalti sir also to join. I would request Samir sir and Anand sir to give a token of love and memento on behalf of IOH Gujcon 25 to our 2 esteemed dignitaries, the speakers. Guys, can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Shubprakash Sanyal sir and Dr. Sudhir Adalti sir. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Samir sir and Anand sir to be on stage. And I would request Shubham sir and Vismay sir on behalf of committee to give a token of love and appreciation for the valuable contribution which Samir sir and Anand sir, Dr. sir, you gave to as a chairperson. So, मैं request करूँगा Dr. Anand More sir and Dr. Samir Vora sir for the chairmanship. Shubham sir and Vismay sir, please. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for this senior doctors for their valuable contribution to Gujcon 25. Guys, come on, एक बार दिल से तालियां होनी चाहिए for every contribution. Thank you so much, Samir sir and Anand sir. Moving ahead, next, joining for the next segment, Dr. Asutosh Shah, sir, plastic surgeon, management of occupational injuries, Elegance Clinic, Surat. It's a great pleasure. Can we have a huge round of applause? And for the chairmanship, I would request Dr. Kamath sir and Dr. Naresh sir to join us for the chairperson seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have with us Dr. Ashutosh Shah, Director of Elegance set of clinics. He's a plastic surgeon with more than 21 years of experience. He'll be deliberating on the topic, occupational injuries and reconstruction. Over to you, Dr. Ashutosh Shah.
Thank you. So till then, I'll start my presentation. I thank Dr. Subham Jain sir and also IOH for giving me this opportunity. There are occupational injury, what we attend is from minor to major, but today I am just presenting only the major ones and the role of plastic surgeon in their reconstruction. Okay, it's done. So when we reduce the disability percentage, it holds companies for moral, financial, and professional liabilities, and the timely reference to plastic surgeon can do miracles. I'll first talk on the post-trauma reconstruction without vascular repair. This was the crush injury in the dumper. You can see anyone will suggest only amputation. But after debridement and microvascular free reconstruction, this was the result, and patient is walking, and you can see the movement is also there. Here I wanted to tell you about microvascular free flap. It is a transfer of tissue with artery and vein, sometime possibly nerve, to the other part, and we join under microscope that artery and vein. So the part which was taken from somewhere will become alive to the other part. So this was the latissimus dorsi muscle which was joined to posterior tibial artery and vein and then grafted. If the microvascular surgery is not possible, we can even do this with cross-leg opposite skin, and 60% disability of BK amputation can be saved. This is below truck, referred after 10 days, very severe crushing, very severe contamination. You can see in X-ray. This turned to this in 6 hours of debridement. On third day, we covered it with flaps and healed totally. On 21 days, patient was on job, less hospital, less medical expense, and less compensation. Similarly, a company's labor and his son was damaged with this, severely crushed. Again, microvascular reconstruction, totally healed, and this is the function what we can get. Crush injury below truck, totally avulsion of all muscles, nerves, as well as the skin. This is after debridement. Loose tagging sutures were taken, demarcation was allowed, and then covered with abdominal flap. You can see this is 2 months healing, total healing, and this is the function. Total elbow, wrist extension, then full wrist supination, pronation, and full finger flexion. This can be possible, friends. Crush injury below truck, severely contaminated. This is the level of debridement, fixation, free microvascular flap, well-settled flap but bulky. We did liposuction, and this is the final result. You cannot make out whether this was graft or flap. Crush injury in the industrial dumper, severely degloving muscle injuries, healed with demarcation and then skin grafted. This is again below truck. Similar injury at the night 2 a.m. Exposed femur, popliteal arteries, vessels. Immediate emergency free flap cover was given, and this is total healing of that part. Sometimes we get this type of patients. This is obviously a amputation, but whether we can do BK? Yes, we have saved gastrocnemius. For anterior cover, we did free microvascular latissimus dorsi flap, and this is final healing, and patient is walking. So if it is AK, it is 75% disability. Now it is just 35%. Happy company, happy patient, happy doctor. Full scalp avulsion. Misfortune why, I'll tell later. This part was frozen and cannot be replanted. Serratus artery and serratus anterior and latissimus dorsi was taken, anastomosed, complete healing, and this is with wig. Vascular repair, now we'll talk about vascular repair cases. This is crush injury. You can see tibia fibula metatarsal fracture, totally near total amputation, vascular repair done, and the limb survived. Crush injury below dumper, this is severe one. No one will try to save this. We did the debridement. Even after debridement, you can see the first metatarsal and great toe was not that good. But we tried. We tried for 2 hours, and then we found one artery, and we joined it. Great toe was not vascularized. We allowed the demarcation. 30 centimeter defect was covered with the free vastus lateralis muscle flap. This is all grafted, healing, and this boy is bawling now. Cutter machine injury, all muscles, nerves, vessels gone, repaired well in time, full flexion, full extension, full sensations also. Patient is in the same company, and company has its own trained staff again. Crushed technical amputation, only skin was there. Posterior tibial artery vein was repaired, covered with free flap, healed. With Elizaro, we reconstructed more than 10 centimeter bony defect, and this is the patient. You can see this is the patient who is doing Garba in the same. Tire crush, totally amputation case. Nobody will try to save it. We did primary fixation, vac, and then covered with cross leg flap. Totally healed, and patient is walking. Machine belt injury. This is total loss of anterior muscles, brachial artery to radial artery, joint dislocation, and all muscles were gone. We reconstructed with free flow through ALT flap, where the upper end of the flap is joined to the brachial artery and lower end is joined to the radial artery. In 6 hours only, we covered muscle, skin, vessel, and the limb was survived. Now we'll see some crush injury where we get in this occupational injuries. This is missed, sutured, and K-wiring done elsewhere. Then congestion referred to me. Vascular repairs were done. This is the immediate photos. This is delayed photo, and you can see nice function of hand. Crushed hand. Nobody will try to save it. Severe metacarpal fractures. We did great vascular repair. 8 vascular anastomosis were done. Finally, healed well, and patient is in the same company, driving bike also, and he has good function also. This type of crushing injury, radial artery was used for cephalic vein, and then graft was done, and hand survived. Thumb is also injured with loss of first proximal phalanx, though again we repaired it, and the thumb survived. Severe avulsion at the wrist level, vascular injuries, nerve injuries, tendon were pulled out. If you refer to plastic surgeon, then this can be possible, good flexion and extension. Now we talk about replantation. This was revascularization. Part was still attached to body. Now we talk about the parts were totally cut off from the body. As an occupational doctor, you should know how to refer this part. If you get this type of totally cut part, you just wash it with water or normal saline, pack it in any plastic bag. You can use even the cover of that normal saline and tie it. Then put it in the ice bag or ice slurry. You should not put it in direct contact with the ice or water. And keep the number of ice, Dr. Ashutosh, so then you can refer him there. Don't put it directly in ice or in water, otherwise it will freeze, the temperature will be 0. By keeping it in the plastic bag, the temperature will be around 4 to 5, and then we can join it. And the time limit is important. For finger and thumb, it is 12 hours. Here it is 8 hours. Here it is 4 hours, and here it is 2 hours. By this time, you can rejoin the part. As muscle mass increases, the time decreases. So some result of replants. This is nail level avulsion replants. You can see the digital nerves are avulsed, but still it survived. I have done the maximum number of replants and revascularization in whole Gujarat and at various levels. You can see this is the crushed finger, again in function, and the length is also not reduced. Avulsed thumb, again joined and in function. Cutter means an injury of all 4 fingers at metacarpal level. Rejoined, all survived, all good, and this is the patient in function. You can see the whole result is there. Again, at the MCP joint, all 4 fingers, the little finger went, but the 3 fingers survived, and this is the final result. See, this is all cut finger. It was not just the tendon repair. This is cut finger with very good function. Similar case, healed and patient is in function. He can pick up the bag as well as he can drive the cycle also. Palm injury, well settled. Machine avulsion injuries, well settled. We have even done tendon transfer later on that to patient. This is total avulsion. Patient was, the hand was wrapped in sari and hand got up and patient fell down. So this was avulsion injury, replanted and in function. This is elbow level amputation, survived. This is double level injury in ATA machine. Forearm amputation with humerus injury, fractured humerus, brachial artery injury and total cut at forearm. Everything joined, brachial artery and lower down structures. This is immediate photos. This is 3 months photos. This is function hand. And you can see the patient is driving bike and he has own grocery shop. This is possible, friends. You need to refer it to the right place. Hand transplant at wrist level. This is immediate wrist. This is joining and this is the function. See, opposition, flexion, everything can be possible if you refer to right person. This saves companies so many money, so much disability to patient. Trust in patient will also increase. Avulsion amputation, see, the hand skin has gone up, the bones and muscles were down. Dissected all muscles, nerves, repaired everything. This is just 2 months result. It will improve up to 1 year time. Still, she has got the flexor of the finger. It will improve up to 1 year. Foot amputation. And it in function. We offered him limb lengthening, but he's not ready for that. Total cutter injury. Cutter injury started from index finger to little finger. All tendon flexors, nerves, arteries were gone. We repaired it. All functions are recovered. This is out of the way, suicidal penis, we transplanted. That patient, I said, misfortune. It was not referred well. It was put in ice. But if you put it right way and sand is, this is the patient. This is not wig. His original scalp was replanted. And this is original hair. Gujarat's first hand transplant was done by us. This is an amputee from Goa. This side picture is a donor, organ donor who donated hands. And we have, this team has joined this. So this was, the original was the patient hand and this is the transplanted hand. And this is the X-ray picture. So again, bilateral hand transplants were done by us and this is the patient. Till now, 3 in the Gujarat were done by us and we are the largest number in this India for this year. Now we'll talk about major vascular. This is closed vascular of popliteal artery. We do join it and healed well and patient's foot in function. Compression below 1 ton steel plate. Femoral artery was repaired with Dacron graft and then skin loss was there, so we did tram flap and covered. Blunt abdominal trauma by some company machine accidentally pulled out and right iliac fossa was drained. Secostomy also was performed, but patient was referred to me after 13 days with whole stool-filled abdomen. Plan was this. We reconstituted the plan. Debridement was severe debridement from hypochondrium to iliac blade was done. This was the area prepared with VAC, and then 23 by 17 centimeter long ALT flap was taken just on 1 single artery and vein and transplanted here. There you can repair fascia, muscle, subcutaneous tissue and skin. So a whole abdomen was repaired and this is the nice result with total healing by 7th day. Long bone loss, 1 month old, tibia was lost. we took free fibula from the opposite side, peroneal artery and vein referred to posterior tibial and artery and vein on the opposite side. And in X-ray, you can see the tibia is replaced by fibula, and that fibula will thicken up in 1 year time, and it will become tibia. So 1 month-old tibia loss was repaired in 5 hours. Now, except some vascular injuries, faciommaxillary injuries also we do treat from companies. This is mid-split. Whole face was divided into all nose, maxilla, mandible, everything. And this is the delayed result. 10 years follow-up. Post-burn reconstruction. Burns, full body industrial, 3rd degree burns. Usually people try to trace and trace and trace. But we do early excision of burns, early grafting, so less hospital stay, early healing, and then this is total 100% healing of that 70% burns. He has some axillary contracture on right side. That was also released by us later on. This is flame burns. Usual skin grafting is done, and the contracture was avoided. This is hypertrophic scars, post burns. You can see this is healed. This is chemical burns healed by dressings and special therapies. Acid burns, this is ectropion and this is emergency. If you don't close the right and left eye, the cornea will dry up. So we have released that, and full thickness skin grafting was done. Neck and axilla, this lady has not taken chewable food for 5 years. Her mouth was not closing up, and axilla were also not working. So this is after full release. She took first bite of roti and she was so happy. Electrical burn scalp. Due to electrical burns, high voltage, the skin also burnt, but the bone also went. So bone also was removed, reconstructed with the split rib graft, microvascular flap, skin grafting, final healing, and this is the patient now. Electrical burns, lower limb reconstruction. You can see the exposed tibia, knee joint, covered with microvascular free flap. And instead of doing big AK amputation, now the patient is ready for walking. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. You have entirely covered the whole gamut of various occupational injuries. I think you have got an encyclopedia of slides of occupational injuries. Thank you, sir, for completing in time. We would now request Dr. Mukul Choksi, our second speaker. He will be deliberating on the topic, Samvedna Kal, Aaj aur Kal. Mukul is an eminent practicing psychiatrist and sex therapist at Surat. He is columnist, educator, and pioneer in promoting psychiatric awareness about Gujarat. Former vice president of the Asian Federation of Sexologists and Asian Conference of Sex Therapy. Renowned Gujarati poet and author. And lastly is my batchmate in Surat Medical College. Welcome, Mukul.
Is it okay if I stand here in between? Thank you. Thank you, your organization. Thank you, all delegates, especially doctors who have invited me here, chair, and all you. मेरे पास कोई पीपीटी या ऐसा तो कुछ है नहीं, क्योंकि मैं सेक्सोलॉजी हूँ, तो वो मैं क्या दिखाऊँ. आज इज इट ओके इफ आई स्पीक इन हिंदी, गुजराती, है ना? सब गुजराती थोड़ा जानते हैं. हाँ, ये सब इतना सीरियस मटेरियल देख के डॉक्टर गुप्ता जी मुझे बता रहे हैं कि ये तो इंजरी वाले फ़ोटोज़ हम खुद देखने से डर जाते हैं, तो सामान्य लोग कितने डर जाते होंगे. तो डर से मुझे याद आया कि ह्यूमन बीइंग इतने सालों से, इतने सदियों से यहाँ पे है, तो कैसे कैसे मकाम आ गए. संवेदना, एम्पैथी, इमोशंस, ये सब जब थेराप्यूटिक आर्मामेंटेरियम में आते हैं या मेडिकल साइंस के साथ डील करते हैं, तो कैसे डील करते हैं. मैं पास्ट हिस्ट्री याद करता हूँ तो 125 साल पहले फर्स्ट टाइम 1900 में फ्रॉइड ने पहली बार
ऐसा प्रपोज किया कि ह्यूमन ब्रेन जो है वो ह्यूमन माइंड जो है वो कुछ अलग ढंग से काम करता है। उसने हिस्टेरिकल पेशेंट, हिस्टेरिकल लड़की को अच्छा किया और ही फर्स्ट डेवलप्ड scientific presentation over a hysterical patient. He demonstrated for the first time a method known as a psychoanalysis, जिसमें कि दर्दी को काउच पे सुलाते हैं, थेरापिस्ट उसके सर के पास खड़ा रहता है और थेरापिस्ट उनको अलाउ करता है कि आपको जो बोलना है बोले। इट इज़ नोन एज फ्री एसोसिएशंस। उनको बोला कि विदाउट हैविंग अ सेकंड थॉट, आपके मन में जो आए वो बोलना शुरू करे। एंड पर्सन, पेशेंट स्पीक्स फॉर आवर्स टुगेदर। वो बोलते बोलते बीच में रुकना नहीं और बीच में सोचना नहीं कि मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ। तो धीरे 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 स्टार्ट करते थोड़ी मिनटों में, थोड़े आवर्स के बाद ये पर्सन बोलते बोलते अपने सबकॉन्शियस पे चला जाता है एंड ही स्टार्ट्स रिवीलिंग हिज और हर अनकॉन्शियस माइंड। So this was in direct access to unconscious mind. It was first labeled as a free association. So that was the first scientific ever method. उसके बाद एक मेथड आई हिप्नोसिस, जिसमें कि ट्रांस में ले जाना और धीरे धीरे अनकॉन्शियस और सबकॉन्शियस की तरफ जाना। तो साइकोलॉजी, साइकियाट्री में सबसे पहले थेरापेटिक इंटरवेंशन ये थे कि जो फ्रॉइड ने किए। इसके बाद बहुत सारे नियो फ्रॉइडियंस आए, साइकोएनालिस्ट, नियो साइकोएनालिस्ट, वो सब आए। तो ये एक एरा ख़त्म हुआ। फ्रॉइड ने जो प्रपोज किया, वेरी नाइस टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ह्यूमन माइंड इज़ मेड अप ऑफ 3 लेयर्स। पहला जो लेयर है जिसको ईड बोला, ID। सेकंड जो है वो ईगो बोला, EGO। एंड थर्ड लेयर जो है इज नोन एज अ सुपर ईगो। ये ईगो जो हम रखते हैं वो नहीं है कि तूने मुझे क्या बोला और तू क्या समझता है अपने आप को। दैट इज नॉट द ईगो। ईगो इज द कॉन्शियस माइंड विच अंडरस्टैंड्स, विच मैनिपुलेट्स, विच कैलकुलेट्स। एक ह्यूमन माइंड जो है हम लोग इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं जो समझदारी के साथ, दैट इज नोन एज अ ईगो, जो अंडरस्टैंड करता है। ईड जो है वो अपने इम्पल्सिस है, मीन्स जो लेके हम पैदा हुए हैं। छोटा बच्चा है तो इनको दूध चाहिए तो रोता है, और छोटा बच्चा है जिसको कुछ चीज़ चाहिए तो वो मांगता है, खींच लेता है, कुछ किसी के ऊपर कुछ भी कर सकता है। सो इम्पल्स, नेकेड इम्पल्स, जो इंसान को कुछ करना चाहता है वो कैसे भी कर लेगा। तो दैट इज़ द ईड पोर्शन ऑफ हिज माइंड, जिसमें कोई लॉजिक नहीं होता। लॉजिक इज अ ईगो, ईड में देयर इज नो लॉजिक। एंड थर्ड लेयर इज अ सुपर ईगो। सुपर ईगो वो चीज़ है कि जो हमें रीजनिंग के बदले कोई आध्यात्मिक चीज़ या कोई मॉरल्स या वैल्यूज़ के जरिए एक्ट करने का सिखाती है। सो देयर आर ओनली 3 लेयर्स इन द माइंड, ईड, ईगो एंड सुपर ईगो। द एग्जाम्पल्स, इफ अ पर्सन इज ट्रैवलिंग थ्रू रोड और इनको एक सोने का गहना मिला, उसने देखा, अभी वो क्या करेगा, इसके ऊपर कुछ लिखा तो नहीं है। वो सोचेगा कि ये गहना है, अभी पता नहीं किसका होगा और आसपास तो कोई है नहीं। अगर अपना रीज़न चलाता है तो रीज़निंग इसको ऐसा कहता है, मतलब ईगो इसको ऐसा कहता है कि ये इसके ओनर तक तो पहुंचने वाला है नहीं, तो फिर क्या करूं मैं रख लूं। दैट इज़ अ लॉजिकल आंसर एंड दैट इज़ द ईगो। ईड इसको क्या कहेगा कि ये सोना मिल गया है, भगवान ने मेरे लिए ही भेजा है। सो ईड तो अपने पास रख लेगा। रीजनिंग इसके आगे भी जा सकता है कि चलो किसी को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दूँ या इसको ओनर को ढूंढूं मैं, दैट इज़ ईगो। एंड सुपर ईगो क्या कहता है कि जो चीज़ मैंने अर्न नहीं की है वो मैं कैसे रख सकता हूँ, दिस डजंट बिलोंग टू मी, हाउ कैन आई कीप दिस थिंग। सो दिस इज सुपर ईगो। तो इंसान, हम लोग जो भी कुछ एक्ट करते हैं या तो अपने इम्पल्स से करते हैं या तो अपने लॉजिक रीजन से इसको रोक सकते हैं या एक्ट कर सकते हैं। एंड द लास्ट वन कि हम अपनी वैल्यू सिस्टम से इसको इवेल्युएट कर सकते हैं। तो दिस वाज द फ्रॉइडियन लॉजिक। उसके बाद फ्रॉइड के बाद एक नया एरा शुरू हुआ साइकोलॉजी में। उसमें एक रशियन साइंटिस्ट पावलोव करके, पावलोव ने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया। एक कुत्ते को इसकी सलाइवरी ग्लैंड को एक्सेस करके उसने यहाँ इलेक्ट्रोड रखे और उसने एक कुत्ते को एक रोटी दिखाई और उस समय एक घंटी बजाई और कितना सलाइवेशन हुआ वो उसने मेजर कर लिया। देन ही केप्ट रिपीटिंग द थिंग्स कि रोटी दिखाता है और एक घंटी बजाता है और कितना सलाइवेशन होता है। धीरे धीरे कोई भी रैंडमली करता है वो। एक दिन ऐसा करता है कि वो रोटी नहीं दिखाता, कुत्ता भूखा है और सिर्फ घंटी बजती है। एंड देन द डॉग सलाइवेटेड, मीन्स डॉग को एक एसोसिएशन हुआ कि जब घंटी बजती है, रोटी मिलती है, तो रोटी देख के सलाइवेशन होता है। ये कंडीशनिंग हो गया। तो ये कंडीशनिंग इज नोन एज अ क्लासिकल कंडीशनिंग इन विच यू कैन फाइंड अ लॉट ऑफ एग्जांपल्स। कई आपने ऐसे जेंटलमैन देखे होंगे, स्पेशली फ्रॉम रूरल बैकग्राउंड, ओल्ड एजेड, कि मैं जब बीड़ी नहीं फूंकता हूँ ना तो मुझे टॉयलेट नहीं आती है। नाउ दिस इज द केस ऑफ क्लासिक कंडीशनिंग, कि वो सालों से टॉयलेट जाता है तो बीड़ी जलाता है, तो बीड़ी जलती है, टॉयलेट आती है, ये दोनों साथ में सालों तक चलते हैं। एक दिन बीड़ी नहीं मिली तो उसको टॉयलेट नहीं आई। सो फिजियोलॉजी ऑल्सो गेट्स कंडीशनिंग। सो दिस वॉज अ क्लासिकल कंडीशनिंग डेवलप्ड बाई पावलोव। उसके बाद एक अमेरिकन साइंटिस्ट आया, एक अमेरिकन साइकोलॉजिस्ट, नेम था इनका स्किनर। और स्किनर ने पहली बार अनाउंस किया कि विश्व में आप मुझे 10 बच्चे दे दो, उसके ऊपर लेबल करके दे दो, वो न्यूबॉर्न होने चाहिए। 10 न्यूबॉर्न मुझे दे दो, उसको लेबल कर दो कि इसको टेररिस्ट बनाना है, नंबर 2 को धर्मात्मा बनाना है, नंबर 3 को प्रोफेशनल बनाना है, और नंबर 4 को चोर चपाटा बनाना है। उसको जो भी बनाना है आप मुझे लिख के दे दो। एंड he proposed the module of what you call a behaviorology. Father of behaviorology was Skinner. उसने सब फ्रॉइडियन कंसेप्ट को निकाल दिया। बोले ऐसा ईड, ईगो, सुपर ईगो जैसा कुछ है नहीं। The only thing matters in the world is behavior. और उसने एक कंडीशनिंग का अलग मॉडल पेश किया, एंड दैट वाज नोन एज ऑपरेंट कंडीशनिंग। ऑपरेंट कंडीशनिंग में एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल था, रेट को रखा एक पिंजर में और धीरे धीरे एक इसको थोड़े लीवर दिए। रेट लीवर दबाता है और कोई लीवर दबाने से इनको खाना का टुकड़ा मिलता है। अभी 10-12 लीवर थे, रेट ने एक्सीडेंटली कोई भी लीवर दबाता है और हर बार खाना नहीं निकलता, कोई भी एक में ही निकलता है। तो रैंडमली रेट करता जाता है और कहीं के एक बार टुकड़ा निकल जाता है, फिर दोबारा रेट एक्सपेरिमेंटली कुछ भी करता है और अचानक वो लीवर आता है और टुकड़ा आ जाता है। वो धीरे धीरे रेट वही टुकड़े को, वही लीवर को दबाएगा और वही टुकड़ा उसको मिलेगा खाने का। ही प्रपोज्ड अ मॉड्यूल कि हम जो भी करते हैं वो 2 ही चीज़ से करते हैं। हमारे कोई भी ह्यूमन बिहेवियर इज डिफाइंड बाय ओनली 2 थिंग्स, एक पॉजिटिव रेनफोर्समेंट, अनदर इज नेगेटिव रेनफोर्समेंट। घर में एक कुत्ता जब एक सोसाइटी में आता है और 4-5 बंगले में घूमता है, एक के पास उसको खाना मिलता है, दूसरे से नहीं मिलता, दूसरे दिन रैंडमली सब जगह जाता है, वही बंगले पे खाना मिलता है, तीसरे दिन धीरे धीरे वो बंगले छोड़ के जाता है, सीधा वही बंगले पे आते खड़ा रहता है। सो द थिंग विच इज रेनफोर्स्ड मैक्सिमली, द बिहेवियर कीप्स रिपीटिंग। तो ये रिपीटेशन जो है बिहेवियर का, जहाँ हमें पॉजिटिव रेनफोर्समेंट मिलता है वो बिहेवियर हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा करते हैं, जहाँ हमें नेगेटिव रेनफोर्समेंट मिलता है वो बिहेवियर धीरे धीरे कम और एक्सटिंक्ट हो जाती है। सो ह्यूमन बिहेवियर का एक मॉड्यूल था ये क्लासिकल कंडीशनिंग एंड ऑपरेंट कंडीशनिंग। तो सदी पहले ये सब चीज़ें थी, ये सब चीज़ें मनोशास्त्र में भी थी। मानसिक बीमारियाँ थी, लोग सफ़र करते थे और कुछ था नहीं। पहली ड्रग आई क्लोरप्रोमेजिन ह्यूमन माइंड को कंट्रोल करने के लिए 1950 में, 1950 में, या सिर्फ 75 साल हुए हैं। तो उससे पहले ये सब चीज़ें थी कि साइकोलॉजी को कैसे समझा जा सकता था। उस ज़माने में एसाइलम का ज़माना था। अगर कोई कंट्रोल नहीं आता था, कोई पागल हो जाता था, मारता था किसी को, उसको पागल खाने में रख के आते थे। पागल खाने के अलावा और क्या करते थे? इट इज़ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। लोगों क्या क्या किया है। एक जिसको बोलते हैं चकडोल कहिए से अपने घूमता रहता है, इसके ऊपर बांध देते हैं और सोचते हैं कि इसका सीरम धीरे धीरे घूम के सेटल हो जाएगा। तो दिस वेर द थिंग्स। लोग स्कल को तोड़ते थे, अंदर देखते थे कि कुछ हवा बवा भर गई है, तो इनका क्रेनियोटोमी करते थे कि इसको पागलपन को कैसे कंट्रोल किया जाए। बांधना रस्सी से वगैरह तो ठीक था, लेकिन न जाने क्या क्या चीज़ वो करते थे। तो दैट वाज अ साइंस बिफोर 1 सेंचुरी। कमिंग टू करंट एरा, आज का साइंस क्या है? तो मेडिसिन्स है, न्यूरोबायोलॉजी है, साइकोफार्माकोलॉजी है। आज आप कोई भी साइकोलॉजिकल डिसऑर्डर्स ढेर सारे हैं। अभी तो पिछले 10-20 सालों में तो बहुत बढ़ गए हैं। आप एंग्जाइटी लो, डिप्रेशन लो, साइकोसोमेटिक डिसऑर्डर लो, स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया लो, ल्यूनेसी लो, ऑब्सेसिव कंपल्सिव डिसऑर्डर लो, बहुत सारे डिसऑर्डर जो है, देयर आर एन नंबर ऑफ डिसऑर्डर्स। तो हर डिसऑर्डर में मेन स्टे ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट इज मेडिसिन, एक्सेप्ट पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर्स। देयर आर सो मेनी डिसऑर्डर्स इन विच साइकोफार्माकोलॉजी इज देयर। तो आई विल जस्ट शॉर्टली एन्यूमरेट कि ये पहले ख्याल किसको और कैसे आया होगा। इट्स समथिंग अराउंड 1950 and 50-60, a Spanish psychologist who first conceptualized कि ये behaviorology या ये psychology के अलावा there is something else inside the brain। इसके 2 एग्जाम्पल मैं दूंगा, 2 इंसिडेंट्स याद आते हैं। वो एक यूरोप का गांव में है, निरल भाई वेलकम। यूरोप के गांव में एक पागल व्यक्ति था जो कि एक दिन घूमता फिरता सबको परेशान करता रहता था। अभी वो गांव बड़ा पहाड़ के टोच पे था और बिल्कुल ऐसी जगह था कि जहाँ से हज़ारों फीट नीचे कोई भी कूदता तो मर जाता। उस गांव में ऐसा था कि अगर किसी को ज़िंदगी पसंद नहीं हो या ज़िंदगी से कोई थक गया हो तो एक दिन जाके कूद जाता था, एंड देन पर्सन वॉज नेवर फाउंड अगेन। सो दैट वॉज देयर वे ऑफ कमिटिंग सुसाइड। अभी वो चलता गया, एक दिन वो पागल जो था वो कूद पड़ा, लेकिन वो मर नहीं गया। अचानक कोई पेड़ से लिपट गया, उसने पकड़ लिया कुछ और चिल्लाने लगा। सब आए और पता लगा कि ये तो पागल कूद पड़ा है और चिल्लाता है। तो धीरे धीरे रस्सी वस्सियाँ डाल के उसको उतार के बाहर रख दिया और वो पागल पता चला कि वो तो अच्छा हो गया। देन फर्स्ट टाइम it was a scientific thought that something must have happened to him, and people conceptualized कि there was some shock, उसको कोई शॉक लगा है, इसकी वजह से ये अच्छा हो गया। अभी ऐसे थेरापी किसी को नीचे तो डाल नहीं सकते, but then they invented what we today call is a shock therapy. So first time कपूर जो आता है, कैम्फर को इंट्रावेनस डाल के they started having first time artificially induced convulsions, and as a therapeutic shock therapy जिसमें कि एपिलेप्सी होती है, कन्वर्जन होता है, बट दैट वाज अ कैम्फर या केमिकल इंड्यूस्ड। देन इसके बाद इलेक्ट्रिकल इंड्यूस्ड सीजर, इलेक्ट्रिकल इंड्यूस्ड इलेक्ट्रिक शॉक थेरापी, इलेक्ट्रोकन्वल्सिव थेरापी व्हाट वी से, दैट केम इनटू एग्जिस्टेंस। इट इज ऑल्सो अराउंड 1950, वही एरा में जबकि मॉडर्न मेडिसिन शुरू हो रही थी, और उसके बाद ड्रग का एरा, मेडिसिन का एरा शुरू हुआ 1950 से। सो लॉट ऑफ एंटी साइकोटिक्स, antidepressant and mood stabilizers and other medicines came into existence. ये जो एक एग्जाम्पल था कि जिससे पता चला कि there is something other than सिर्फ सोच के अलावा या बिहेवियर के अलावा कुछ है। वो स्पेनिश इंसिडेंस में आपको कोट करूँगा। स्पेन में बुल फाइट होती है, तो द साइंटिस्ट हु कंसीव्ड द आइडिया ऑफ समथिंग रॉन्ग इनसाइड द ब्रेन, उसने क्या किया कि एक बुल को लाल कपड़ा पहनाया, उसको भूखा रखा और मैदान के चारों ओर पूरा गांव खड़ा रहा, और वो बुल जब भूखा होता है और उसको आंखें खोल दी उसकी, तो वो लाल कपड़े से भड़कता है, तो जो भी सामने आता है उसको उड़ा देता है। द बुल फाइट तो वी नो इट। वो बुल को छोड़ा और वो साइंटिस्ट खुद मैदान के चौक में बीच में खड़ा रहा और लाल कपड़ा लेके खड़ा रहा, सबने सोचा कि ये बुल आके उसको अभी उड़ा देगा। दैट वाज फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम कि वो बुल गया और वो साइंटिस्ट जो था उसके पास खड़ा रह के नीचा मुंह करके धीरे से एक बकरी की तरफ बैठ गया। द एक्सपेरिमेंट वाज द इलेक्ट्रोड्स वेर इंसर्टेड इनटू हिज हाइपोथैलेमस एंड इसका रिमोट कंट्रोल ये इसके पास था और उसने बटन दबाया तो बुल में से वो बकरी हो गया। सो दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम कि मेडिकल साइकोलॉजिकल साइंस इज इनसाइड द ब्रेन, नॉट इन द बिहेवियर, नॉट जस्ट इन साइकोडायनेमिक्स, नॉट जस्ट इन एनालिसिस। तो उस समय से ये ऑर्गेनिक थिंकिंग, फार्माकोलॉजिकल थिंकिंग स्टार्टेड और उसके बाद आज जो है हम डोपामिन के एरा में है, सीरोटोनिन के एरा में है, नॉरएपिनेफ्रिन के एरा में है। कोई भी बिहेवियर इसको आप साइकोफार्माकोलॉजिकली डोपामिनर्जिक, सीरोटोनर्जिक, नॉरएपिनेफ्रिनर्जिक, हिस्टामिन, कोलिनर्जिक, वो सब रिसेप्टर में बांट सकते हो। और आज का साइंस का जो मेन स्टे है कि हाइपोथैलेमस के जो भी सेंटर्स है वहाँ नर्व्स के अंदर साइनेप्स में कोलिनर्जिक, डोपामिनर्जिक, सीरोटोनर्जिक, नॉरएपिनेफ्रिनर्जिक रिसेप्टर है। इसमें स्पेसिफिक सीरोटोनिनर्जिक, स्पेसिफिक नॉरएपिनेफ्रिनर्जिक साइनेप्स में रीअपटेक इनहिबिटर्स जो है वो डिप्रेशन को, एंजाइटी को, साइकोसिस को क्योर करते हैं। सो दिस इज टुडे जो एरा में हम लोग जी रहे हैं, आने वाले और 25 साल तक यही सब साइकोफार्माकोलॉजी इज गोइंग टू बी प्रैक्टिस्ड। एंड द लास्ट, व्हाट इज नेक्स्ट? सो नेक्स्ट इज 4 दिन पहले आपने पढ़ा होगा कि पैरालाइज्ड पर्सन है, एफेजिक है और उसके एफेजिया के दौरान वो जो बोलने जा रहा है, मोटर एफेजिया है, बोलने जा रहा है और नहीं बोल पाता है, तो उसके थॉट्स को इंटरप्रेट करेगा एआई। सो साइकियाट्री की टुमारो इज विथ एआई। देयर आर एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कि जहाँ electrodes are implanted into hypothalamus, cortex, amygdala, and I have a remote and I think and somebody else's hand shakes or stands up. So this is a tomorrow of psychiatry. Yesterday different थी, आज different है और कल तो बहुत different होगी। कल की शुरुआत आज से हुई है जिसमें कि रोबोटिक थेरेपिस्ट जो कई यंग बच्चों को काउंसिल कर रहे हैं, एआई ऑपरेटेड है और वो रोबोटिक के साथ में कंप्यूटर पे बैठ के आज के यहाँ के हिंदुस्तान के भी यंग बच्चे रोबोटिक एआई काउंसलर के पास सेशंस ले रहे हैं। इट्स अ डिफरेंट थिंग कि वो रोबोटिक को जब बच्चे पूछते हैं कि मेरे फादर बहुत टॉर्चर करते हैं मुझे, मेरी माँ बहुत चिल्लाती है, तो एआई उसको जवाब देता है कि क्विट देम। दैट इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग। वो एआई को जो फीड किया गया है वो होगा, बट द फैक्ट इज दैट पीपल मे स्टॉप गोइंग टू साइकियाट्रिस्ट, may go to robotic distant trainer which is AI operated. Thank you very much. I think my time is over. Thank you.
Any questions?
There are no questions. I think we can conclude the session.
जो क्वेश्चंस नहीं होए तो હું એક 4 લીટી બોલું ગુજરાતીમાં। જ્યાં મોડી રાત્રે બીચ પર જલસા પડે એ સ્થળ દમણ છે। જ્યાં મોડી રાતે બીચ પર જલસા પડે એ સ્થળ દમણ છે। જ્યાં કેફ નહીં પીનારા લોકોને પણ ચડે એ સ્થળ દમણ છે। જ્યાં પત્નીઓ પતિઓને ના સહેજે નડે એ સ્થળ દમણ છે। જ્યાં ગ્લાસમાં આધ્યાત્મિકતા સાંપડે એ સ્થળ દમણ છે। ને જ્યાં મોજાઓ કરતાં વધુ મસ્તી ચડે એ સ્થળ દમણ છે। જ્યાં જીવ સીધે સીધો જન્નતને અડે એ સ્થળ દમણ છે। થેન્ક યુ।
So that was the poet in Mukul Choksi. Excellent, Mukul.
क्या बात है, एक बार जोरदार तालियां for Dr. Mukul Choksi. And साथ ही साथ I would request Dr. Asutosh Shah sir also to please join us on stage. Guys, can we have a big round of applause for two esteemed persons? I would request both the chairpersons to give a memento to our speakers. I would request Dr. Kamath sir and Dr. Naresh sir to do the honors, please. A big round of applause. Thank you, Asutosh. Thank you, Mukul sir. I would request Dr. Kamath sir and Dr. Naresh sir to please be on stage, and on behalf of committee, I would request Sanjay sir, Kemawat sir to please join us on stage to felicitate our two chairpersons for their valuable contribution to these sessions. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. A token of love from Iaoh Gujcon 2025. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, the next chairpersons for the next session, I would invite Dr. Jayant Patel sir and Dr. R. Gupta sir to please join us on stage, and please take your seats, please. Okay, so the next speaker, the topic, management of perianal pain at OHC. Dr. S.N. Baser, laparoscopic and anorectal laser surgeon from Harsh Hospital, Surat. So, एक बार जोरदार तालियां for Dr. S.N. Baser.
Our next speaker is Dr. Satyanarayan Baser, and his topic is management of perianal pain at OHC. He has done his MBBS from Ajmer in 1997. He has done general surgery MS from Udaipur in 2000. He is having more than 25 years of experience, and he is running in his own hospital, Harsh Hospital, and maternity home at two locations in Surat, Anuvadwar as well as Adajan. He is specialist in anorectal surgery and laparoscopic surgeries. He is using laser for fistula, fissure, pilonidal sinus, varicose veins, piles, star surgeries, trianal suture, hemorrhoido, rectoplexy, and he is pioneer circle member of MIPH stapler surgery. I invite Dr. Baser, and the floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon. Thanks to organizing committee Gujcon, who allows me to speak on perianal disease. તો આધ્યાત્મિકની વાત પછી પેરિએનલ પર સીધા આવી જવાનો એટલે થોડો ડિફિકલ્ટ છે, પણ I will try. So how to diagnose at OHC with clinical photographs and clinical examination, how you can proceed a patient of perianal pain, why perianal pain is common and patients are common at OHC because of the altered lifestyle. People working in the occupational health areas have night duty, shift duties, irregular food habits. So there are the high incidence what we are expecting. So today we will discuss how to diagnose at OPD level and what remedies we can provide to these patients and where we should not intervene. So simply you can say it's an elephant. With open eye you can see it's an elephant, but once you close your eyes and see the tail of the elephant, then you feel it is like rope. But if you hold the leg, then you feel it is a pillar. But if you feel teeth, you feel it's like spur. So with open eye, it looks like elephant, but with closed eye, if you see, so what you are palpating the part of the elephant and your diagnosis will change. So for patient, when patient came with the perianal pain, he feels he is having the piles, whatever the problem. So you need to examine and open your eye and identify the cause. For patient, it is piles, whether it is acute fissure in ano, perianal abscess, fistula ano with infection, external thrombosed pile, or industrial trauma, any traumatic injury, or perianal hematoma or gangrene of the thrombosed piles. So patient came with the acute perianal pain, and usually patients complain, mana piles thai gaya. So we need to diagnose and how to proceed. We have to confirm the diagnosis and proceed. So what do you feel? Once patient came with the acute pain, you just examine. There may be the fissure and how it looks. So once you will spread the perianal skin all around, you can see at 6 o'clock there is at 6 o'clock you can see with the skin apart from, we can see there is a cut at 6 o'clock position, means it is the patient of fissure. And once we will examine anal canal, there will be significant anal spasm and patient feel thorn prick-like sensation at the time of defecation. And we need to do the closed lateral sphincterotomy for this, and we need to dilate anal canal up to 30 to 33 millimeter. So after lateral sphincterotomy, second image showing how dilatation has done. So we need laser sphincterotomy from surgeon's point of view, and at conservative line, you can provide seeds bath, local ointment containing hydrocortisone and lignocaine, and one laxative and diet modification. But one surgeon part, we can offer laser sphincterotomy, which provide daycare procedure. Post-op dressing is not required. Maximum pain relief can be obtained in first 24 hours, and we can do it in patient of the CABC or lactating patient, because we need not to stop the clopidogrel in these cases. Similar way, patient may came with the piles. Common complaint may be pain, bleeding per rectum, difficulty on sitting, and something is prolapse. So if piles is edematous, as you see, once you apart the skin, and if you feel there is the external and internal component, we can see one reddish part at 11 o'clock, means it is the edematous, surrounding skin is edematous. The thrombosis, redness, and there are the black spots on the mucosa at 5 o'clock, means it is the early gangrenous and thrombosed piles. Again, these patients are for surgical intervention. Conservative is not too effective in these type of patients. If there is a pus flex in prolapse part, these patients need more attention and need good antibiotic, analgesic, glycerin mixel dressing, and seeds bath. And we need to reduce these piles straightwise, otherwise they will slough out and there will be heavy bleeding. So these type of patients need more attention rather than partial symptomatic patients. Once patient pass stool and there is something comes out and is not going back, means very big and thrombosed prolapse grade 4 piles. These type of piles straightforward require surgeries. So patient may come with the painless bleeding or painful bleeding, itching, mucus discharge, burning, and severe pain if any associated complication occurs, and feeling of the sensation of incomplete evacuation. These patients can be managed by change in diet and lifestyle. We can give high fiber diet, avoid spicy food, and change in the modification of the diet system, high fiber diet. And we can provide oxyrutin tablet and any laxative, osmotic base preferably. From surgeon's point of view, recently laser hemorrhagoplasty has good results, and there is no cut. So in this image, you can see after laser hemorrhagoplasty, whole prolapse part has gone and there is no cut externally. So and laser is a simple 1 millimeter probe. By that 65 to 80 degree of energy is produced from the tip, and it will ablate the blood supply of the piles. So patient will not have any cut after surgery. And in 24 hours or 36 hours, he can resume his work. Again, stapler, if prolapse is more, we can offer the stapler. This is a small video. So what are the advantages? Laser embryoplasty, post-op period is least painful, daycare procedure, chances of post-op bleeding are minimal, no need for the post-op dressing. Usually patient demands how many days he need to come for the dressing, but after laser embryoplasty, no need of post-op dressing. And chances of the incontinence, recurrence and rectal stenosis is negligible in case of the laser embryoplasty. And we can offer this procedure after CABG or stent, because laser itself is a hemostatic machine, so we need not to stop clopidogrel or ecosprin. And if any recurrence occurs, we can repeat the procedure. Another common perianal problems, because of the long sitting area and heaty area in the industrial health, I am getting lot of patients of the pilonidal sinus from industrial settings. So there are the small openings at natal cleft, repeated discharge of the pus and blood. So usually patient complain of the boil, and we are treating conservatively for the boil management, but it is not the boil management, it is the pilonidal sinus. Okay. So this is the animated video of the laser hemorrhagoplasty. We can see the supplying blood vessels, which is coming inferior rectal artery branches. So it's a longitudinal cut section of the body, and how laser works. So laser fiber 1 millimeter diameter, we need to reach up to the apex of the hemorrhoid and give the energy 25 to 30 joule at one place. So we need 180 to 200 joule, and pile will shrink, and there will be no cut because we have not excised the pile mass. So post-op dressing is not required. Same way, pilonidal sinus, previously there were a lot of wide excision, flap surgeries were there. Patient need to take rest for 4 to 6 weeks. But after coming laser and EPSIT, we can offer 2 millimeter scar only for the pilonidal treatment, and these two pre-existing opening we can introduce the laser and ablate the whole granulation tissue and endoepithelialization tissue of the pilonidal sinus. And patient usually heals in 8 to 10 days. So if these type of the opening at OPD level in natal cleft area, which is not healing with the conservative management, think that it may be the pilonidal sinus, and which can be easily treated with the laser. Even after flap surgery, if there is
5 minutes left.
So we can do the laser pilonidoplasty. Similar way, by pre-existing opening, we can go inside. This is the, at top, there is the abscess cavity. Just lay open with the 3 millimeter probe, punch, and introduce the laser by the existing opening, and we can ablate and destroy the all hair particles and granulation tissue inside, and remove the arch prominent natal pits, which are the source for the pilonidal sinus. So we ablated all tracts, excise the all prominent natal pits, and do the ablation of the. So this fiber diameter is less than 1 millimeter, I already mentioned. So with existing openings, we can go inside the cavity and ablate it. And patient will usually recover in 10 to 15 days. And post-op, you cannot identify after 15 days from where we have operated the patient. So good healing rate, excellent primary healing, post-op bleeding is less, small wound, Hence, long-term dressing is not required, pain is minimal, complications are less likely, and reversible tissue damage. It's a day care procedure, can be done under local anesthesia. Same way fistula, it is a burning topic. Patient जैसे ही नाम सुनता है कि भगंदर थयो फिस्टुला थयो એટલે એના મગજમાં આવે કે 2 મહિના ડ્રેસિંગ પાકો and in continuance, but after coming laser we can drop down the fistula recurrence rate as well as days of the dressings. So you can see there is an external opening at 3 o'clock. So any boil in vicinity to perianal margin, think for the fistula, that it is not a simple boil or sebaceous cyst. It is a 3 o'clock fistula external opening. Here it is a 6 o'clock. Again, it is a 7 o'clock external opening. So any post-discharging sinus near anal wards, think for the fistula. And if it is fistula, it is not going to recover by any medical management. You need to do surgical procedures for them. And if you feel patient having pain and some bulge, you can see bulge at 7 o'clock. So just I pricked with the 18 gauge needle and aspirated. There is a foul smelling discharge. So these type of patient usually having low anal fistula with perianal abscess. So again, these are not going to relieve by the medical management. Same in, we can provide from external opening, we can introduce the laser machine, laser fiber. So firstly, we need to mature the tract by putting a draining seton in the fistula tract. And after 2 to 3 weeks, once tract is mature, we can again insert the laser through the fiber and can obliterate the fistula tract. So simply it can be done with the laser. So excellent primary healing, smaller wound, less dressings, and we can provide a good results. So these are the few clips where we demonstrated in our surgeon groups, and till date I have trained more than 500 surgeons pan-India for the laser surgery. I am practicing at Gujarat Gas Circle, Anuvrat Dwar. It is a health hospital. And another unit is Radhika Women Care, Female Dedicated Center. So any question, query, or any suggestions? Jain sir.
Questions? We can take up it during tea session also. After another session, there is by Divyesh Pathak, we will have a tea session. We are running very late. We are 1 hour late. We try to save the time so we can start our inaugural function on time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Divyesh J. Pathak. His topic is occupational cancers and recent advances in oncosurgery. He is MBBS, MS General Surgery, DNB Oncosurgery from Pune, laparoscopic and oncoplastic cancer surgeon. He is a chief cancer surgeon and owner of First Cancer Hospital, chain of South Gujarat, Advita Group of Cancer Hospital, Adajan, Besu and Ankleshwar. Thousands of cancer surgery and with excellent results in past 10 years, onco experience. Participated in NetCon 2020 as faculty. Participated in HN Hospital, HN Reliance International Conference as faculty. Multiple posters and paper presentation reported journals. Visiting consultant in Selvi Hospital, Mahavir Hospital, Bharat Cancer Hospital, Surat, and Nirmal Hospital. We welcome you, Dr. Pathak. Please come on the desk and deliver the lecture.
કેવી રીતે
સ્ક્રીન ડુપ્લિકેટ કેવી રીતે
તો આ પીપીટી ઓન જ છે તમારામાં કેમ નથી દેખાતું તો કનેક્ટ થાય જ છે આવે છે
આને પ્લે કરો
તો બતાવે છે ડિટેક્ટ કરે છે
તમારામાં સેટિંગ કરવું પડશે
શું સેટિંગ
બસ એમાં સ્ક્રીન છે ને તમારે ડુપ્લિકેટ કરવું પડશે યા એક્સટેન્ડ કરવું પડશે સ્ક્રીન
તો પણ તમે પહેલાં જ કીધું તો તમે તો આવીને મળીને ગયો તો ઊંઘતા હતા
HDMI આવ્યા છે
સીધું સી ટાઈપ લગાવવાનું
બધું થઈ જશે પરિમલ્સ મેકબુક ત્યાં આવ્યું કે નહીં એ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે ને તમે કીનોટ બનાવ્યું છે ને એટલે કીનોટમાં ઇશ્યુ આવશે કીનોટમાં છેલ્લે કન્વર્ટ કરી દેવાનું
સેવ એઝ કરકે
નહીં નહીં આપણે કન્વર્ટ કરી નાખીએ હોય તો હું લઈ લઉં પહેલાં મારું પછી આપણે ટી બ્રેકમાં કરી દઈએ કન્વર્ટ
કીનોટમાંથી પીપીટીમાં કન્વર્ટ કરવું
એ તો થઈ જશે તો અત્યારે હું મારું લઈ લઉં હા તો એવું કરું ઇન્ટ્રોડક્શન સાઇટ છે ને મારા પાસે જ છે એવું કરીએ આમાં જ છે હું લઈ લઉં છું આમાં જ છે હું લઈ લઉં સર
તમારું નથી લેતો સર
હે
મેક લેતો જ નથી
એવું થોડું ચાલે યાર મેક લેતું નથી એટલે
સ્ક્રીન સેટિંગમાં તમે ડુપ્લિકેટ કરો ને સ્ક્રીન તમારી ડુપ્લિકેટ
અરે કરીએ છે યાર બધી જગ્યાએ આખી દુનિયામાં પ્રેઝન્ટ કરું છું તમારું કનેક્ટ જ નથી થતું ત્યાં જ કનેક્શનનો પ્રોબ્લેમ છે
ના સર બધા લેપટોપ થાય
Let's have a quick tea break, then we assemble again after 10 minutes.
टी ब्रेक फॉर 10 मिनट्स और इमीडिएटली 10 मिनट में हम सब वापस यहाँ पर इकट्ठा होंगे. We have the next presentations by Dr. Devesh Pathak and Dr. Parimal Gharia sir.
My work. Today, my lecture is occupational cancer and recent advances. So, I have started first South Gujarat Cancer Hospital chain. I own Adajan's first dedicated cancer hospital. I own Vesu's first dedicated cancer hospital. Another branch is in Ankleshwar. So today we briefly deal with the occupational cancer because it's a IOH conference, and then we'll move to different types of cancer we deal with routinely. So because as I told, I am the youngest one, these are 2 questions. I usually try to keep it interactive, but I guess today there are less people to answer. But first question is, what is that by knowing which everything is known? We'll just give a brief time, 10, 20 seconds. Can anyone answer? After a good tea or good coffee or knowledge? Okay. Any other thing? Knowledge, if you can't possibly know everything. So something will be left always. Knowledge is, yeah, experience is another answer I'm getting. So again, it is also limited. You can't have unlimited experience. You can't have unlimited knowledge. So what is that by knowing which everything is known? Huh? What? Seeing. Okay, that is just a perception, it's just sense. So the answer is basically in our Ved Puran. It's Tattvamasi. When you know your soul, that is Atman, it is inside you. If you know that, then you can, by that fulcrum, you can know everything. And the most practical answer is to know your wife. So when you know your wife, you have the key. And another one, because all of you are senior than me, what's your experience? For a surgeon, what is more important, knowledge or, again I got two answers, knowledge and experience. So what's your experience? What do you feel for surgeon, whether knowledge is important or skill? Both equal, or skill is more important or knowledge is more important? So basically what happens is when we do practice, surgery is always tilted towards skill. So that was the scene when I did my general surgery. When I completed my oncosurgery, when I completed my doctorate, I realized that when not to do surgery is equally important. In cancer, it is of utmost importance. It is called premium non nocere. It's a quote given by Hippocrates that you don't do any harm first. So knowledge gives you that strength that when not to do surgery. Okay, first, as I told, occupational cancer, there are multiple occupational carcinogens. Most of them are heavy metals, benzidamide, pH, ionizing radiation, which patients get, and this may give you a practical answer when patients come and ask, this many x-rays, how many x-rays will give me cancer, how many CT scan will give me cancer, which PET scan will give me, whether it is harmful or not. So 100 MSV is the critical dose accumulating. So if it is cumulative exposure is more than 100 MSV, and I have given reference value also, X-ray is 0.1 to 0.2, and chest CT scan is 5 MSV. So you can have a practical answer. Another one that is for healthcare worker who is dealing with chemotherapy drugs, these kind of leukemias, lymphomas, and bladder cancers can be originate due to exposure to these chemotherapy drugs. Other, which is actually relevant, frankly speaking, this is not relevant, previous slides were not relevant. This is actually relevant. Night shift and change in circadian rhythm can lead to increased risk of cancer. So basically it gives rise to inflammatory state, and this lead to cancer. It is a probable carcinogen. It is classified by WHO. So as an occupational health worker, as a medical officer, you can change that nobody gets into the repeated night shifts, and it is indicated in nurses' health study. Basically, other asbestos, heavy metals, benzidamide, benzene, pH, all of them are the exposure which are the byproducts of company products, and that can lead to GI cancer, bladder cancer, skin cancer, melanoma, oral. Now again, there are lots of lined up lecture for cancer patients. This is just a off slide. I know I will just show you my work afterwards. But I own a 30-bed hospital and a 20-bed hospital and a daycare center. So this is a data which shows that multi-speciality has grown enough. Now it's a time for single speciality. In next 3 to 4 years, single speciality cancer means any single speciality hospital will grow and it will have a double net worth. So there is a tendency for any occupational health doctors that they send patient to multi-speciality hospital. This data shows that it has changed now because single speciality hospital can give excellent result with cost effectiveness. Patient goes to Ahmedabad, Mumbai, they spend at least 3 times more money than they spend here in Surat, in Baroda, in Ankleshwar. This shows that the cost effectiveness with excellent result. Important part is excellent result because we don't need extraordinary infrastructure for cancer. We have what we need and we have dedicated cancer hospital staff, cancer hospital doctors and cancer hospital surgeon as well as medical oncologists. If we have radiation, then radiation, that's it. We don't need a building for that. So we can give a very good result and some of the result I'm going to show in next, I guess, 7 minutes. So I deal with all kinds of cancer because Surat only has 12 oncosurgeons. And I will show you that with a good team, we can get a good result. So most commonly, most of you must be getting oral cancers. So first is head and neck, second is breast, third is gynec, uro-onco, GI-onco, and I will show some of the results in next slides. So question is oral oncosurgery. All of them are not a pre-op patients. All of them are post-op patients. The first peak is after 1 month of surgery. He is doing his exercises. Second one is a female who was unfortunate, who got oral cancer. Third one is a CA maxilla, again, occupational cancer. He was working in some dye industry. So with a good team, I have to say that a previous lecture, which was given by Asutosh sir, he is my plastic surgeon. So oncoplasty has reformed how patient can have a life after surgery. So all of these patients underwent a commando surgery followed by a free microvascular flap. And these results we can achieve, we are achieving regularly. Next one, if I can show you a photo, but if a patient can speak up, then it means a lot. So video tells you about 1,000 pictures. These are all these videos are just 7 to 10 days after surgery. And patient is able to talk, patient is able to swallow, there is no rise tube, nothing, everything is fine. This patient particular, he had removed, he underwent a segmental mandibulectomy. That means mandible was removed and the fibula was kept. And patient is able to live his life normally. That is the most important part. Normal life is the most important part. So I guess audio is not there. Hello? Audio is not there? Nobody is listening. They are in, hello? Audio is not there? Okay. So these are some of the videos which, due to some or other reason, we don't have audio.
5 minutes left.
Yeah. So another one is a breast cancer surgery. Now, this is the patient she is nurse and she is only 32-year-old. The right side picture, you can see that after surgery, we can have a normal breast structure. Can you see that? So this is very much important because it's perceived that when patient has a CA breast, then whole breast will be removed and patient's life is over. Social and psychology, if we don't preserve breast, then patient's life is over. With a very good oncoplasty, I do this LICAP, MICAP, AICAP, these are TDAP, these are some of the most advanced breast flap surgeries which I do, and we can have a normal breast, and that means a normal life. What we are dealing with is a depressed life afterwards for her whole life. With this, we can give a esteemed life. Again, these are some of the testimonies, but because there is no audio, so we can't. Some of the patients. Patient of RCC, patient underwent laparoscopic radical nephrectomy. On right side, you can see that it was in the mid pole, and we were not able to do partial nephrectomy due to hilum involvement. Again, this must be the second most cancer you deal with in your practice. This is lung basically. So if you can see the fissure, which is very much seen in first picture. Second, you can see the disease. Third is the ex vivo specimen. So these are some of the videos which, okay, cardiac surgeons are better in this, but we also do a little videography of heart. So this is the lung, these are the vessels, and will I get that? And this is the final video after removing the part of the lung. Okay, so nothing is important if patient is not walking, frankly speaking. So these are some of the videos where on post-op day 1, after removing part of half lung, patients are able to walk. Okay. Another patient, paralyzed patient. Patient was from ONGC. Patient had a single limb. Patient was not able to, and functioning limb had this sarcoma. It was 30 centimeter. Patient was sent to general surgeon. Patient was operated. This is the scar. He thought it was a hematoma. It was a sarcoma. I operated him. Patient underwent radiation afterwards, and we were able to save the limb. This is a limb salvage surgery, and these are the vessels which we can see. So another patient, 150 kg with a 5 kg retroperitoneal sarcoma. On first post-op day, patient was able to walk. If you have a required infrastructure and a good support team with a good anesthetist and post-operative rehab staff, you can achieve this result. This is 30 centimeter. If you can see, that scale is 15 centimeter. Again, another breast conservation surgery patients. First patient is important because 65-year-old, she told me that if you will not save my breast, I will not go for surgery. So we did the surgery and we preserved the breast. Another, when you deal with educated people, then you are able to, with a widespread mammography, we are able to diagnose patients in stage 1, that is non-palpable lumps. With these guide wires, we can identify where is the lump and we can preserve the breast. And with the sentinel lymph node biopsy, that is one of the most advanced technique we have, we are able to achieve axillary fat also. So if you have seen, there are patients of lymphedema after surgery. So that incidence is reduced by 5 times. Okay. So these are some of the breast conservation surgery with sentinel lymph node biopsy. Again, the epitome of all surgeries, that is Whipple surgery. Patient underwent Whipple surgery. On 21st day, patient was discharged. Laparoscopic Wertheim cystectomy, that is CA endometrium and CA cervix. These are laparoscopic Wertheim cystectomy picture.
Please conclude.
Yeah. And this is another picture of posterior exenteration, where rectum, uterus, ovary, everything is removed. And you can see, now this patient is 82-year-old. We were able to give her a very normal life. Just there was a colostomy and we reversed it, and patient is fine now. Parotid, you can see in the background there is a pes ansirenus. Facial nerve is actually completely normal. Total gastrectomy. And this is on the right upper hand is esophagojejunostomy. If you can see, the whole stomach is removed. This is due to total radical gastrectomy. Again, post-operative speaks because without result it means nothing. Intraoperative photo means nothing. Total laryngectomy, total thyroidectomy, CA bladder, radical cystectomy was done and ileal conduit was made, neobladder was formed. Again, another case of retroperitoneal sarcoma, 14-year-old kid with a malignant peripheral nerve sheath tumor. 3 ribs involved, we removed it. Another picture of extrarenal pheochromocytoma. So there are multiple cases, multiple subspecialty, so-called subspecialty. Actually, cancer in any subspecialty behaves same. That's why cancer, whenever you deal with a cancer, you have a certain approach, and on that basis, I opened my hospitals and I am getting good results. I hope I will be able to continue it. Thank you. Sorry, I took 2 minutes more. Okay. Any questions if you face during your practice?
Any one question?
You can talk him in person also while he's sitting over here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir. Thank you so much, sir. I would request the chairpersons to please felicitate. Yeah. I would also request Dr. S.N. Baser, sir, to please join us on stage along with Pathak, sir. I would request Gupta, sir, and Jayant Patel, sir, to please felicitate Baser, sir, and Divyesh Pathak, sir. दोस्तों एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Huge round of applause for Dr. Baser and Dr. Divyesh Pathak for their valuable contribution and insightful session on behalf of IAOH Gujcon 2025 hosted by IAOH Surat. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Gupta, sir, and Achha, chal. Next, I would request the chairpersons, Dr. Nirmal and Dr. Ramesh Surti, to please join us on stage for the next session. Dr. Nirmal and Dr. Ramesh Surti, to please join us and please take the chair. And let me welcome our next presenter, Dr. Parimal Dharia, Neurosurgeon, Advancement of Urology, Robotics and RIRS. Dr. Parimal, sir.
Technical person. Hello? Somebody? Please close this presentation.
Hello. Dr. Parimal Garia is a consultant urologist and a robotic surgeon at Icon Hospital. So we invite him for a talk, Advances in Urology.
ચાલે છે. Thank you, IOH, for inviting me for this presentation. Let's talk about advancement in urology, something about suction in RIRS and the robotics. So whenever we see the ureteric or renal stone, we always feel about agony, pain and the misery that patients suffer from. The management of the stones depends on the first is the pain relief. Whenever patient has an acute pain, first thing is to pain relief, second is the removal of the stone, and the third is the recurrence prevention. So we will focus on the first two. The primary treatment is always an antispasmodic and analgesic, specifically the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs like diclofenac is the best for relieving of acute colic. Whenever the acute colic is not relieved, you can add a paracetamol 1 gram, or sometimes a tramadol 50 milligram can be added to paracetamol to decrease the colic, and sometimes the alpha blocker can be used, and other supportive treatment is required. Laboratory investigation, you must get a patient's CBC, CRP, urine, and the serum creatinine for all the patients who are suffering from acute or a chronic pain due to kidneys. Ultrasound is a basic investigations. X-rays are not done nowadays because the sensitivity and specificity of finding a stone on X-ray has decreased significantly. In the advent of the CT scan, which has a 100% stone detection almost. So the overall investigation has shifted to CT-KOB. Any pain that is not subsided or you investigated an ultrasound doesn't give you the clue, NCCT is the key investigation, and it is recommended all over the world as the first line of investigation in acute abdominal colic. And we are worried about the CT scans and the radiation exposure, but the CT, nowadays the low dose NCCT is almost at 2 or 3 times an X-ray KOB, so it doesn't give a lot of conversion. So whenever we plan to a surgery, we have to rule out urinary tract infection, bleeding diathesis, and unstable renal function. Unstable renal function means the patient presenting with creatinine of 1, second day 1.5, increasing trend. In that case, you do not remove the stone primarily, you just temporize the patient first. We put a DJ stent, deobstruct the patient, stabilize the creatinine, stabilize the infection, and then proceeds. So what are the options we have? So we have the options of open surgeries, laparoscopic surgeries, ESWL, extracorporeal shockwave lithotripsy, PCNL, and RIRS. So whenever we try to find out an ideal method of stone removal, we have to consider about the highest stone free rate, complications rate, cost, life-threatening complications, affordability, and accessibility. So what happens is whenever we try to fit a certain treatment to a certain patient group, there is a difference. When we want to give an advanced treatment, when patient of a CEO of a company has come to a treatment and he wants to have a meeting next day morning, the treatment is different. When a non-affordable patient from the periphery who doesn't want to visit Surat next time, the treatment is different. So the treatment is patient according to the patients. The first is a shockwave lithotripsy. It was invented as a military technology, converted into a domestic use, and only option when ESWL was invented was open surgery. So it was a boom. Everybody was left, right, center, all size, all stones were undergoing lithotripsy because only option was the open stone surgery. But it has its own limitations. It has a severe obesity, we cannot focus, anatomical obstruction. If there is an obstruction distal to the stone, we fragment the stone, but fragment will not pass. Ultimately, patient will have the colic, persistent colic, and patient will not recover. Pregnancy, bleeding diathesis, and the fragmentation in lithotripsy is uncontrolled. We are just facing the stones with the shocks. Stone can break whatever size it wants. So there are multiple sittings are required. So ultimately what happens is, over a period of time, the lithotripsy has gone into the background. It is now used in a very few centers, only centers which have procured the machine 10-15 years back, and they are having their machines. Nobody is procuring the ESWL machine nowadays. We know the stone free rate is less, multiple sittings are required, and sometimes the ancillary treatments are required. So ultimately after the lithotripsy, if URS or PCNL is required, patient is not happy. So now we move to a PCNL where we do a percutaneous nephrolithotomy. We put a puncture into the kidney, see the stone, break the stone, and remove it. But it has its own contraindications like bleeding, potential malignant tumor, pregnancy, pelvic kidney or vascular abnormalities. But the advantage of PCNL was it can give almost 97 to 99% results in almost all size of the stones. You can do 1 puncture, 2 puncture, 3 puncture, 4 puncture. You can do multiple sittings and you remove all the stones. So it becomes a gold standard treatment over a period of time, taking from open surgeries to lithotripsy to the PCNL. But what happens is, with the advent of social media and the advancement of the treatment, ChatGPT and everything, the patients become so conscious about their kidneys, their renal functions, their overall health, and now the hole in the kidney is something like a taboo. If you say that patient that we will put a hole in the kidney and remove the stone, it's just like a stab injury to the kidney which heals 99.9% normally. but in a very rare conditions, it can bleed. So the biggest complications of PCNL is the bleeding, requirement of the transfusion, and sometimes what happens is we puncture the renal parenchyma and we get some bleeding points. We may injure the vasculature and it may form the pseudoaneurysm and AV fistula, and that requires an angioembolization, and these bleedings are almost life-threatening. So whatever may be the risk, but it is life-threatening complications of PCNL. And for the all occupational healthcare providers here, longer hospital stay, longer days off the work is the main concern. If your key employees is out of the work for 15 days, you will not tolerate it. You will say that get something better than which can give you on the work within 2 or 3 days. So where comes the role of a flexible ureteroscopy? The flexible ureteroscopy is a surgery where what we do is we put a flexible ureteroscope through the urethra, through the ureter, go to the kidney, see the stone and fragment the stone with the laser. We put put it into a small less than 1 millimeter particles, which particles put a DJ stand, and these particles gradually passes through the ureter besides the DJ stand. After 2 to 3 weeks, what we do is we do an X-ray, ultrasound or a CT scan depending on their condition and check for the complete clearance is there or not. If there are some stones left, we remove the stones by the basket at the end of the procedure. So after the end of 2 to 3 weeks or 2 procedures, patient is 100% stone free. Look at these patients. With this patient, if this patient is undergoing PCNL, he may require 2 or 3 punctures with multiple renal stones, whereas RIRS can go to any calyces. This patient, stone in the upper calyx, the stone is in the upper calyx and the upper calyx is above the 11th rib. Any puncture above the 11th rib, patient will get a hemothorax, hydrothorax or a life-threatening complications. But for RIRS is a straight course. Upper ureteric calculus, the problem is of ureter. The stone is in a no man's land. You cannot come from above, you cannot go from below. So in this case, RIRS is a bliss. Bilateral renal calculus. This was my friend, he was from UK. He has history of passing stone every 15 days. He came to India, got my consultation. He said, what can be done for this? These stones were removed in a single procedure, bilaterally. All stones were removed and he has no colic since last 1 year. I am happy with it. Ureteric stone with multiple calyces. Sometimes what happens is, patient came with the pain of ureteric colic, but he has a multiple renal small stones. What happens is, we offer a treatment that we will remove only the lower ureteric stones, but not the upper ureteric or the kidney stones. What happens is, patient will get a repeated colics. So a landmark study was published 2 years back, which suggests that if we add an RIRS to an URS and remove the kidney stones, patient will have a decreased relapse rate of 82%. So whenever a 4-5 millimeter ureteric stone presents, if these require surgery and we remove the kidney stones, he will have a decrease of 82% and he will be stone free for more than 5 years. Additional OR time is only 25 minutes. Obesity, no issue. Tumor, no issue. Malrotated kidney, no issue. Anatomical abnormality. So all type of kidneys stones can be treated by RIRS. Specific set of patients is a seafarer or the pilots or the soldiers who require even a 4 or 5 millimeter stone to be removed because they are posted at some place where they have to travel through the sea and they cannot get the treatment for 30 days. In those cases, they require a removal of the stone for 4 or 5 millimeter also. The RIRS is the solution for all these patients. Benefits is no cut, no hole, natural orifice surgery, no pain, and benefits to all of you that patient can return to home or work within 1 or 2 days. Advantage we already enumerated. There are a lot of advantages of RIRS and it is a best choice award we can give. If we give the options to the patient will always choose an RIRS over all other procedures given the other parameters are accepted. So RIRS has become a game changer and all over the world the treatment has shifted to RIRS, but it has a limitation of its own, that is access failure. All success is dependent on the ureter diameter. If the ureter is small, we put a stent and we again go after 2 days. So the 2 surgeries may be required in sometimes. And it's a technically demanding surgery. Lot of armamentarium gadgets, equipments, laser, flexible ureteroscopes are required. So it becomes a costly affair. And The most dreaded complications of RIRS is urinary tract infections, and all measures should be taken just like a joint replacement surgery to prevent the infections. And we published a reusable flexible ureteroscope, and this was a study, landmark study, a study of 2,000 patients, and I am happy to contribute 200 patients in this study, almost 10% of the total patients and it was published in Indian Journal of Urology last week only. The problems with RIRS is the high intrarenal pressure, sepsis, poor visibility, and a multiple sitting requirement. So we invented the suction in RIRS. This suction technique was invented by me to remove the dust from the kidney during the surgery, so the surgery can be safely done, the infection rate decreases, visibility improves. And though I did not publish it, it was tweeted by me and it was picked up by a journal of the review article that it is a public, this technique is to be looked forward. And now we have a scopes that is this in-scope substance is built in. So it was a concept in 2017, I published in 2022, and now its scopes are coming now. It was quoted across all the conferences, major conferences about my tweet of this technique of suction in RIRS. But still, by this technique only, we were improving the infection rate, we were improving the vision, but we do not improve the overall stone-free rate. Why? Because we break the stone and we depends on the nature that how to remove these stones. The stones are passed spontaneously. So a flexible and navigable sheath comes into picture in 2022, and we immediately grab on this, and I was able to do the first few cases of the India by flexible and ureterous navigable sheath, and it is called fence now. What happens is we fragment the stone, and at the same time we attach a suction and remove the fragments at the same time. So it's now on table clearance. So the problems or the limitations of RIRS that the stones cannot be removed on table, it has now been solved. We are removing the stones on table. It is just like removing the stone by suctioning from the kidney. So, and I was the first to invite in a large group of 10,000 urologists. I was the first to have lectures on the suction in RIRS. We have all the gadgets required for a successful and significant results for RIRS. So is the PCNL dead? I said no. We reserve the puncture for the deserved. Those who are non-accommodating in ureter, large stones, infected stones, recurrent urinary tract infections, when the equipment restraint is there, we can always do PCNL and we can give the results, and in that case also we use a flexible ureter nephroscopy so that the single puncture can suffice for all of the stones. 90% of our PCNL has a single puncture only. So by night time, now you must have think that urologists, what surgeries urologists do? We do an endourology, that is prostate and stone surgeries, open surface surgeries, uro-oncology and reconstructive surgery. Urethroplasties are surface surgery, uro-oncology already been described by our oncology oncosurgeon, and we all do all the urological surgeries. Open surgeries era is almost gone. We have now shifted to laparoscopy and laparoscopy. Open surgeries are reserved for the complicated cases like IVC tumor thrombus, multiple previous surgeries, or sometimes 2-3 surgeries are combined. In those cases only we are doing laparoscopy. So almost all urological surgery has, intra-abdominal surgery has shifted from open surgery to a laparoscopic surgery. But the laparoscopic surgery was lacking the depth. We do not have the depth perception. So we started with the 3D laparoscopy, and we were the first among the Surat to start the 3D laparoscopy with improved visualization and increase the depth perception. Urology requires 3D laparoscopy because we are always around the great vessels. Right side we have an IVC, left side and we have an aorta, hilum dissection, depth perception is required, suturing is required. So we invented to 3D laparoscopy, but it was not enough for us. We were doing simple cases like radical nephrectomy, partial nephrectomy, UPJ obstructions, everything by lab. But still, we do not have the satisfaction level which was required for onco-surgeries and the reconstructive surgery. So we shifted from this traditional laparoscopy setup.
Time is over,
1 minute. So we shifted from this to a robotic surgeries, and we were first in the Surat to start with a Mantra 3.0 robotic, 4-arm robotic setup that was in Icon Hospital. And it is a master-slave technique. We all know the robotics by now. We are all esteemed healthcare providers, and you know what is the robotic surgery. But it was a landmark event because it was the first in whole pan-India to have a small setup of hospital to have a robot. So we have dreamed a big of that. We are in 6 months into robotic. We already completed 40 laparoscopic robotic surgeries now. And I think with your support, we are going to get a 100 number as soon as possible. Thank you. Because running short of time, I just conclude my.
Thank you, Dr. Parimal, for a nice lecture. Advances in neurology, particularly the stone surgeries. We can take 2 questions if someone has to ask. Okay, thank you. So we go with the next speaker, Dr. Manoj Satyavani. Dr. Atri first? Okay. So I invite Dr. Atri Satyavani first to deliver a talk. Dr. Atri is a consultant neurologist at the famous INS Surat Institute of Neurosciences and has special interest in epilepsy, especially drug-resistant epilepsy. The topic is quite interesting. All headaches are not migraine.
वो नहीं मैडम वहाँ पे प्ले है ये नेक्स्ट है ऊपर वाला प्रीवियस है ये
Well, I don't know. My target is that I don't want to end up giving headaches to you all. After such excellent talks, I don't know how interesting this will be. But I still believe that headache is something, we all have suffered once in our lifetime. And you must be getting a lot of headache patients because I think that is one of the most commonest symptom as well as one of the most common disorder also. So with the target of not giving you a headache, let's start with this question. Are all headaches migraine? Well, let's see that. So you must agree to this thing that like when patients come to you, what they do think of? They come with you with headache and the first question they ask you, do you really need glasses? But this is very important for us to remember that in adults, refractive errors doesn't give rise to headache. Second group of patients, they come to you and they tell you that recently my blood pressure was detected to be high and possibly doctor, that's the reason why I'm having the headaches. But again, high blood pressure as such doesn't give rise to headache until and unless there is an associated complication with that or the patient is having malignant hypertension more than 200 by 120 like that. So as such, high blood pressure won't give rise to headache. And thirdly, some group of patients will come to you requesting for an imaging saying that maybe doctor, I'm having a brain tumor. Who knows? I'm having the headache because of a brain tumor. But again, to add to this, the brain tumors as such won't give you an headache until and unless there are associated evidence of raised intracranial tension. So if you see that, the headache, why headache is important? Why learning about headache is important? It is because the prevalence of headache, it is more than 90% in men and 95% in females. And 1% in 3 experiences severe headaches in some stage of life. And 50% of the headache patients, they have never been to a doctor. And 10% patients with headache, they continue to be under some kind of medical care. And 1/3, which is, if you consider that 1/3, it's a great number of patients, 1/3 of headache patients will be incorrectly diagnosed. So most of the time, when you see this is basically a landmark study to find out how many patients are diagnosed with a certain etiology of headache, especially when the patients with headache visit the physician first. In those cases, 85% of the patients are diagnosed with migraine, and rest 15%, they do have headaches, which is because of cause other than migraine. But the moment they comes to us, the neurologist, this percentage changes. Because then we, instead of 85% of patients, only 55% of patients turn to have migraine. So we are concerned with mainly these, sorry. So we are mostly concerned about these 35% group of patients, because only now we have only 55% of patients who are having migraine. But what about those 35% of patients? So that's why my question was, are all headaches migraine? So I won't go into the classification, but if we have to speak about headaches, they are broadly classified into primary headaches and the secondary headaches. As the name itself implies, secondary headaches means when the headache is due to some secondary causes. And the primary headaches, they are broadly classified into migraine, tension type headache, the trigeminal autonomic cephalalgias, and other primary headaches. And the secondary headaches, they can be because of so many reasons. So since if I have to talk about migraine itself, I think you cannot finish it within 20 minutes. Leave aside, even 30 minutes won't be enough for discussion of migraine if we have to include the treatment and all. But broadly, this is how migraine has been classified. So as we can see that the maximum age of onset, or you can say the maximum number of patients of migraine, they are usually in the 20 to 50 years age group. Now that, if we consider, that is the most productive years of anyone's life. So, but then, see, if suppose a patient comes to a headache for the first time. Now for the first time you can't say that this is migraine, because there are fixed criteria to say that the patient has migraine. You can say that the patient has migraine-like headache, but with the first episode, you can't say that it itself is a migraine. So, but the most important thing is that whenever you take the history, this is very important. Like, what is the duration of the headache? What are the important features in migraine? One of the most important feature is, of course, unilateral location. But they do not have a fixed location. It's not, so many times we see that, like, although that there may be the unilateral location, but it's not needed that it would be in a forehead or it would be in the back like that. There's no fixed location as such. The quality of the headache, because most of them will tell you, कि मुझे ऐसा लगता है ना जैसे हथौड़ा मार रहा हो. You know, this is something very common what the patients say. And of course, the pain intensity can vary. And one of the most important thing, if you ask them in the history, they will, but you have to ask them directly, whether any physical activity aggravates the headache. Migraine patients, they are so incapacitated with the headache that even simple head shaking, or, you know, like tying the hair, or even after washing your hair, the headache gets aggravated. And it is not always needed that the person should have nausea or vomiting. And although this can be associated with headaches of migraine, and even they may have photophobia and phonophobia, where photophobia is when they prefer to lie down in a dark room. That is what photophobia is. The light aggravates it. Or they like to, you know, lie down in a quiet room, because during the headache episode, they do not like to hear to the sounds also. Even mere sound of a door closing or opening may cause aggravation of the headache to them. And if on a study of a broad group of patients with migraine, this was something which was very prominent, that is exacerbation with movement. So how they prefer, what are the aggravating and relieving factors, those are also very important when you try to elicit the history in a patient with headache, even when we are suspecting migraine or other causes of headache. So this is a simple mnemonic. You can remember like this, going through POUND, that is pulsatile, 1 day duration, usually 4 to 72 hours, unilateral, nausea or vomiting, disabling intensity. So why this mnemonic? Because it is not always possible, you know, to remember each and every criteria, fulfilling the criteria of any particular headache. So this is a very simple criteria which we can use in our day-to-day practice also, and that I think can be very helpful also. So now the question comes, does physical examination in a patient presenting with headache helps you? Well, the main aim, yes, you should do a physical examination in all patients with headache also after the history, because you want to rule out other causes of headache, not migraine, other causes of headache. So you always pay attention to the cranial nerves, tendon reflexes, optic disc, measure the pulse and BP, and try to find out whether there are any other associated cardiac abnormalities with that. And one, if the patient is an elderly patient, it is very important, not only elderly patients, even in young patients also, because temporomandibular joint dysfunction, these patients can also present like headaches, like migraine, and most of the time it is mistakenly diagnosed also. Now, neuroimaging, the role of CT scan or MRI, although nowadays patients, they themselves tell you, please doctor, get an MR done or get a CT scan done. I just want to rule out, I just want to be assured that I don't have any other abnormality. So usually neuroimaging is not warranted if neurological examination is absolutely normal. There is no role of electroencephalography, routine blood investigations in patients, especially elderly patients. I always do a simple ESR. If I have any doubts regarding new onset headache, with migrainous etiology, I always do an ESR. And of course, because you want to rule out giant cell arthritis in those group of patients. And the most important thing is that the primary headaches, where I told that the neuroimaging comes out to be normal, you need to separate between migraine, the tension type headache, and the cluster headache. Because based on, I won't go into details of these, but based on the location of the pain, the duration of the pain, the severity of the pain, the associated symptoms and behavior during the episode, you would be able to differentiate. Because many a times it happens that tension type headache is, you put it the diagnosis of migraine, and sometimes migraine is also put under the diagnosis of tension type. So you have to be very careful with that, because the treatment aspects, it changes from one primary headache to other in many cases. So this is just to show the cluster headache. The cluster headache, they have very typical features. Usually you don't mistake it with migraine, but sometimes the patient's headache transformation can also occur. So anytime, if a patient you have diagnosed with migraine or any other type of primary headache disorder, not responding to your treatment, I would say you just review the history. You must be missing out some points, or you may find out some new point that may help you in changing your diagnosis and possibly the treatment also. So this is very important now. Why this is important? This is a mnemonic SNOOP4. That means if the patient has systemic signs and symptoms, think of some secondary cause of headache. If the patient has any neurological abnormalities, you have got an examination of the patient, think of other associated causes rather than a primary headache etiology. If the headache is of sudden onset, because you have to find out, are you dealing with a neurological emergency like subarachnoid hemorrhage? Older age of onset, a person coming to you with new onset headache at 50 years of age, rather than saying it is migraine, you try to rule out other possible causes which are mimicking migraine headache as such. And you try to find out when the patient comes for follow-up, is there any change in the pattern of the headache? Because changing pattern, as I told you, sometimes the primary headaches also can change the pattern, and that may be the reason why they are not responding to the treatment. And another important thing you always ask for is the headache intensity increase with any change of posture? Because spontaneous intracranial hypotension, which we have seen, is most of the time have missed and coming to us with a neurological emergency is one such type of headache where the change of posture, the patient will say, doctor, when I'm lying down, I'm absolutely fine. As soon as I sit up, I start having the headache at the nape of my neck. Think of it. Think of spontaneous intracranial hypotension. Because until and unless you think of the etiology associated with the symptom, it is not possible to diagnose. And of course, during examination, you must examine every patient to rule out papilledema, which is an indicator of raised intracranial tension. So this is how you approach the patient, a detailed history, of course, the most important aspect, because it is a clinical diagnosis, not a radiological diagnosis. Just remember that. Most of the neurological disorders, you need to have a very good clinical history from the patient. Sometimes you have to ask direct questions also to find out the things. Of course, a detailed physical examination, especially the routine examination, is important because we want to rule out other causes of headache. We do not want to end up diagnosing migraine in a patient with secondary headache. And once the screen for the red flags, that mnemonic which I have already told you, if you don't get those things, then you try to identify what type of primary headache disorder the person has, whether it is a migraine or some other primary headache disorder. And these are the most common primary headache type. And this is how usually, these are the points which you try to cover in the history. And lastly, I would just like to point out to one of the most important type of headache, that is medication overuse headache, which in recent times has really increased. Your patient with migraine not responding to the treatment, you think of this thing. You try to find out how frequently the headache episodes are and what type of analgesics the patient is using and how frequently they are using. Because it's a very common practice that they tend to take off-the-counter medications. And if we have to see, like most of the NSAIDs, they are known to cause medication overuse headache. And comparatively, paracetamol and naproxen sodium, they are known to cause, they are considered to have less propensity to cause medication overuse headache. And with this, I would just like to end my presentation. And so, dear headache, leave me alone. I would rather have migraine than any other cause of headache. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
A very nice talk about headache. Any questions? We can take 2 questions if someone. See, nowadays we are seeing many children having migraine cases.
Yes, that's true.
In our practice, because I am a child specialist, and particularly between above 6-7 years, because of the less sleeping time and more screen time. And
lifestyle, mostly the lifestyle, the children
lifestyle,
do have. Yeah, food and the lifestyle.
And there is a strong history of either of the parent is suffering from migraine.
Yes.
So
this is what I tell them. Every patient, lifestyle modification.
Yeah.
Lifestyle modification, because that is the only thing you can do and like avoid having a migraine.
Children need adequate sleep, at least 8 to 9 hours sleep is required for children. And screen time should not be more than half an hour. Maximum 1 hour in older children. See. So migraine is on rise in children also. See. Any questions? So thank you, Dr. Atri.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I would invite Dr. Manoj Satyavani for his talk on the topic of management of stroke in golden hour. Dr. Manoj is also associated with INS. He is a neurologist. He has got numerous publications in peer-reviewed journals. And his special interest is immune-mediated neurological disorders.
Thank you very much, and very good evening all. Thank you, respected Chair, Dr. Nirmal sir, organizing friends, and dear delegates. Today I am going to speak on the management of stroke in golden hours. Can you change this, please? Thank you. So, okay. The outline of my topic will be, I am going to tell you about some facts of about the stroke. How serious is the stroke for our community and the worldwide? How you should identify the stroke, how you can spot the stroke. What do you mean by the golden hours? What should be your response once you identify or spot the stroke? And how it should be managed at our level or any neurologist level, and what is the expected outcome of the stroke. Coming to the facts, stroke is defined as abrupt onset of the neurological deficit, which is abrupt means sudden. This word is important, which should persist for more than 24 hours. If it is less than 24 hours, then it is defined as TIA, with no apparent cause other than the vascular origin. So it rules out other causes of hemiparesis or neurological deficits like SOL, like infections in the brain, like any other kind of neurological deficit inside the brain. Stroke can be classified in the different ways, right? The most important classification in today's context is to classify stroke as clinically progressive or evolving type of stroke, completed stroke, or TIA. TIA, as I already told you, the focal neurological deficit recovers within 24 hours. Completed stroke means deficit has already been progressed up to its peak. What is important is to identify the progressive or evolving type of a stroke which are evolving or are in the developing. So coming to the incidences of stroke, as we all know, total out of 100, 87% of the strokes are of ischemic in origin. And this is the basically interest of the topic here today. I am not going to touch hemorrhagic strokes today. And how serious is a stroke? Suppose if person who is getting a stroke, in each minute during the stroke, 1.9 million neurons, 14 billion synapses, and 7.5 miles of the myelinated fibers are destroyed every minute. You can just appreciate the severity of the stroke, and without prompt treatment, a part of the brain at the size of the pea dies every 12 minutes. So how harmful it can be. If you see the global facts, stroke is the second leading cause of the death in the all over the worldwide, and the third leading cause of disability. Alone in the US, you get 8 lakh patients every year. That means a stroke is happening every 40 seconds in the United States, and every 4th minute, some person is dying of the stroke in United States. This is what data says 4 years back. The stroke incidences are keep on rising since then. If you consider this as how it impacts our society in India or at the regional level, in South Gujarat, we get 25 lakhs of stroke patients every year in India. And we get 25,000 of stroke patients in South Gujarat, Surat and the surrounding area every year. That means we are getting 100 stroke patients daily in Surat and surrounding area. 30% of them die within first month of the stroke, and 30% of them remain permanently disabled. At a given point of time, it's a rough estimate, there is no data behind this, but there must be some between 50,000 to 1 lakh patients are currently receiving treatment for the stroke in Surat. What do you understand by the golden hours? So first, thrombolytic therapy. Golden hours when you can intervene and save the stroke patient and make him a excellent recovery. So if you go by the detail, I don't know the name, I don't remember the name, but the first thrombolysis was tried in 1952 by someone in UK with the pro-urokinase. It was unsuccessful, but after that, there were many trials were continued, and finally in 1996, US FDA approved first agent RTPA, that is coming in the available in the name of Actylase, that is a recombinant tissue plasminogen activator, and they approved it for the use within first 3 hours of acute ischemic stroke. After 15 years, when ECAS 2 trial was completed, FDA approved stroke treatment, thrombolysis as the stroke treatment up to the 4.5 hours. So this is the latest one which was approved by US FDA. Now in 2025, to date, you can thrombolyze patient with the alteplase up to 9 hours in certain situations, special situations. Even if patient is coming beyond 9 hours, you are having many other options like mechanical thrombectomy. You can remove the thrombus directly by intervening. You can have one lecture tomorrow morning on mechanical thrombectomy here. Within 6 hours after a stroke, you can remove that particular thrombus by the mechanical means. It's indicated, and in posterior circulation like basilar artery and the vertebral artery, you can remove that thrombus through the mechanical means up to 24 hours. So it started from 3 hours in 1996, 30 years back. Now in 2025, you can remove that particular thrombus up to 24 hours. So the golden hours of the stroke is now to be considered as first 24 hours. So this is the star slide for this, or you can say showstopper here. How you identify the stroke. Any layman can identify the stroke. He has to remember this mnemonic, be fast. So this you have to remember. You have to imprint this in all in your mind. More than 90% of the stroke you can identify with the help of this mnemonic, be fast. What is be fast? I already told you, stroke is sudden in onset. So any sudden or abrupt onset of problem in the balance, B stands for the balance, any problem in the balance, any problem with the eyes which are sudden in the onset, maybe diplopia, it may be the loss of vision, or it may be the dimness of vision. F stands for the face, any facial asymmetry. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. And T stands for the time to call an emergency room or emergency service. So you have to remember this mnemonic, be fast. So you can identify more than 90% of the strokes easily. So what should be once you identify and spot the diagnosis of the stroke, suppose you identify this patient is having a stroke, what should be your response? The main goal is to avoid delay in the treatment. You have to do as fast as you can. So acute treatment, all are aware regarding the emergency in case of MI. Heart attack hua or immediately patient ko kahan bhejna hai, everybody knows. So acute stroke is a medical emergency and should be treated like acute MI. Physicians play a critical role in initial assessment, so don't forget, be fast. Patient should be transferred always in the stroke ready hospital. Don't transfer the patient who are not stroke ready, who don't have 24/7 neurologist, who don't have facility for the CT scan, who don't have the facilities for the thrombolytic, who don't have their medical pharmacy units, don't have thrombolytic therapy protocol like Actylase, they don't have Connectedness. So transfer the patient only to the stroke ready hospital Thrombolysis is always time sensitive. So though the window is very large, but as soon as patient gets the therapy, the more the benefit he will get. The better will be outcome. Then how stroke should be managed? This is at our level. I am going to just give a practical outline of this. I am not going into the detail. So in hospital management, you don't need any fancy kind of investigation in these type of patients. If you spot a stroke, if you identify the BFAST patients, send them directly to stroke ready hospital, where doctor will take history, do a physical examination, do a NIHS score, how severe the deficit is. That is stroke scale. He will do only blood glucose. He will or she will do only oxygen saturation, ECG, and simple CT scan brain. You don't need any MRI scan, you don't need any angio in first 4.5 hours, 4.5 hours of the stroke. So the earlier reperfusion is established, the greater the chances of reducing the ischemic injury. The window period as of now is 4.3 hours, and ideally NIH has recommended that each and every stroke should be treated within 60 minutes. Fortunately in INS, we are able to reduce the time within 30 minutes we are thrombolizing the patient. We are starting, due to needle time is 30 minutes in INS, it's proven. We are having two molecules currently available. One is the Actylize, which is recombinant tissue plasminogen activator. It is available in India since last 20 years, 2006. In Surat, the first case was one of the Reliance Hajira employee. He was thrombolized in BAPS Pramukh Swami Hospital by me, right? He was the first case which was thrombolized in the Surat, 2006. Now it is 2025. We are more than 20 years and we have thrombolized thousands and thousands of patients then. So how you thrombolize? The dose is 0.9 milligram per kg body weight. Maximum dose is 90 milligram. 10% you have to give bolus. Rest of the 90% you have to give by infusion over 1 hour. This is use of the RTPA. Nowadays, it can be used up to 9 hours in a special situation when we do certain other investigations like CT perfusion imaging, perfusion diffusion mismatch and all the things which is available in INS. Second molecule available is tenecteplase, which is a single shot. You have to just give push-up bolus. It is relatively affordable also, cheaper in comparison to RTPA also. But it can be used up to now. It's written 3 hours here, but just 1 month back, approval is taken for approval is given by Indian Stroke Society to use it within 4.5 hours. All patients, you can thrombolize each and every patient except for some few conditions. There is no bar for the age, no age bar, no sex bar, no gender bias. You can thrombolize each and every patient except in 3 or 4 situations. Like if patient is having CT scan is showing hemorrhage, right? You don't have to thrombolize the patient. If patient's CT scan is showing very big infarct, which has already been developed more than 1/3 territory of the MCA or posterior circulation, you don't have to thrombolize a patient whose blood glucose level is less than 50 or more than 400, platelet counts less than 1 lakh, or patient is already on warfarin or heparin in last 48 hours. They have taken the dose of warfarin or any other anticoagulant and his APTT and PT is deranged, more than 1.3. Apart from that, any history of head injury or any surgery in the brain in last 3 months, any surgery, major surgery or any genitourinary tract bleeding in last 2 to 3 weeks. These are the patients who should not be thrombolized. Otherwise, you can thrombolize any patient apart from this. You don't need to go for any fancy test. I have written the name of the test. You don't have to wait for these test result. The only blood test that is mandatory before the initiation of IV LTPS or thrombolysis is blood glucose. You have to rule out severe hyperglycemia or hypoglycemia. What is the importance of the stroke-ready hospital? So stroke-ready hospitals are always having stroke units in particular. Their staff is trained, their door-to-needle time, needle to repeat scan time is very less. So these hospitals are rewarded as stroke-ready hospitals. So studies have shown patients who, special curves for the patients admitted to a stroke unit, they are having better outcome in comparison to the patients who are treated out of the stroke ICU. All age groups are having good outcome in, if we are treated in the stroke ICU, and you can prevent all the penumbra oligohypokalemic area if it is time sensitive, if they are treated very early. And the results you can get, you can have only core after thrombolizing the patient, and rest of the yellow portion which has been shown, that can be prevented by thrombolysis. So you can reduce the brain injury.
1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah. 1 moment. 1 minute, please, sir. Still, after doing all these things, even in the US, only 15 to 20% patients who are coming to the window period are thrombolized in the Western countries also. In India, last year, Nimhans published a study, only 3% of the total patients are thrombolized in India. So we need to have more awareness. And I'm leaving these slides because of time constraint. So my take-home message is, be fast and save the brain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj, for a nice talk on stroke and be fast. It's very, very important to prevent the disability and morbidity. Thank you very much. Any questions for Dr. Manoj Satyavani? So, mine is over.
Thank you so much. Check, 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 check. Okay, thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Divyesh Pathak, Dr. Parimal Gharia, sir, Dr. Manoj, sir. Okay. Dr. Parimal, sir, Dr. Manoj, sir, and Dr. Atri, ma'am, to join us on stage for the memento. And I would request Chairman, sir, to give away mementos to our esteemed speakers. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for the wonderful session. Guys, can we clap for the wonderful speakers? Dr. Atri ma'am, Dr. Manoj sir, Dr. Parimal sir, on behalf of IAOH, Gujcon 25. Thank you so much, ma'am, and both our sirs for the wonderful presentation. I would request Nirmal sir to please be on stage, and on behalf of the Gujcon Committee 25, I would request Vijay sir to please join us on stage for the token of appreciation to Dr. Nirmal sir. On behalf of Gujcon 25, thank you so much, Dr. Nirmal sir, for your valuable contribution. Thank you, sir. Next, for the chairperson, I would request Dr. Dharmesh Parikh sir, Dr. Kishore Parikh sir to join us on the chair. And for the speaker, we have Dr. Ashok Patel, sir, consultant neurosurgeon. The topic, Awake Craniotomy, Innovations in Neurosurgery. On the chair, we have Dr. Dharmesh, sir, and Dr. Kishore, sir, and as a speaker, Dr. Ashok Patel.
Good evening, everyone.
First of all, hello, Doctor. So let me introduce you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Now the next session is on awake craniotomy, that is innovation in neurology. For that, we have Dr. Ashok Patel, who is MCH Neurology from NIMHANS, Bangalore. He is Director and Consultant Neurosurgeon, Institute of Neurosciences at Surat. He has a special interest in vascular surgeries, epilepsy surgeries, endoscopic and microscopic spine surgeries. So, I invite Dr. Ashok Patel. Now, floor is yours. Please proceed.
Good evening, everyone. It's my privilege to be here to present a very interesting and fascinating innovation in neurosurgery. You must have heard that the patient is lying on the table with open brain, talking. You must have seen in the social media that patient is playing some violin and brain surgeon is operating. This is now reality. I have operated more than 50 cases in INS itself, awake brain surgery. So I would like to present few technicality and few videos. See, the history started in the afternoon. Dr. Choksi has told that there were some craniotomies to be done in a psychiatric patient, and it was true, but it was very, very rude. People used to hold the patient and they used to break the skull like that. But that was also awake craniotomy. So it was started way back in some centuries before. But now it is very refined manner what we do. We don't use anesthesia, we don't use endotracheal tube. When patient admitted, we just see that his motor functions and speech, what we are going to monitor, that should be intact. And patient should be fit for anesthesia. During surgery, patient is awake, so we can remove the maximum tumor. In all brain tumors, we don't do awake brain surgery. We do only the tumors are on eloquent areas where the speech and the motor functions are there. Particularly the epilepsy surgery and some of the tumor and arteriovenous malformation. There are two techniques. One is you make the patient sleep during craniotomy and then make him awake, do the surgery while removing the tumor, and then again you make the patient sleep while closing the craniotomy. Another technique is you keep the patient awake throughout. The selection criteria, patient should be absolutely cooperative. We talk to the patients, we go to the ward, talk to the patients, we see how confident patient is. And then we take the patient to the operation theater, our anesthetists show the operation table, talk to the patient, and then describe the whole scenario that tomorrow morning you are going to lie down on this table and we are going to operate, we do such things. And we see that how the patient's reactions are. If the patient is very anxious, then we generally don't do it. But if the patient is courageous, patient say, no problem, I can handle, then we'll go ahead and do it. Patient should be, I told you, neurologically intact and anesthetically fit. So this is the team, neurosurgeon, anesthetist who is confident enough to handle intraoperative if something is happened. The nursing staff and technical staff. I'll show you few of my cases. This is a case 1. It's a left side insular glioma. You can see it involves the motor area because of the frontal and the temporal. It's a left insular glioma, deep-seated. This is the tractography nowadays we do, and we see the tracts. It's a tractography film. You can see some of the fibers is in the tumor. Sound, please. Sound. See, without sound, I don't think you'll be able to. This is the patient who is This is the Kusa machine. We just, it's a cavitron ultrasonic aspirator. So it breaks the tumor and sucks the tumor at the same time. This is the post-op scan. This is the another case. Pre-op MRI. You can see the prefrontal gyrus is involved. It's a premotor cortex. So patient is likely having a motor deficit. If we remove the try to remove tumor more, or patient may develop a permanent deficit. This is the tractography. You can see some of the bluish area which is involved inside the tumor. So that is the motor fibers. This is our anesthetist talking to the patient.
टाइट करो हाँ ये पैर हिलाओ पूरा जैसे हिला देते ना अभी हाँ
So she is continuously moving the upper limb and the lower limb.
मुंह खोलो पूरा हाँ नाम क्या है आपका
रूपल
रूपल आगे
रोहन पटेल
ठीक है अच्छा है चलो स्क्रीन में ले चालू रखो एक मिनट ये चालू रखो फिर हाँ नाम बताओ पूरा 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 हाथ खोलो पूरा
navigation. That this side is navigation, that side is CUSA. So we use all the latest technology of neurosurgery equipments like microscope, navigation, CUSA, everything. That is the navigation which you can see that TV. This is how we use the CUSA. This is the whole cavity of tumor.
हाथ हलाओ. हाँ. नाम बोलो आपको.
रूपल रोहन पटेल.
हाँ. क्या रेवा?
This is the post-op scan. This is the another case.
दबाओ बच्चों, अंगूठों ऊपर करो. बस. अब आपके आंगलियों की दबाओ बच्चा. दबाओ. छोड़ दो. आंगली दबाओ. छोड़ दो. हाथ दबाओ. छोड़ो. छोड़ी दो आंगली. दबाओ. ओके. छोड़ो. खोली दो बच्चों हाथ. दबाई दो.
This is our DNB resident who is talking with him, with her. Patient is singing some shlokas. Post-op scan. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ashok Patel, I request our participant to explain our participant how do you keep patient awake during surgery? Anesthesia part or any other method?
First of all, we take the patient under confidence that nothing will happen. You will be pain-free during surgery. And before surgery, before starting the painting, draping, we keep the patient on the head frame. Before, our anesthetist will give the multiple blocks in the head with xylocaine, sensorcaine, and local anesthesia, multiple blocks. All the scalp nerves will be blocked. And then we'll give a mild sedation like midazolam and fentanyl. And once the patient is little bit in sleep, because the effect of block, we put the patient on the 3-pin. That patient's head keep very steady. Patient cannot turn or cannot move because it's a fixed frame. So patient's head is on the frame. And then once we are sure that there is no pain, we start the craniotomy with, even on the incision site, we give another some ml of sensorcaine, and then we do the craniotomy. See, the painful structures are skin, means scalp. During craniotomy, bone is not painful. Another painful structure is the dura. So before opening the dura, we keep a patty of sensorcaine local anesthesia soaked patty over the dura. And then we cut the dura. So once the dura is open, brain is painless structure. There is no pain while removing the tumor. So once the dura is open, after that patient will, there is no chance that patient will have a pain. So during removing the tumor, there is no pain. So that is absolutely a painless procedure. So during that procedure, we have to make sure that we are not going to remove tumor part which is adherent to the eloquent areas like motor functions or speech areas. If by chance we go to that area and if some patient, if patient is talking and if patient start, having some speech difficulty, immediately we stop. Or if when we are asking the patient to do repeated work of hand open and hand close, if patient start feeling some numbness or patient is not doing or patient is doing but not in that strength, then also we stop doing that, removing that part of tumor. And while closing also we make the patient to sleep. So what we follow is the sleep, awake, sleep protocol. So we, while closing also, we again give a bolus of midazolam and fentanyl and make the patient sleep and then we close.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok Patel. And thank you so much again for completing your session in time frame. Thank you. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Nilesh More, who is a consultant neurosurgeon. He is MCH in neurology from Lokmanya Tilak Municipal Medical College and General Hospital, Mumbai. He is neurosurgeon at Institute of Neurosciences, Surat. His special interests are complex spine surgeries, vascular surgeries, and neuroendoscopy. He will speak on emergency management of neurotrauma. Dr. Nilesh More, please.
Thank you, chairpersons. Good evening, everyone. Right at the onset, a big congratulations to the Gujcon 2025 team for organizing such a wonderful event. And again, we would like to thank them for providing a platform to share our views. So, after a robust presentation from Atri ma'am, Manoj sir, and Ashok sir, so I want to shift the topic toward one of the commonest things that we come across in our day-to-day life. That's the head injury and its various aspects. So, what forms the head injury? So what forms the head injury is injury to any of the structures of the brain, right from the scalp, skull bone, or the bone, or the brain. It forms a part of the head injury. It can range from the minor scalp lacerations, which sometimes may not even need any sort of a treatment, to a life-threatening serious brain injuries, which after n number of things, including both the medical as well as the surgical things, even we may land up on the wrong side. So why are we talking on this aspect of the brain injury is that one needs to understand that it is one of the leading causes of disability and mortality among the young individuals. The age group which is commonly affected by these traumatic brain injuries are the younger reproductive age groups. So apart from causing the personal loss, it adds to the economical and the financial burden to the family as well as the society as well. Not to forget that this is not something congenital or a degenerative process that nothing can be done. It is something a reversible issue. So timely diagnosis, timely evaluation, and timely management of such injuries can revert the person back to his normal life. Almost 25% of all the deaths are related to trauma, for which the motor vehicular accidents accounts for almost 50% of them. So we need to understand the significance of this. So if we enumerate the causes for the head injuries, as per the chronology is concerned, the motor vehicular accidents comes first, be it a two-wheeler, be it a four-wheeler, the rider himself or the pilot rider. We have seen many patients of the vehicular accidents which come to our casualties. To rank the few, then railway accidents, the fall from heights, the assault, sport-related injuries, and firearm-related injuries are the various other causes for the head injuries. So as far as the mechanism of injuries are concerned, we come across the static head injury or a dynamic head injury. Static as in when a person is at a rest and when he is acted upon by an external force, like a person sitting and when a log of wood or something, it falls on his head, that forms a part of a static head injury. And dynamic head injury comprises a motor vehicular accident, as in along with the motor vehicle, when the person is in the motion and it hits against a wall or a tree which is at rest. Now these injuries, they give rise to specific patterns of injuries like acceleration or a deceleration injuries. Now acceleration injuries are usually seen when the motion is from posterior to anterior, and the deceleration injuries are seen when the motion is from anterior to posterior. These injuries, they usually leads to the tension, stretching and shearing of the brain tissues, thereby leading to various aspects of the injuries. So if we tend to classify head injuries, morphologically, depending upon the underlying anatomical structures are involved, they are broadly classified into scalp injuries, the skull fractures, or the brain injuries. And the various types of injuries that we come across is usually a scalp hematoma or laceration, which, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes it may not even need any sort of a treatment to a minor stitching, but these scalp hematomas can be a matter of importance in pediatric age group specifically, as the amount of bleed in the scalp hematoma, it can be significant enough for the pediatric patient to land up with some sort of hypovolemic or hemorrhagic shock as well. So one needs to keep this in mind while dealing with pediatric head injury patients. We come across the linear fractures or the hairline fractures. It usually doesn't need any sort of a treatment. Then we have something called as a depressed fracture, which can communicated, or a compound depressed fracture, usually needs a surgical indication. Now we have skull-based fractures as well. These fractures tend to present with specific signs and symptoms, like when the anterior cranial fossa are being involved, the patients tend to present with something called as the bilateral black eye or the raccoon eyes. It is due to the seeping of the blood into the periorbital soft tissues of the eyes. When the middle cranial fossa is involved, there is an accumulation of the blood right behind the pinna over the mastoid called as the Bettel signs, indicating that there is some fracture, underlying fracture involving the middle cranial fossas. Also, to highlight, these skull-based fractures, they sometimes present with something called as the CSF leaks in the form of either rotorrhea or rhinorrhea. So apart from these fractures, this CSF leaks can land the patient in any sort of meningitis, so one needs to be aware of these things, and prophylactic antibiotics sometimes may be needed for such patients. So apart from that, we come across the concussion injuries, the various hematomas in the form of either the epidural or the extradural hematomas, the subdural hematomas, the various contusions, the intracerebral hematoma or intraventricular hemorrhage, and diffuse axonal injuries. So this is the case of a scalp laceration. Like I mentioned, in cases of adults, it is usually a clear-cut wound. Maximum, we need a stitch for them and nothing else to be done. It is usually classified under minor head injuries. So coming to depressed fracture, this is a classical CT scan of the brain with a bone window and a 3D bone as well. As you can see, there is a depressed fracture overlying the left side of the parietal bone, indenting the underlying brain parenchyma. This is a 3D view of the skull. It helps in proper understanding of the underlying fracture segments. It helps in preoperative positioning as well as planning for the subsequent surgeries. So this is a case of a compound depressed fracture, where you can see along with the fracture segment, there is a dural tear and the herniation of the brain content through the wound. It forms of a serious aspect of the head injury, and such patients needs to be taken up for surgery as soon as possible. Again, a case of the parietal depressed fracture. Now this fracture is indenting exactly over the motor cortex of the brain parenchyma with an underlying dural tear, and so he was taken up for surgery. And this is the post-operative scan that we can see that the fracture ends are elevated, and the patient and the compression which was caused by the parietal depressed fracture segment, it was relieved. Special mention for the pediatric depressed fractures. Unlike in adults, usually we don't see a fracture segment in case of pediatric patients because of the pliability of the skull bones as they are soft. So the external force which acts upon the skulls, they sometimes gives their own impression. So they are also known as signature fractures or Pons fractures. Not all sorts of Pons fracture needs any surgical interventions, but specifically if they are overlying any motor cortex area, then such fractures need some sort of elevation. Some of the depressed fracture patients, they may present with loss of skull bone along with the dural tear and herniation of the brain contents. So in such cases, we may have to use a substitute for either a dura as well as for the bone. So in this case, we had made use of a titanium mesh along with a dural patch, which was made up of polypropylene. And this was the post-op scan. You can see that the mesh has been taken over by the lost fragment of the bone. Going for the concussion injuries, they are usually one of the most common sort of injuries that we come across the patients. Usually they are associated with brief loss of consciousness, which can last from few seconds to few minutes. The patients may usually present with either headache, dizziness, nausea, or vomiting. Amnesia may or may not be present. And if we tend to do a scan, a CT scan for such patients, in most of the cases, they are usually normal. So it again forms a part of a minor head injury patients. So going further, epidural or the extradural hematomas, one of the most common entities that as a neurosurgeon, we tend to see these patients. They are most common in the temporal region, responsible for 2% of the head injuries and 5 to 15% of the fatal head injuries. They are usually associated with the fractures in 90% of the cases, and the usual source for the bleed in case of extradural hematoma is the middle meningeal artery apart from the fracture ends. Not all the cases of extradural hematomas need a surgery, but when the volume is more than 25 cc or when the thickness of the EDH is more than 1.5 centimeters, then such cases usually needs an underlying craniotomy with evacuation of the bleed. This was the classical case of extradural hematoma, a CT scan showing an hypertense lentiform shape, biconvex areas on the left side of the parietal area with a thickness more than 5 centimeters. Again, this is one of the classical cases of extradural hematoma, a hyperdense lesion along the right side of the frontoparietal area with a significant mass effect and a midline shift. Again, one more case of an extradural hematoma, a classical lentiform shape, hyperdense area with an overlying fracture line, usually indicating the source of bleed. Like I said, apart from middle meningeal artery, the fracture ends can also bleed from such sites. So usually, this is the picture that we get after doing a craniotomy, that there is an accumulation of a clot exactly over the underlying fracture segment or the epidural hematoma, which needs to be evacuated. This location-wise, we can get various suspects, like this is the parietal EDH underlying the parietal bone. This is the frontotemporal EDH involving both the frontal as well as the temporal parts of the bone. Now, this was an interesting case of a pediatric patient. This patient had a history of fall, and there was an impact on his head. At the point of impact, this patient was unconscious, and so she was shifted to the hospital. By the time the patient had reached the hospital, the patient had regained the consciousness, and this was the CT scan which was done at the point of when the patient had just received in the hospital. It had showed a small extradural hematoma in the frontal area. In the next span of 4 to 5 hours, this conscious patient again started becoming drowsy, and he was started to decerebrate as well. And when the repeat scan was imaging, you can see the change in the size of the hematoma to almost twice or thrice the volume of the previous scan. So this is something called as a lucid interval, which we tend to see in an extradural patients, where they gives an impression where there is a brief period of consciousness in between the 2 periods of unconsciousness. It may give a false impression that the patient may be doing well, but we need to be aware of such things. And usually in the first 24 to 48 hours, such things needs to be taken care of. So this patient underwent a craniotomy with evacuation of extradural hematoma. This was his post-op scan. And subsequently, the patient was all fine. He regained his consciousness, was 15 of 15, and was discharged subsequently. Special mention for posterior fossa extradural hematoma. The source of bleed in such cases are not usually arterial. It is usually the sinus injury, which is the venous in origin, which is involved. And one needs to be aware while tackling such cases. As far as subdural hematomas are concerned, they are usually due to the tearing of the parasagittal or the bridging veins along the superior margin. Most common causes, again, falls or assaults. Rarely they can be spontaneous as well. And depending upon the duration, it can be acute, subacute, or chronic. The importance lies in the aspect that the management further differs whether the patient needs a formal craniotomy or will need a rubber hole drainage as well. So a classical case of an acute SDH a hyperdense area involving the frontotemporoparietal along the right aspect of the bone. You can see the significant mass effect midline shift with the effacement of the underlying cell cygaria showing significant edema. Again, the same cases of acute SDH. Sometimes both the extradural as well as the subdural, they can coexist as well in the same patients. So one needs to be aware of this as well. It's a classical case of chronic SDH when the usually seen when the hematoma is more than 2 weeks old, which causes lysis of the blood. Again, bilateral SDH patients. Contusions usually seen on the...
Please conclude in 2 minutes.
Okay, you can see contusions, classical temporal contusions you can see. Sometimes the patient may present with multiple contusions or multiple brain injuries, which usually has got a poor prognosis. Intracerebral hemorrhage forms a part, along with the intraventricular hemorrhage, they forms a part of brain injury as well. Diffuse axonal injury, usually it is an extensive form of an injury when there is damage to specifically white matter tracts, can be graded as mild, moderate or severe depending upon the swelling and the disconnection. Apart from rest of the injuries, MRI is the investigation of choice where we tend to prefer in diffuse axonal injuries. So the patient may manifest with any signs of raised ICP in the form of headache, nausea, ear bleed, disorientation, motor sensory deficit, loss of consciousness. Diagnostic evaluation, usually as per the history, physical examination, informal as per the ATLS protocol to look out for his airway, breathing, circulation, disability, exposure, Foley's and gastric tube insertion. Neurological evaluation in the form of Glasgow Coma Scale, devised in the year 1974. Usually has 3 components in the form of eye-opening, verbal response, and motor response. It truly helps in pre-assessment of the patient and in post-op period as well for this monitoring his recovery as well. So radiologically, which patient should undergo a scan of head injuries? We have some guidelines given by National Institute of Health and Care for Excellence. When the GCS is less than 13 on arrival, or if it is less than 15, 2 hours still after the injury, any sort of suspicious open or depressed fracture, skull base fracture, amnesia, any history of bleeding, clotting disorder, more than 65. So apart from this isolated head injuries, one must be aware of the polytrauma that it can be associated, and subsequently cervical spine, USG fast or X-rays as and when needed should be done. Clinical classification as per GCS as mild, moderate and severe depending on the various scores. CT scan again is a Rutherford classification. We tend to grade the patients. Coming from the management point of view, we need to have a balanced approach. Not every patient of head injury needs a surgical intervention. The medical versus surgical intervention needs to be taken care of. Treatment should be aimed so as to prevent the secondary brain injuries in the form of maintaining his normal oxygenation, normalizing his blood pressure, normalizing his temperature, normalizing blood sugars with handed of the blood elevation. Anti-seizure prophylaxis as and when needed with the underlying risk factors. Anti-edema measures to be given along with the head elevation. Surgical management, usually it is resorted to when the medical measures fail to control the raised ICP, either in form of a craniotomy or a burr hole. This is just a flow chart. Just like to give this last message. So as a medical representatives or as a doctors, if treatment is our duty, then prevention is a responsibility. A simple use of helmet, it can help us in preventing many major minor injuries. Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Dr. Nilesh More and Dr. Ashok Patel for very lucid presentations. Dr. Ashok Patel in particularly taking us through the innovations in neurosurgery and giving us an overview of awake neurosurgery, right from what are the indications, approach, selection criteria, and so on and so forth. And Dr. Nilesh More for taking us through the various type of head injuries and the management along with clinical manifestations and the approach. So thank you both very much. In the interest of time, we will not be able to take any further questions. But I guess after we just have the last session, so they would be around, so people can ask them those questions. Thank you so much once again.
I would request Dr. Ashok Patel sir to please join us on stage. And I would request Dr. Dharmesh sir, Dr. Kishore sir to hand over the memento to our esteemed speakers. Guys, can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Ashok Patel sir and Dr. Nilesh More sir for this wonderful presentation at Gujcon 25. Guys, come on, all the youngsters over here, a huge round of applause. Simultaneously, I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Kawan sir and Dr. Naveen Ramesh sir to please join us on stage and give a token of love and appreciation to both our chairpersons, Dr. Dharmesh Parikh sir and Dr. Kishore Parikh sir, those who have given their valuable time and knowledge to Gujcon 25. I would request Sanjay sir and Dr. Naveen Ramesh sir to please join us on stage. On behalf of the committee, on behalf of IOH Gujcon 25, which has been hosted by IOH Surat, a small token of appreciation. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Come on everybody, can we applause? Thank you sir, thank you sir. Thank you to both our chairmen. So next I would request on the chair Dr. Shubham Jain sir and Dr. Sanjay Kawan sir to please join us on stage. Dr. Shubham Jain and Dr. Sanjay Kawan sir to please join us on chair. And as a speaker, Dr. Puneet Kalra, Senior Medical Leader and Therapy Area Lead, Vaccines, Prevention of Sickness, Absenteeism by Dengue Vaccination, Takeda Biopharmaceuticals. So please.
Thank you everyone. Last session for the day. And I would like to thank all the organizers, the local IOH Surat as well as the national IOH. So this is my first talk at the IOH forum, but I've been speaking at various pediatric forums since past 12 years. I'm a trained pediatrician and I've been working on vaccines since past 12 years. So currently my endeavor is to take you through a new intervention which is coming in terms of a dengue vaccine. Okay. So here we go.
Excuse me, I'll briefly introduce last talk, but not the least. Today we have with us Dr. Puneet Kalra, who will be speaking on the topic prevention of sickness absenteeism by dengue vaccination. He's a therapy area lead, Vaccines India and Sri Lanka, Takeda Pharmaceuticals India Private Limited. He's a trained pediatrician with 7+ years of clinical experience and 12 years of exclusive vaccine experience with organizations like MSD Vaccines and Sanofi Pasteur Vaccines. He has also worked in pediatric, adolescent, adult, geriatric, and life course immunization space with diverse vaccines like rotavirus and other vaccine programs. And he's a speaker, moderator, and chairperson in multiple sessions in national and international fora. I now welcome Dr. Puneet Kalra to deliver this talk.
Thank you, sir. Slides are not changing. Can you help me out? Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I have a few disclaimers to make. The first disclaimer is that I'm a full-time Takeda employee, and second is the dengue vaccine which I will be talking about, TAC 003, is not yet approved in India, and we are in talks with DCGI to get the vaccine as soon as possible to the Indian markets. So we all know what a wonderful intervention vaccines are. Vaccines are one of the most cost-effective preventative tools ever known to mankind, and we've seen them eliminate diseases like smallpox from the face of humanity, and at the same time, polio is near eradication, and multiple diseases like diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, which we actually used to have epidemics in the past, now are redundant, and their incidence, mortality, and as well as mobility is very low. So my first question for you, Dr. Mehul Choksi in one of his talks today used the term therapeutic armamentarium. I would like to introduce a new term, prophylactic armamentarium for you all. So my question for you all would be, is there a place for dengue vaccine in the prophylactic armamentarium of IOH? So this is the current vaccination schedule which IOH has. And I'll be showing slide once again at the end of my talk, and my question to you will remain the same. So you have to decide now. Okay. Yeah. So when we talk about the burden and impact of vaccine preventable diseases in the working population, we've all been talking about working population entire the day. So there are multiple effects in terms of work absenteeism, reduced workforce effectiveness, and increased physician office visits and hospitalization. Then you have the burden of comorbid disorders. India is the diabetic capital of the world. You have hypertension, you have cardiac morbidities, you have pulmonary, you have kidney issues. So every comorbidity has an impact on infectious disorders like dengue, pneumococcal, and others. Lastly, there are certain challenges which you would associate with adult immunization in India. Vaccination isn't just for kids. Though the focus on pediatric immunization is substantial in India, the fact of the matter is because of this extensive pediatric immunization, the age of vaccine preventable disorders has been shifting. It has been shifting towards adolescent and adult population. Secondly, with advancing age, there is a reduction in immunity levels. There's a concept of immunosenescence actually pitching in. And all the government and healthcare policies are mostly addressing the concept of pediatric immunization. Healthcare providers, immunization is not a part of their pen practice because it's not considered glamorous. I mean, it's my question to all of the surgeons, all of the physicians out there. Vaccination is something which you do not see in your immediate practice. If you vaccinate someone, probably in his entire lifetime, he might not get that disease again. But like any other intervention, may it be physical, may it be surgical, you don't see the immediate effects. That is the challenge. The benefits which you accrue upon the patients, you actually don't see. Okay, what is the role of adult vaccination and its benefit at workplace? There are multiple things. There are benefits which a vaccine would give to the employees. At the same time, it's a benefit which will give to the employers. So the reduction in work absenteeism, your employees missing their number of working days due to vaccine preventable diseases is the first thing. Second is it leads to improvement in productivity. For an employee, a reduction in VPDs would lead improvement in overall health and overall a substantial benefit in terms of quality of life. So quality of life, a better quality of life for your employers and a better productivity for the employers are the two major benefits for adult vaccines which would accrue at the workplace. Now let's come back to dengue. Dengue is actually everywhere, still it is nowhere because it's not reported. Annually you have 2.5 to 3 lakhs of cases of dengue being reported, but the actual number as per the publications could be at least 300 times higher. 282 to 300 times is the figure which the standard literature quotes. And when we talk about the Indian scenario, I have 30 minutes for the talk, right? Excuse me. I have 30 minutes for the talk, right? I have 30 minutes for the talk. Yeah, as per the schedule. Okay. So when we actually talk about the fact that dengue is being underreported, but 50% of dengue cases are seropositive, and almost 1.1 to 7.5 billion dollars is the cost which it is accruing upon the patient. So the risk of dengue fever to workforce and industry is substantial. More than 70% of the workers in all major industries in India would be at the risk in 2030. In particular, industries that are highly labor intensive would be advised to consider adequate adoption measure, and that would include industries like fisheries, aviation, as well as hospital industry, the healthcare industry. Because as a healthcare worker, the prevention and the protection which we are giving to our patients should be for ourselves first and our families first. I'm sure you all would agree to that. So the economic impact of dengue is pretty high, both in terms of direct cost as well as indirect cost. So dengue can affect the healthcare system. So Shefford et al. Quoted that the disease burden of dengue was $548 million, and the payment of private sector almost, in terms of private sector, it would work out to almost $235.20 per capita. So overall, the disease burden and the economic burden is huge. And when we talk in terms of humanistic burden, in terms of psychological health, in terms of quality of life, in terms of the financial burden, the broader impact of dengue on a society is huge. In terms of humanistic burden, patients with comorbidities are at 11 times higher risk of death. Now, how many HODs are here, head of the departments, and how many of them are male? I'm going to give you a mnemonic, HOD. Hypertension, obesity, and diabetes could be at a higher risk of dengue, besides cardiovascular, besides pulmonary, and besides renal. HOD, him. Him is male, but here it means HOD would lead to hospitalization, ICU admission, and mortality. So remember HOD, him, and you won't forget dengue for your life. Okay. When we talk about the burden of healthcare resources, it's huge. Without going into the depths of this slide, I'll just tell you that in 2023, we had a huge epidemic of dengue in India, and it caused the most severe outbreak in the past 5 years, as per the National National Center for Vector-Borne Control and Diseases. Dengue prevention, one of the most important things, what WHO says is 2V and 3Cs. Vaccination, vector control, community education, community engagement, and proper case management. 2Vs, vaccination, vector control, and 3Cs. This is the 2V, 3C approach, what I call it. But vaccination, again, is not only magic or the silver bullet, but along with vector control, it can prove to be a wonderful intervention. Now the question is, why do we need a dengue vaccine? Because dengue has been one of the most challenging viruses. Even after 70 years of research, do we have a therapy against? Do we have any antiviral? No. Do we have a vaccine? No. And that shows how challenging a virus dengue is. And prevention is always better than cure. And there are multiple challenges which were associated with the dengue vaccine. That first thing is that you require a tetravalent vaccine. The vaccine needs to provide equal protection against all 4 serotypes. It has to provide a long-term safety and efficacy data, and the sample size has to be large. So talking about TAC003, the vaccine which I'm talking about, it's got a database of more than 88 trial sites in 14 countries. It's been tested in more than 28,000 patients from 1.5 to 60 years in both baseline seropositive and seronegative populations. So the landmark study was called as TIDES, which was tetravalent immunization, dengue efficacy and safety, which was done in 8 dengue endemic countries, including Sri Lanka. So now this study was designed as per the WHO guidelines. The study had to have a large sample size. This is the largest study done for any dengue vaccine done till date on 21,000 subjects for a follow-up of 4.5 years in geographically dispersed area, 8 dengue endemic countries, and the vaccine was analyzed in both seropositive as well as seronegative cases, because the earlier generation of dengue vaccines had certain safety issues, which I'm not taking in detail because of the lack of time. So now this vaccine has a DenV2 base. The backbone itself is DenV2. The DenV2, there are 4 types of dengue viruses. DenV2 causes the most severe and virulent kind of dengue, and it happens to be more frequently associated as compared to 1, 3, and 4. Then this vaccine is providing against non-structural proteins, NS1. NS1 has a very important role in dengue etiology. It leads to more severe kind of dengue because it causes an endothelial hyperpermeability, which leads to shock, which leads to DHF and even death. So this vaccine prevents immunity at all 3 levels, cellular, humoral, as well as innate. Earlier vaccines have focused only on humoral immunity, but for a disease like dengue, which actually has an important T-cell protection in terms of T-cell immunity. T-cell protection is important. That is why this vaccine is focusing on cellular immunity, largely in terms of CD4 plus and CD8 plus T-cells. Talking about vaccine efficacy, at the end of 18 months, it was providing 80.2% protection against dengue of any severity and 90.4% protection against hospitalization. That means out of every 100 cases who were being vaccinated, 90 patients were not being hospitalized, which I think from a public health perspective is very important, because from a disease like dengue, which comes in epidemics, it can just overwhelm the healthcare system. I'm pretty sure in Gujarat you'll have dengue endemics, you have dengue epidemics, and the doctors complained the beds are filled with dengue. We do not have cases for any other diseases. That is why reduction in hospitalization from a public health and private health perspective is very important. Now these trends continued up to 4.5 years, and this 80.4% efficacy against any VCD was 61.2% at the end of 4.5 years, and against hospitalization, it was still 4.5%. It was still 84.1%. And as you can see, in this Kaplan-Meier curve, this curve is not dipping. That means even at the end of 4.5 years, the efficacy was still persisting. The individual efficacy against serotype 1, 2, 3, and 4 range from as high as 97% to as low as 48.3%, which is decent enough. Now, when we talk about adult population, this vaccine was effective in adult population as well. The trials were done in 4 to 16 years. Dengue definitely has a major impact on mortality in pediatric population, but in adults also we've seen dengue. And now to all the clinicians present over here, my question is, can you predict which patient will have severe dengue, which patient will go into DHF, which patient will go into mortality? Can anybody answer this question for me? I've asked these questions from multiple experts, and nobody has got any answer to that, because there is no clinical predictor which can predict which patient will have severe dengue, which patient will go into mortality, or which patient will go into DHF. Probably if we go at a genotypic level, we might get some answers, but we know for sure patients who are having comorbidities, they are predisposed to more severe dengue. Then we come to the safety data. The safety profile of vaccine was favorable, and there was no evidence of increase in disease severity, no increased risk of hospitalization. And in terms of tolerability, the local AEs, both the solicited as well as the unsolicited adverse events were similar in terms of placebo as well as the vaccinee's arm. The injection site pain, redness, swelling, which you would associate with any other vaccine, was seen with this vaccine only. The vaccine, yes. So this is a scan, which probably you all can do in case you want to give any feedback for the session. So this vaccine can be safely co-administered with hepatitis, yellow fever, as well as human papillomavirus vaccines. There is no immunointerference. There was no effect on tolerability of either vaccines. Both the safety, efficacy, and immunogenicity of the vaccines was comparable in terms of the co-administration data. So when we talk about the regulatory scenario of the vaccine and the future roadmap, this vaccine has been approved in 40 countries across the world. Yeah, this is a WHO pre-qualified vaccine. This is an EMA, European Medical Association has approved this vaccine, and it has given an EMA M for all approval, which says that any countries which do not have any strong regulatory mechanism may consider this European approval. And most of the Europe has taken up these recommendations. Even PAHO, Pan American Health Organization, has distributed this vaccine along with Gavi to countries like Honduras and Peru. This vaccine features in the National Immunization Program of Brazil, and it came into NIP within 1 year of its launch, which probably has the fastest path from launch to the vaccine coming in NIP. So Argentina is the next country where this vaccine will be a part of NIP. Besides that, in Asian countries, Malaysia, Vietnam, Israel, Indonesia, this vaccine is approved. as I told you, it's a WHO pre-qualified vaccine for 6 years and above, and it comes under a high priority vaccine for WHO. So when we talk about the vaccine posology, it is used for the prevention of dengue disease caused by any dengue virus serotypes in individual 4 years and above. So from 4 years and above, it can be given to any individual. It does not have any upper age limit. Then 2 doses, 0 and 3 months apart, have to be given subcutaneously. This vaccine has a shelf life of 18 months. It is a lyophilized vaccine. It has to be prepared with a diluent, which is a 0.22% sodium chloride. And this vaccine is coming in vials, packs of 1 or 10, as well as pre-filled syringes. Pre-filled syringes is the preferred mode. So just to summarize my talk, this vaccine, the burden of vaccine preventable disease in terms of work absenteeism, reduced work effectiveness, and increased physician office visits and hospitalization is there. More than 70% of the workers in all major industries in India would be at the risk of dengue fever by 2030. TAC-03 has the potential to increase vaccination. So my question now again is there a place for dengue vaccine in the prevention algorithm of IOH? That's a question I leave open to you all. I mean, you all can think over it, ruminate, and then come back with the answers. So thank you very much. You can scan this probably for any feedback which you want to give for the session. And any doubts, any queries, any questions, I'll be more than happy to entertain. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Puneet, for completing the talk well within the time. Thank you for emphasizing the different aspects of dengue vaccination and its role in decreasing the sickness absenteeism in industries. Thank you.
Thank you. I think
Any
if
questions?
there's any question from the audiences, yeah, please. Sure. So I can go back to my previous slides. The efficacy of this vaccine in preventing dengue of any severity. When I talk about virologically confirmed dengue, we did RT-PCR for every case in our trial. So efficacy, vaccine efficacy in preventing dengue of any severity was 80.2%, while the vaccine efficacy in terms of preventing hospitalized dengue which is causing hospitalization, was 90.4% at the end of 18 months. We have data up till 4.5 years. This 80.4% was 61.2% efficacy against dengue of any severity, and against hospitalized dengue, this 90.4% was 84.1% at the end of 4.5 years. But as I told you, these graphs are not dipping. That means the efficacy is still persisting, though we got the approval, but we have our 7-year data also coming up very soon. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, thank you. Yes? So the cost of the vaccine, where in countries where it has been launched, in Malaysia, Indonesia, is around $30 to $35. That works to around 2 to 2,500 INR per dose. But in India, we haven't discussed the price. Our aim at Takeda is to provide access to the masses. We want this vaccine to reach as many people as possible. So first 3 years, we'll be getting this vaccine from Germany, but then we had a tie-up with BE, an Indian company, and then we'll be manufacturing this vaccine in India, and we hope we'll be able to get the price down. So in wherever the markets this vaccine has been launched, it is priced lesser than the similarly priced innovative vaccines. Yeah. Duration of protection as per the trials is 4.5 years, 54 months. No, there is no data right now. For booster, we do not have any data. So once we have 4.5 years, this vaccine has been launched around 3 years back into the world markets. So after 4.5 years, we'll analyze what we did right. 4.5 years, it is 84%. It was, again, I'll repeat, 84.1% at the end of 12 months against any VCD. 90% against hospitalized. At the end of 4 points, it is 84.1% against hospitalization and 60% against any dengue. 60% against VCD of any severity, virologically confirmed dengue, against hospitalized dengue, it is 84%. Yeah. 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 So the simple answer to this is, if you look at the natural epidemiology of dengue, 1 and 2 have predominated over past 70 years. And as far as Dengue 3 and 4 is concerned, in Dengue 3 and 3 seronegatives, the vaccine efficacy was not evaluable because the number of cases in the trial were too few. In both Dengue 3 and 4 seronegatives, so there were 8 parameters, right? Dengue 1 seropositive seronegative, Dengue 1, 2, 3, 4 seropositive seronegative. So there are 8 parameters. In 6, where the sample size was sufficient, vaccine gave very good efficacy. Where sample size was not sufficient due to the natural serocirculation, the efficacy was not proven. But in terms of safety, there was no problem. There was no there was no evidence of, there were no safety concerns which were seen in the size. So we are trying to generate some post-licensure data from the countries in which the vaccine has been launched, and we'll be able to generate data against 3 and 4 in times to come. 3 and 4 seronegatives which cause hospitalization. That is our interest area. Yeah. Yeah, so my idea was to generate interest and get IOH to start thinking about a prevention which might be available very soon. That's the only thing. Sure. Thank you. Thank you. If there are no questions, I would like to thank once again IOH Surat, Dr. Shubham, National IOH, and all of you out there. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm really blessed and honored to have you all here. Thank you very much.
So please, center stage. Thank you so much, sir. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for this insightful presentation. I would request, sir, Chairman sir, to please felicitate with a memento. And I would request Jen sir to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Sanjay sir for his contribution as a chairperson. Thank you so much, everybody. So this was the last presentation, but certainly not the least. It's 7:30, sharp 8 p.m. We all meet up over here for the inauguration ceremony and for the fun, frolic night filled ahead. So sharp 8 बजे हम वापस यहाँ पे मिलेंगे. But जाते समय दोस्तों, we have stalls kept right नीचे, इसके नीचे pool side and in the lunch area as well. So आज रात को और कल सुबह, while coming also, everybody is humbly requested to please visit every stall which are kept over here.
And we are also going to run some surprise contest based on the stall names and numbers. So it's better if you go to visit the stall and then win the surprising prizes also. That's it, sir. Thank you. We'll meet at 8 p.m. Thank you.